Chapter 447, The Madness Game. The answer is obvious. It's just that I'm not sure if these matters will trigger a new wave of panic once they are known by others. Song Wei's eyes were deep as he pondered how to tell those who had witnessed the facts to keep a secret. Such information naturally cannot be known by the public. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to incalculable consequences. These truths will only be allowed to circulate among the highest-ranking individuals. Although Song Wei's trip this time was not under the headquarters' orders, he felt obligated to report everything he had seen and learned back to the headquarters. Just as he finally managed to tidy up his chaotic emotions, several staff members suddenly exclaimed, "Not good! It seems we can't go back for the time being." This voice immediately attracted the attention of those around. The expressions of these individuals suddenly turned ugly, and then their fingers flew as they manipulated something on the computer. Lu Zhou was drawn over by the commotion. When he approached to take a look, he immediately noticed that the system was in a chaotic state. Various data was flying around. At a glance, it was clear that the situation was not good. Soon, this turmoil caught Song Wei's attention. Once he confirmed the fact that they couldn't go back for the time being, Song Wei remained as calm as ever. "Don't panic. All technical personnel continue to breach the system. The rest of you, keep recording everything happening around us. We need to bring back as much information as possible." Song Wei's voice was powerful, and many of the panicking staff quickly returned to normal. They immediately dispersed to continue tackling the sudden system issues. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows and entered the sea of consciousness, bringing the game out. "Game, stop playing dead and come out to see if you can handle this situation." The game responded surprisingly quickly. Lu Zhou had expected the game to refuse his request, but to his surprise, when the game looked at the screen of the flying saucer, it gasped in shock. "How did you trigger this thing?" The surprised expression and actions of the game clearly indicated to Lu Zhou that this situation was definitely not a good one. "What thing? How do we resolve this situation?" The game replied in a muffled voice. "This has triggered the cleanup program of the creators. They will capture everything that strays into their territory. Of course, don't worry. Although it's called capture, in reality, they won't come to arrest you. After all, you are too small. You will just be permanently trapped here." When the game said this, its tone was devoid of emotion. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth. "Are you just going to watch us all die?" The game sneered. "What does it have to do with me?" Lu Zhou then casually remarked, "Oh, I was overthinking it. After all, if I die, you can still bind other people, right?" This topic made the game feel a surge of anger, and it immediately began to vent. "I really can't believe you guys. How could you be so careless as to get caught by the other side? Do you know how much energy it takes for me to handle this? You wouldn't even dare to imagine that amount. And now I have to waste that energy dealing with this mess." Lu Zhou teased, "But you haven't come away empty-handed. At least you won't have to go through the trouble of searching for a new host. And besides, when we teamed up, didn't we get along quite harmoniously?" The game laughed in anger. "The harmony you speak of refers to you crazily digging into my treasure chests and compensation. Do you know that all these compensations are deducted from my energy reserves? Don't be like that, game. Compared to searching for a new host, it's clear that helping me is the best choice." Lu Zhou's light and carefree words instantly angered the game. "You could die. If I resolve this matter, I will expend a large portion of my energy. If that's the case, I might as well directly look for a new host." Lu Zhou immediately understood the implication of this threat. To untie and then look for a new host is much easier than resolving the current situation. But would Lu Zhou let it have its way? Absolutely not. Lu Zhou casually replied, "All right then, I'll just die." After saying that, Lu Zhou had already walked towards the emergency exit of the UFO. In fact, he had even pulled up the gate. The game was furious. "Are you crazy? I've never seen anyone so reckless. Come back. I can solve this for you, no problem." The game was genuinely infuriated by Lu Zhou. It had initially planned to find a new host after Lu Zhou's self-inflicted death, but it never expected this guy to actually consider suicide. It should be noted that if a host commits suicide and dies in the realm of the creator, the chances of escaping later would be nearly zero. To avoid this outcome, the game had no choice but to reluctantly help Lu Zhou resolve his current predicament, although it was 100% unwilling. Find an opportunity to connect me to the USB interface of a UFO. If I can get in there, I can help solve this matter. Seeing the game's anger, Lu Zhou smiled and carelessly walked to a USB interface. There were numerous such interfaces on the UFO, and while everyone was busy working, Lu Zhou's small action would hardly attract anyone's attention. Soon, Lu Zhou successfully opened the interface and uploaded the game into the UFO's internal system. As soon as he uploaded the game, he felt that his consciousness seemed to follow the game quickly into the machine's interior. In the vast stream of computational data, Lu Zhou held on tightly, waiting for the game to resolve the issue so he could quickly return. Under Lu Zhou's watchful gaze, the game operated at lightning speed, even beginning to crack the codes line by line. However, it must be said that the opponent's defensive mechanisms were indeed very advanced. On this side, Lu Zhou gritted his teeth tightly, waiting for the game to act swiftly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the operators suddenly expressed their joy in confusion. Hey, I found a loose spot. I also have a breakthrough here. Hurry, hurry, follow me. After we break through, we can leave this place. Joyful voices came from all directions. The remaining people inside the UFO continued to faithfully record what they could see through their cameras. When everyone saw one shattered bubble after another, their hearts had already turned cold as iron. After all, they had seen too much. It had lost its novelty. The bubbles captured the terrified expressions of those humans, as if silently narrating their suffering. Song Wei clenched his fingers tightly. Then, a wave of immense confusion surged within him. Can he really lead everyone to escape? He began to doubt whether, against such a powerful creator, the created could actually win. The most terrifying thing was not how strong the opponent was, but rather that he had already lost his fighting spirit. Song Wei shook his head, trying to keep himself calm. Chapter 448, Contact. There was indeed a feeling of anxiety and restlessness in his heart. Meanwhile, on Lu Zhou's side, a fierce competition was ongoing. The game engaged in a relentless battle against the opponent's defense system, and after a strenuous effort, along with the collective work of numerous staff, they finally succeeded. Soon, the screen transitioned from a continuously flickering black screen to normalcy. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Zhou immediately directed the game to reveal the truth it had just informed him about to everyone. Although the game was reluctant, it ultimately relented when it considered that the outcome would ultimately benefit itself. As everyone rejoiced at successfully regaining control of the UFO, they barely had time to celebrate before the screen was suddenly filled with incoming emails. These electronic messages intrusively inserted themselves into everyone's line of sight with an attitude that left no room for refusal. Just as everyone was conflicted, wondering whether to open them, the email seemed impatient and opened on its own. At that moment, many people immediately felt a surge of tension. Oh no, we just fixed the computer. Could it possibly break again? Everyone, including Song Wei, felt their emotions fluctuating. Who could tell whether it was good news or bad news? However, once they saw the words on the envelope, everyone widened their eyes in surprise, as if they doubted what they were seeing. This was indeed the truth sent by the game. It mentioned that Blue Star had been captured for the first time, and that they had also destroyed the anchor point established by the creators. After reading it, everyone felt a sense of novelty, as if they were watching an exciting science fiction novel unfold. The more Song Wei read, the tighter his fingers clenched. When everyone had finished reading, Song Wei spoke coldly. The contents of this email must not be disclosed to anyone. It concerns the future of Blue Star, and I believe everyone will agree to this. After Song Wei made this statement, the others immediately expressed their commitment to uphold the agreement. Lu Zhou had already retracted the game into the sea of consciousness. He then learned that the game cunningly concealed a spark of intelligence within the main control processing of the opponent. This indicated that in the future, Lu Zhou could communicate with the opponent indiscriminately, without leaving traces and at his convenience, without exposing himself. Finally, after the UFO recorded all the necessary information and video, it prepared to return the same way. On the way back, everyone was tense, fearing that it might not succeed this time. The UFO spun rapidly and then vanished. Inside the UFO, Lu Zhou felt the same as when they had arrived. However, the fear and curiosity from the journey there had been replaced by a much calmer mindset on the way back. Watching everyone busying themselves, Lu Zhou took the opportunity to continue asking the game about its survival. The game had consumed a significant amount of energy and was now not very friendly toward Lu Zhou. However, Lu Zhou was truly too annoying, and the game could no longer hold back. Game, what do you think we should do when we return to land to break free from the control of the creators? Game, speak up. The game was genuinely overwhelmed, but pretending to be dead didn't seem practical, so it could only mutter, continue to research technology, then find that fake solar monitoring system and blow it up. Blue Star will then be able to break free from the control of the creators. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Is it really that simple and crude? Are you sure you're not leading me into a trap? The game was suddenly filled with anger. Believe it or not, Lu Zhou fell silent, and the game scoffed. You don't understand anything. First, whether you can find the probe is a big problem. Second, whether you can destroy the probe before the other side discovers it is also a problem. Hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately understood the difficulties involved. He was not discouraged and wanted to get more information from the game. So, tell me, when is the earliest the creators might come to harvest us? The game coldly snorted. According to my calculations, it will take about 10 years. However, you are facing a very difficult task. The other side's technological level is extremely high, and I can't even see what your chances of success are. Upon hearing that there were only 10 years, Lu Zhou felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. 10 years, at first glance, seems like a long time, but completing these two tasks is indeed very challenging. After all, any technological advancement requires a significant amount of time. Time. Lu Zhou now felt that what he lacked the most was time. After saying all this, the game first transmitted this information back to the spaceship, and then he cleverly became invisible. Song Wei and the group on the spaceship immediately discovered the new information. Once they finished reading the message, Song Wei became interested. The other side seemed to have a lot of information, and most importantly, they appeared to have no malicious intent. They probably had some goodwill towards them. Otherwise, they wouldn't repeatedly transmit information. After a moment of thought, Song Wei gestured for the staff in front of him to leave temporarily. Then, Song Wei sat down, intending to have a one-on-one conversation with the other side. Soon, Song Wei typed out a message. Hello, dear friend. On behalf of everyone on Blue Star, I want to thank you for your help. I still have many questions. May I ask you? To be safe, Song Wei even used honorifics. After that, he eagerly looked at the screen, hoping for a response. If the other side could respond to him, their chances of saving Blue Star would greatly increase. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was staring intently at the message that Song Wei sent. For some reason, watching Song Wei's nervous expression made Lu Zhou want to laugh. But he managed to hold it in. Soon, Lu Zhou replied with his mind. Hello, what questions do you have? I will answer as I see them. After finally receiving a message from the other side, Song Wei looked overjoyed. This was like finding hope in desperation. After a moment of thought, he quickly typed out a line. Hello, were you the one who transmitted the information about the True God sect to me last time? Song Wei had a vague intuition that the other side was here to help his group, and he was 100% sure that the information came from them. Quickly, Lu Zhou replied, Yes, in order to prevent Blue Star from being captured, I warned you to destroy the Divine Descent, which showed that you succeeded in preventing Blue Star from being locked on. A look of fervor appeared in Song Wei's eyes. Thank you for telling us this. Regardless of your identity, as long as you stand with us, We are friends. However, you mentioned that Blue Star still has 10 years. Is that true? You must know that achieving a technological explosion in 10 years is a very difficult task. Chapter 449. The Truth of the Matter. Lu Zhou certainly knew that this matter was difficult to resolve. After all, when he learned the facts, he also felt it was too challenging. Unexpectedly, Song Wei came right in and asked such a crucial question, which made Lu Zhou feel a headache. However, the conversation had to continue. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and slowly typed out a message. For now, I have no way to handle this, but when I do, I will let you all know. Song Wei's expression calmed down a bit, but quickly he continued to ask Lu Zhou more questions. After these questions were posed, Lu Zhou was still able to answer them. After all, as long as it was something Lu Zhou knew and sharing it wouldn't harm him or his family and friends, he would be willing to say it. After communicating with Song Wei for more than 10 minutes, Lu Zhou was the first to log off and stopped replying to him. Seeing that the other side no longer responded, Song Wei left the screen with a sense of loss. However, the conversation today had indeed made him understand much more. Originally, Song Wei had some doubts about whether he could lead everyone to fight against those creators. However, the information he received from the mysterious person indicated that their blue star was still in the state of being harvested for the first time. Although time was tight, the other party had shared some ways to break free with him alone. At least Blue Star still had a way to strive for, and that alone was already remarkable. If before he received that information, Song Wei's mood was confused and heavy, now he felt much lighter. Once the flying saucer quickly returned, everyone got off the saucer intact. Among them, Song Wei was at the highest point. Lu Zhou stood slowly behind him. On the ground, a group of anxious soldiers and scientists awaited. Wei Qingzhu repeatedly told herself that Lu Zhou would definitely be fine. He would surely come back safely, which calmed her racing heart. The others had their own thoughts. The researchers naturally hoped that Song Wei would return safely. At least he worked efficiently under this leader. Moreover, the treatment that Song Wei provided to the researchers was truly good. As long as they did not make any fundamental mistakes, the researchers could undoubtedly receive the best treatment and hold a respected status here. However, if it were someone else, they might not receive such good treatment. If the Yudong Zhang Tiangao were still present, the other three were definitely not easy to deal with. Of course, besides these researchers who were constantly monitoring the condition of the flying saucer, the other four were also paying attention to its every move. When Song Wei first proposed to be the first to fly, the other three almost laughed out loud. Tisk, is Song Wei out of his mind? Instead of being the leader, he insists on going to such a dangerous place. If he dies, then they would have a chance to take over. However, they didn't expect that just before flying, Song Wei had already designated the next leader. It was indeed Yudong Zhang Tiangao. The other three immediately glared at Zhang Tiangao. Their eyes were filled with disdain and jealousy. TSK. This person's means not only earned him the love of the public, but also the appreciation of Song Wei. Seeing Zhang Tiangao's calm demeanor, the three of them gritted their teeth in frustration. Just wait. Once everything settles down, how could they let Zhang Tiangao take over smoothly? In an instant, these few people lost the mood to argue and were fully focused, waiting for the report from the other side. To be honest, it has already been 2 days since Song Wei and the others went to space. In these 2 days, there has been no news at all. Just when everyone was beginning to doubt whether the UFO project had failed and that these people might be dead, a round object suddenly flew down from the sky. They had returned. As soon as Wei Qingzhu saw it, he was so excited that tears almost streamed down his face. During these 2 days, he hadn't even dared to tell the Lu family or his own wife about Lu Zhou going to space, fearing that it would worry them. But now, Lu Zhou had finally returned safely. Once the UFO appeared, it descended and landed seamlessly. When it finally touched down completely, everyone instantly surrounded it in a rush, blocking it completely. Song Wei was carried by many people, while Wei Qingzhu showed a face of relief to the people around him before hurriedly searching for Lu Zhou. Soon he found Lu Zhou. When he saw him, Lu Zhou even had the mood to wave at him. The tense mood that had been building over the past 2 days was finally released. Wei Qingzhu bitterly spoke. Xiao Zhou, from now on, no matter what you say, I won't let you take such risks again. The moment I realized you were out of contact, I truly regretted letting you go. Lu Zhou quickly comforted his uncle and then said with a serious expression, Uncle, you should go over there with them quickly. We got a lot of information from the UFO. Wei Qingzhu knew his nephew's temperament. He only got serious when there was something important. He nodded immediately. I understand, you come along too. As soon as he finished speaking, a researcher in a white lab coat came running over, anxiously shouting, Professor Wei, please come quickly. Director Song plans to hold a meeting. Wei Qingzhu nodded immediately, and the three of them went together. When they arrived at the conference hall, they found that there weren't many people there. Song Wei turned sideways and greeted Wei Qingzhu. The guards at the entrance were just about to stop Lu Zhou when they were halted by Song Wei. Let him in as well. It's not a problem. Only then did the guards relent. Once everyone present was seated, Song Wei, with a stern face, opened the video copied from the UFO. Everyone was murmuring, but they still obediently continued watching. When they saw those eyes, some had already realized what was happening. When truly in the situation, it was hard to react immediately, but once removed from it, especially with a smaller screen, many could tell that something was off. Oh my God, it's actually eyes? Where did the UFO go? I thought it had gone to outer space, but it turns out it went to another dimension. It blinks at a very high frequency, suggesting it belongs to the same species as us. The crowd was chattering, but overall, their voices were kept low. They were whispering to each other, expressing their astonishment. When those countless bubbles appeared, the surrounding people were suddenly shocked. Before, they could still somewhat accept it, but seeing all the large and small realms contained within bubbles, some of which were experiencing events similar to their own planet, everyone suddenly trembled. Oh my God, what the hell is the fate of Blue Star fixed? As their minds were in disarray, they saw those people standing in front of different bubbles, seemingly recording something. When they heard the others say that the harvesting had begun, they noticed that one of the bubbles suddenly solidified into a crimson droplet. Chapter 450, National Union. When everyone reached this point, they felt numb. Each person had essentially lost their desire for exploration and their resistance to disaster. Even Wei Qingzhu himself fell into deep thought. Could it be that the essence of Blue Star is that it is a planet kept in captivity, with humanity unknowingly maintaining this cycle of destruction and rebirth? Everyone wanted to say something, but no one dared to speak. They just sat there in a daze, motionless. At this moment, even the dark thoughts of fighting and undermining each other that usually occupied their minds faded away. After all, when Blue Star is finally destroyed, who will be safe? Song Wei witnessed the confusion of these people and then spoke lightly. Let's talk about something encouraging. Although we've encountered things far beyond our comprehension, our future is not without hope. We have received help from a mysterious person, and here is his message. Soon, Song Wei laid out the truth that Lu Zhou had discovered before everyone. The people, who were already almost in despair, found themselves in a state of who am I? Where am I? After seeing all this, someone raised a question. Can we trust this person? What if he is trying to deceive us? What if what he says is all wrong? Wouldn't we be wasting our efforts? This skepticism was quite normal. Even Lu Zhou sometimes doubted whether the things the game said were true. However, soon this feeling of doubt was overshadowed by other emotions. To speak frankly, if this is false, then what is true? When the truth is out of reach, this statement becomes the truth. At least it gives everyone a direction. Otherwise, everyone would be in chaos right now. People still need a goal to maintain their internal relationships. Song Wei slowly shared his thoughts, and after he finished speaking, many expressed agreement with his views. Soon, research into aviation, weaponry, and energy became the primary focus of the entire underground city. Once finished, Song Wei did not hide this matter at all and immediately reported it back to the capital. The people in the capital were shocked upon learning this astonishing news, and soon, the highest-ranking individuals all turned to look at a masked person among them. "You didn't inform us about these matters back then." The masked person replied calmly, "When I returned, I truly did not know about these matters. Let's say, I might only know the surface of things, but I have not yet touched upon this deeper truth." The others fell silent. This person was originally just a minor secretary, but one day he claimed that he had returned from a reincarnation and that Blue Star would face destruction in the future. As soon as he said this, he was immediately escorted to the powers that be. At first, no one believed the young man's words and thought he was mad. However, they remained cautious, preparing while monitoring him to see whether there was any truth in what he said. After all, cautious exploration and bold verification. Soon, when the first natural disaster struck, the young man was released and gained the qualification to sit at the table and discuss matters with them. He was indeed right. After every natural disaster, what this young man says basically aligns perfectly with the events. Among these people, some with a quick temper immediately asked, "So, is Blue Star really destroyed?" The young man nodded, his tone firm. "I remember it was in an instant when all the disasters happened. Floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, flash floods, heavy rains, acid rain. Although at that moment I found it unbelievable, now hearing this truth, I have to admit, it might indeed be the case." The others fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere was tense. After a while, someone sighed slowly. "Now, we need to contact foreign countries. This is a critical time for the survival of Blue Star, and we can't afford to squabble internally. 10 years is still too short. If we pool global resources, maybe there will be a chance." After thinking for a moment, the others could only nod helplessly. Soon, once the meeting was adjourned, they immediately arranged to meet with people from other countries. Initially, other countries were unwilling to cooperate, but once they saw the evidence provided by Huagua, China, they all widened their eyes in shock. This situation was truly explosive. Almost without wasting any time, countries immediately sent their high-level engineers responsible for aviation, fuel, and related fields. Under the supervision of various countries, this team was tasked with researching equipment that could be used for attacks, exploration, and rapid flight. In a moment, the aerial fortress project was postponed. Before securing the future of Blue Star, no one had the mood to pursue any aerial fortress project. Everyone understood what was more important. While the national authorities were busy collaborating on research, Lu Zhou returned home first, intending to open a treasure chest. As soon as he got home and entered the door, he was immediately scolded by his mother. It turned out that Wei Qingzhu accidentally let it slip, causing his aunt to find out about Lu Zhou going to heaven. Jiang Xiaolin was both surprised and scared. She got so angry that she hit Wei Qingzhu's back a few times and quickly told her sister about it. When Lu's mother first learned about it, she was simply furious. How could this child do such a thing? Lu Zhou had a bitter expression and explained several times, but his mother was still not calmed down. When Lu Zhou brought over the fruit he had washed, his mother was lying on the bed and pushed away the plate he offered. "Can I even eat the fruit you brought over yourself? Just put it over there. I'll get it myself later. You should get used to life without your son." Lu Zhou smiled wryly. Later, Lu's mother used her actions to show him her dissatisfaction. Lu Zhou turned around, thinking of asking his father to help talk to his mother, but he found that his father also ignored him. Lu Zhou instantly understood. He had angered both of them. For several days, the atmosphere at home was very oppressive until Lu Zhou could no longer bear it and decided to soften his attitude first. After Lu Zhou finished apologizing sincerely, his mother wiped away her tears. "You can go whenever you want, but this is a big deal. Why didn't you discuss it with me and your dad? If you go and don't come back, how will your dad and I live?" Lu's mother was scared. In the past, whenever Lu Zhou went out to do something, he would always inform her, and she would assess the situation in her mind. This time, going to heaven was a big deal. As an ordinary citizen, could she not understand the dangers involved? Lu's father spoke seriously. "In the future, you must let us know. If something happens, I can talk to your mother. If you hide it from us and things go wrong, can your mother's heart handle it? Chapter 451. You don't understand, Euro Emperor. With a two-pronged approach, Lu Zhou immediately felt guilty. He was sure he could return unscathed, which is why he dared to take that risk. Now that he had returned, he immediately explained everything to his parents. So, you have a teleportation skill that you can use, which is why you went up there? Lu Zhou's dad and mom frowned, their expressions filled with surprise. Lu Zhou quickly nodded. That's right. I knew I would be fine, so I went up there. After hearing this explanation, his parents were pleased and stopped being angry with him, instead cheerfully heading to the kitchen to cook. Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and thought about going to find his cousin to try his luck. Not long after he knocked on his uncle's house, someone opened the door. It was Jiang Xiaolin. Seeing Lu Zhou, Jiang Xiaolin was initially happy but then frowned. Still, she let him in to talk. Once she confirmed he was inside, she cleared her throat and shot him a look. Don't continue those dangerous experiments with your uncle, okay? Last time your uncle easily sent you up there, and I haven't taught him a lesson yet. Lu Zhou smiled sheepishly. I won't. I'm just here to see Tong Tong. Jiang Xiaolin held back her laughter. All right, go ahead. Your uncle and I will make dinner for you too. Once she saw that her uncle and aunt had left her line of sight to head to the kitchen, Lu Zhou immediately dashed to his little cousin's room. As soon as he entered, he found not only his cousin, but also Zhang Lei. The two girls were sitting together with books, studying. When they heard the door open, they both looked up and bumped into Lu Zhou as he walked in. Brother, what are you doing here? Tong Tong ran over excitedly and then pulled Lu Zhou to sit on a stool. Just as Lu Zhou sat down, the little girl went to get her saved-up snacks for him. Have some, brother. You don't know how hard it is for me to get these snacks. The little girl pouted, looking incredibly adorable. Lu Zhou smiled and pulled out a big bag of snacks from behind him. I'll accept your snacks, but you have to accept mine too. Tong Tong, curious, took the snacks and noticed that many of them were new to her. Brother, where did you get these snacks? I've never seen them before. These snacks were all produced by the game's built-in factory, made from crops grown in the game's farm. Generally, the main ingredients were potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and fruits. Potatoes were made into fries and chips, with a variety of flavors like black pepper, scallion, tomato, and so on. Sweet potatoes were sweet and baked into thin, crispy snacks, tasting sweet and delicious. As for the fruits, most were made into dried fruits and candied fruits. They were all sweet and high-calorie foods. At that moment, Wei Tong Tong was holding a bag of chips produced by the game. The chips were crunchy and tasty, making it hard for the little girl to stop eating them. Zhang Lei felt a bit awkward since snacks were hard to come by in this era, and she felt shy about eating the treats Lu Zhou brought over. In the end, she was directly handed a bag of sweet potato chips. Looking up, Lu Zhou smiled. Go ahead, eat more. The little girl's face immediately turned red. She nodded and carefully tore open the packaging, taking a cautious bite. Just one bite made her squint her eyes in delight. So sweet and crispy. Wei Tong Tong hurriedly brought over the open potato chips for her to try, while she took out a piece of sweet potato jerky for herself. Seeing the two little girls so happy, Lu Zhou felt much more at ease. The snacks produced by the game were not in large quantities, so he hadn't thought about selling them. Normally, he would occasionally feed the snacks produced by the game to his family and friends. Noticing that the two weren't in the mood to chat with him, Lu Zhou quickly took the opportunity to close his eyes and dive into the depths of his consciousness. Lu Zhou rushed to the place where he stored the treasure chest, then took a deep breath and opened the chest. The moment he opened it, a radiant light burst forth. The treasure chest emitted a brilliant glow that almost blinded him. Lu Zhou could barely open his eyes, and after a bit of effort, he finally managed to see what was in front of him. A door. A very simple and plain introduction, akin to having none at all. Lu Zhou was a bit confused. A door? What the heck? The game was activated at that moment. It was mumbling something to itself. Lu Zhou listened closely and realized it was muttering. Are you insane? Something this big, and it just comes out like this. Lu Zhou immediately felt more confident. This door was definitely not an ordinary item. He tentatively probed, asking, "Game, can you tell me what it's for?" The game took a moment to snap out of its shock and spoke a bit dazedly. "How should I put this? With it, your chances of success increase a lot. It can connect to any location, but the prerequisite is that you must have been to that place before. Otherwise, it can't locate it. The most impressive part is that only you can allow others to enter and use it. Otherwise, even if they try desperately to get in, they won't be able to, even with brute force. Sometimes I find it strange. Where do you get so much inexplicable luck?" Hearing the game's description, Lu Zhou felt a surge of excitement. He immediately thought of a bold operation. Since this thing can connect to any place, could it connect to his game cabin? The game cabin could be expanded with coins, and Lu Zhou's initial idea was to use the door to send a research team in. The time flow inside was much slower than outside, so if he had the benefit of his game space, the time would be much more accommodating than before. However, he first needed to clear out a piece of land and then find an item to connect the researchers with his cabin. Otherwise, it might cause trouble later on. Lu Zhou wasted no time and immediately spent half of his coins to clear out a large piece of land. It looked bare and unpopulated. Lu Zhou felt a bit troubled. He was thinking about how to conceal his game cabin. That was a problem. After all, he didn't want others to disturb his life. Lu Zhou shook his head and then decided to take advantage of being at his cousin's house to go fishing and try his luck. The game couldn't help but sneer when it learned of Lu Zhou's intention. Enough is enough. Having luck once is fine, but do you really think you can have it multiple times? Lu Zhou ignored it and directly clicked to draw. When he drew the fishing rod, he unexpectedly selected the most precious rose number 7 fishing rod. Lu Zhou was thrilled and shot a sidelong glance at the game. Did you see that? This is luck. Chapter 452, A Burst of Luck. The game character stubbornly defended, "I don't think so. Sure, you drew the most precious fishing rod, but can you be sure it will catch what you really want? Not necessarily, right?" Lu Zhou nodded. "That's true. However, I feel like I'm going to draw something amazing." He had a strange feeling that he might soon draw something incredible. After all, this was the rose number 7 fishing rod. And with his little cousin, the lucky charm, by his side, how could his luck not be good? Feeling a bit anxious, he cast the fishing rod, and within a second, the rod indicated he had hooked something. As he pulled it up, a flash of golden light appeared. Once he saw what was on the line, Lu Zhou instantly grinned with delight. Hidden barrier can surround certain objects. Those within the barrier will not notice anything outside of it. This item is completely for his own safety. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up, and the game character gasped. After a moment of realization, he shouted hoarsely, "What the hell? How can you get whatever you want? Did you cheat while I wasn't looking?" Lu Zhou chuckled. "You don't understand. This is the luck of a true champion." The game character looked unconvinced, but was left speechless upon seeing Lu Zhou's smug expression as he held the item. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Lu Zhou fished until he had exhausted all his attempts. However, due to the fishing rod's preciousness, he could only draw 5 times. Nevertheless, he still managed to get a good haul with the other 4 attempts. Laser gun, radiation absorption electric cannon, deep sea breathing apparatus, indestructible bubble. Each time he pulled out an item, Lu Zhou could see the game character's expression twist a little more. Wait, how can you get so many amazing items? It was heartbreaking for the game character. It knew how much energy these items would cost. The game character screamed internally but dared not say too much, only expressing its dissatisfaction pitifully. "Leave me some energy, otherwise, I won't have enough to operate." Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow, a mischievous look on his face. "Sorry, my luck is just too good. I'll be more careful next time." The game character felt its fists clench in frustration. After a moment, it found its voice but was already trembling with anger. "Whatever." After saying that, the game character quickly dove deep into the sea of consciousness, refusing to appear and talk to Lu Zhou again. Naturally, Lu Zhou's mood brightened a few notches. These items are all amazing. But why is there a deep-sea breathing apparatus? Could it be that he would have a chance to dive into the deep sea in the future? Lu Zhou pondered this for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it. The most important thing right now is to contact Song Wei and have him bring the research team into the entrance to conduct studies. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou used the barrier to encircle the piece of land that was about to be opened, ensuring that nothing was missed before withdrawing his consciousness from the game. Once he exited, he saw the two little girls still snacking. Time in the game moves several times faster than outside. Although Lu Zhou had accomplished many things inside the game, only a brief second had passed outside. You two keep eating. After you're done, study. I'm going out to talk to your dad. Lu Zhou greeted his little cousin and turned to leave, but the little girl grabbed him. At that moment, her eyes quickly turned red. Brother, are you going to do something dangerous again? Don't go. I will worry about you. After saying that, her face turned slightly red, and she added, Dad, Mom, and your friends will all worry about you. My little cousin is gradually growing up and has learned quite a bit about the world. For instance, she understands that she relies on her older cousin and hopes he won't encounter any accidents. Lu Zhou smiled. Don't worry, I won't do anything dangerous anymore. I promise. Wei Tongtong looked at him for a long time, then extended her pinky finger and cutely said, Let's make a pinky swear. A pinky swear that lasts 100 years, and we won't change. Lu Zhou smiled, his eyes filled with affection as he extended his pinky finger and hooked it with his cousin's. His tone was firm yet gentle. A pinky swear that lasts 100 years, and we won't change. After Lu Zhou's promise, Wei Tongtong happily continued eating snacks with Zhang Lele, while Lu Zhou turned around and stepped outside. At this moment, Wei Qingzhu was helping his wife cook, but was quietly called out by Lu Zhou. His aunt didn't say anything but gestured for him to hurry outside to take a look. When Wei Qingzhu came out, he stared at Lu Zhou with a half-smile, his eyes full of vigilance. Don't think about doing anything dangerous again. Your aunt didn't kill me last night. Saying this, he showed off the red marks on his arm from being scratched. With a sigh, he sat down next to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou immediately smiled and said, Uncle, I have a way to solve the problem of time constraints. At first, Wei Qingzhu thought Lu Zhou was just talking, but when Lu Zhou pulled a door out from in front of him, Wei Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock. What's so special about this door? Lu Zhou patiently explained, and the more Wei Qingzhu listened, the more he felt he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou smiled as he leaned the door against the wall and invited his uncle to come in and take a look. Unable to resist the temptation, Wei Qingzhu followed him inside. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned by what he saw. It was a vast expanse of greenery, surrounded by a blue sky. Taking a deep breath, the air was incredibly fresh, making him suspect he was in a deep mountain forest. However, Wei Qingzhu quickly looked around and discovered that at the very edge of this open space was an abyss. The entire area looked like it had been dug out. Lu Zhou smiled. Uncle, you should keep track of how long we've been inside. Wei Qingzhu hurriedly looked at his watch. 5 minutes have already passed. Lu Zhou nodded in response. It should have only been a second outside. Wei Qingzhu's expression was complex as the two stepped out together, and indeed, outside, only a second had passed. At this moment, Wei Qingzhu was thoroughly shocked. He knew his nephew had some abilities, but was this ability not too extraordinary? This was the secret of time. However, Wei Qingzhu knew to tread lightly and wouldn't ask about the specifics. He only wanted to address the most crucial issue. This thing could completely be applied in scientific research. 10 years is indeed not enough, but if those researchers enter here, wouldn't they have decades worth of time? With that, technological advancement didn't seem like a dream anymore. He felt a surge of excitement, thrilled for the future of humanity. Lu Zhou spoke leisurely. Uncle, I can inform Song Wei about this without exposing our situation. I just wanted to give you a heads up, so you can be mentally prepared. Wei Qingzhu slowly nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had already sent the message to Song Wei through the display screen on the flying saucer. Chapter 453. the magical door. After establishing contact with the other side, Songwei immediately ordered his subordinates to closely monitor the screen, afraid of missing any message from them. The person responsible for receiving information had to send daily updates to Songwei. However, after several days without a response, Songwei felt uneasy, as if a part of his heart was empty. On this day, without any warning, a message from the other side suddenly appeared on his screen. The message was short, but its content made the recipient's heart skip a beat. I found a way to manipulate time. In an instant, Songwei stood up and rushed to the screen. He urgently typed a reply. Do you really have a way to control time? Lu Zhou chuckled quietly on the other end. It's just a way to control time in a specific area. If you open the door now, I have placed a door at your entrance that can lead to that magical place. However, before you enter, you must give me the list of these people's names. Only then will I allow them entry. Songwei was momentarily taken aback, but without considering the astonished expressions of his secretary and others nearby, he immediately stepped outside. When he opened the door, he indeed found a door quietly lying at the entrance. This door looked no different from a regular door, but its sudden appearance in front of him gave him chills. Songwei quickly turned to ask the guards at the door, "Did you see who brought this here?" The guards all looked confused. Report, Director Song. We didn't see anyone come by. These were Songwei's trusted subordinates, and if they said they didn't see anyone, then they truly hadn't. Songwei felt a bit disheartened. He wanted to know, has alien technology really developed this far? Throughout this time, Songwei had always believed that the person contacting him was using alien technology. After obtaining the door, Songwei quickly returned to the screen to continue his conversation with Lu Zhou. Hello, I have indeed received a door, but how exactly should I use it? Just find any wall and install it there. Songwei, is it really as he thinks? Songwei's expression stiffened, but he couldn't say anything against it and could only nod, instructing his aides to find a suitable wall for him. The people around him were very efficient, and soon enough, a clean and sturdy wall was found. Hello, we have installed the door. Although everything felt a little surreal, Songwei still obediently went through the necessary steps. Lu Zhou was quite satisfied. Good. Just pull the door open and go in. If you need to let others in as well, just tell me their names, and I will allow them to enter with you. Soon, several names were sent over from the other side, presumably the closest people to Songwei. Lu Zhou counted them. There were about 6 people, both men and women. One of the women took the lead and opened the door. When Songwei finally entered, he realized how little he had experienced before. The scene before him constantly reminded him that the world is vast and that there are many incredible phenomena. Songwei busily looked around this place, while the others efficiently recorded the time. Outside the door, they had left some of their people to also keep track of the time. They needed to calculate the time flow difference between the two sides. Songwei's initial feelings upon seeing this place were very similar to Wei Qingzhu's. However, when he noticed the cliffs surrounding them, he spoke in confusion. The cliffs in this area look artificial. They don't seem to be naturally formed. A few people around immediately nodded. They were all among the best officers, and their proficiency in outdoor survival training was already comparable to that of experts. Naturally, they understood this point. However, when they thought of the vast alternate dimension space earlier, with its fantastical bubbles, they found it much easier to accept the current situation in their hearts. After all, the person before them was here to help them. Nonetheless, many still held doubts about the assistance from the other side. So did Songwei. As long as he could not be sure that the other side posed no threat, he could not fully trust them. However, these were things that everyone understood but would not speak out loud. Lu Zhou naturally knew this as well, but it didn't matter. As long as the military was temporarily willing to accept help, it would satisfy Lu Zhou's goal. After a person turned around inside for a while, they finally came out. Upon exiting, they saw someone waiting outside with a look of astonishment. Did you come out so quickly? Seeing the other person's surprised expression, the rest immediately sensed something was off. How long did you spend outside? About 2 seconds. The person checked their stopwatch and reported back. The others immediately fell silent. They had been inside for almost 2 hours, primarily digging into the soil, grass, and any other items they could find, intending to bring them out for analysis. Yet now, a partner said they had only been outside for less than 2 seconds. Was the time difference really that vast? There was a significant disparity of over 100-fold. In an instant, everyone's hearts raced. If there was truly such a vast time difference, they could be certain that humanity's future held enormous hope. After all, 100-fold of 10 years meant 1,000 years. This number was truly terrifying. Song Wei's mood improved significantly, and the others felt the same way. They all said in unison, "Director Song, this is fantastic news. We must report back to the capital and urge them to send people over to enter and study this." Everyone was exceptionally excited. With such a long duration, even a fool should be able to figure out this technology, right? Remember, the technological explosion back then only required 100 years. Now it's 1,000 years. It's truly unimaginable what Blue Star's technology would develop into afterward. Song Wei nodded decisively. Immediately report this news back to the capital. Find someone to guard this door. Anyone who approaches this door without my permission will be shot on sight. Song Wei spoke with determination. However, everyone understood. This was currently humanity's only hope, and naturally, no mistakes were allowed. Lu Zhou, who was present, also heard this. He had come to deliver the door in stealth, so the others did not notice his presence. Now, seeing how much Song Wei valued this door, Lu Zhou understood that he was fully aware of the significance this door brought. There was no need for him to say much. The other party should understand that global efforts must be made to protect this door. Soon, this matter was reported back to the capital. Chapter 454, Deep Reflection. At first, when the report was released, many people were skeptical. However, when they personally witnessed the world behind that door, they felt their worldview being reshaped once again. Soon, the capital dispatched 2 military units to guard that door. Subsequently, they sent a batch of scientists to the Liangshan area. Of course, in later discussions, they even considered whether to shift their focus to Liangshan, given the importance of what lay beyond that door. As for foreign negotiations, all the officers were alert, planning to recruit outstanding foreign scientists to send into that place. Naturally, they couldn't be completely honest about the existence of this door in their external communications. Otherwise, foreign powers with ambitions would surely come to seize it. The senior leaders thought ahead and even proposed that once they confirmed the qualifications of the foreign scientists, they would send these scientists through the door to study the scientific and technological advancements there. All of this would require signing confidentiality agreements. By the time other countries learned of the situation, the people from the capital were confident they could undermine the scientists from those countries. It's worth noting that many scientists are research fanatics. They often work tirelessly, forsaking sleep and food due to time constraints. If these individuals were to discover a place where time flows differently, would they be persuaded to align themselves with the capital? It's certainly possible. Moreover, these leaders emphasize the importance of protecting the area rather than just the door itself, as they likely didn't realize that the door was the key to accessing an alternate dimension. Those who were privy to this information had already been well prepared. If anyone later inquired about the door's irregularities, the person asking the questions would surely be considered a spy. Song Wei was also quite astute. Before the capital could disseminate this information, he had already anticipated this scenario. This military unit only knew they were to protect the area, but almost no one was aware of the door's true value. Once Song Wei learned that the door could only be moved with the permission of the other side, he felt a sense of relief. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to send him another message. Set a time. Send me the list every day at 5 in the afternoon, and I will agree to let these people in. Song Wei felt no dissatisfaction as a superior. Instead, he thought the proposal was quite good, saving both parties time. When Lu Zhou saw the other side cooperating so well, he couldn't help but think more deeply. If he revealed his true identity, would the other party still show him this level of respect? It was quite possible they would not. Everyone knew he was just an ordinary person. Without the mysterious alien identity looming over him, Lu Zhou couldn't be sure the other side would remain so compliant. Although the other side was cautious about the existence of mysterious aliens, this caution stemmed from a sense of danger associated with Lu Zhou. Because of their lack of understanding, they were wary. The advantage of this situation was that even if foreigners learned about the existence of mysterious aliens, they would likely still attempt to engage with Lu Zhou through friendly means, as no one could truly master aliens. If people discovered he was an ordinary person, it would be a disaster. Soon, they would use his family as leverage to force him into certain actions. Although remaining hidden would cost him many positions and honors, Lu Zhou felt these were all superficial. Protecting his family was what he should truly focus on. His desire to help the country stemmed from the imminent danger facing Blue Star. His goal had never been to gain anything for himself. After coming to terms with all this, Lu Zhou felt a deep sense of calm. Messages from Song Wei on the other side continued to be sent. "Thank you for your help. I really appreciate it." Song Wei politely expressed his gratitude, and when he wanted to say something more, he found that the other party had already left, leaving him to sigh in resignation. He actually wanted to ask if the other party needed any assistance from him. After all, he believed that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Recently, quite a few major events had indeed transpired in the underground city. First of all, the UFO project had become a matter that could not be casually discussed. Everyone was subject to confidentiality requirements and was not allowed to speak about it outside, lest it cause public panic. Surrounding the UFO, 3 battalions of troops were stationed. These people thought that the UFO itself harbored some secrets, but what they didn't know was that they were actually guarding a door to another realm. This door was particularly peculiar. During this time, many research facilities were being prepared to be moved inside. The open space outside was always bright, as if it were daytime, with weather that felt unreal. The temperature inside was always just right, and the wind was quite pleasant, but it always gave people a sense of unreality. Once the architects moved in, they immediately decided to construct the laboratory first. The architects participating in this project signed at least a dozen confidentiality agreements back and forth. Everyone dared not say anything, and after the completion of the work, they would be sent to a psychologist to be hypnotized to forget everything. Thanks to the maturity of 3D printing technology, the construction of the building didn't take much time. What would take 3 to 4 months outside only needed 3 to 4 hours inside. Once the overall structure was built, moving items inside became the most important task. When they encountered large machinery that seemed unable to fit through the door, Song Wei was about to ask about it when he discovered that the door could actually change size by itself. Just now, it had expanded to a size sufficient for their machinery to enter. Song Wei and the others were momentarily speechless. However, everyone managed to maintain their composure. If the Chinese scientists were shocked inside, but managed to keep calm on the surface due to prior notice, the foreigners from other countries stared wide-eyed, unable to remain calm. Many of these people, due to their own country's advancements, often looked down on Chinese scientists. What they witnessed today shattered their worldview into pieces. Before entering, everyone had to undergo a thorough search to prevent them from bringing anything inappropriate inside. Moreover, the most outrageous thing was that this door, Lu Zhou's door, came with its own scanning system. Many advanced listening devices from other countries, while evading Chinese machinery, could not escape the scrutiny of this door. As these people were led away with gloomy faces, Song Wei had a complicated expression. To be honest, given how formidable the other side was, he didn't understand why they wanted to collaborate with them. But thinking back to what someone once said about how China has a strong national fortune, he suddenly understood. Chapter 455, Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Isn't this the most convincing evidence right now? Then why did the other side choose to cooperate only with Huagua and not with other countries? Song Wei's worries about the future diminished slightly. These past few days, he had become engrossed in entering that mysterious space, exploring and contemplating everything within. Whenever he felt that time outside was passing too quickly for him to think, he would enter that door and ponder slowly. On the other side, Lu Zhou felt it was time to confront Aunt Jing. He brought her along and almost instantly teleported to the game cabin. The place was still lush and green. Everywhere he looked was filled with plants, vegetables, and grains. Occasionally, pigs, chickens, cows, sheep, and ducks could be seen scurrying about in their respective spots. When Wei Qingzhu saw all this, her eyes widened in disbelief. Then she covered her mouth, unsure of what to say. Lu Zhou quietly said, "Aunt Jing, I'm sorry for hiding this from you for so long." Wei Qingzhu immediately shook her head and replied seriously, "Xiao Zhou, you don't need to apologize. This is all too miraculous. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would believe it. I completely understand your dilemma. Besides, you often bring food over, right? Thanks to your help, our family has been able to live so steadily in this apocalyptic world. I really appreciate it." Wei Qingzhu's voice was very low, almost inaudible to Lu Zhou. Seeing that she didn't exhibit any negative emotions, Lu Zhou finally relaxed his tense heart. He had previously overthought things. He worried too much, primarily fearing that this mysterious game might harm Aunt Jing's family. This matter was indeed difficult to comprehend, and Lu Zhou was afraid that if he spoke too quickly, they wouldn't be able to process it. But now that he understood the game better, Lu Zhou decided to slowly reveal the truth to Aunt Jing. In fact, Wei Qingzhu had already sensed that her nephew was quite extraordinary long before this moment. However, she had repeatedly told herself that she was overthinking it. Now, with the evidence laid out before her, she felt that being related to Lu Zhou made her truly happy. If it weren't for Lu Zhou's help all along, their family would have found it hard to reach the underground city. They might have been taken away long before Xiaolin and Tong Tong were discovered with T-34 material. Where would they have found the chance to live in such stability now? Wei Qingzhu's thoughts gradually expanded, and her gaze toward Lu Zhou became more tender. Lu Zhou met her gaze and then pointed to one side, saying, "Aunt Jing, look, that over there is a piece of land I allocated for the country." Wei Qingzhu quickly turned to look and found a few familiar scenes on the other side. If one entered through that door, everything felt suspended in midair. But from Lu Zhou's main control perspective, it was merely a fenced-off area. Surrounded by some enclosures, people inside were constructing facilities and conducting research. When she saw this, Wei Qingzhu admitted she was astonished. She quickly took a few steps forward and realized that even though she was close to the enclosure, the people inside still didn't notice her presence. Is this some sort of camouflage technology? This technology is quite advanced. Wei Qingzhu stroked her chin, her expression thoughtful. Lu Zhou nodded lightly. "Yes, we have to consider the safety within the cabin. Aunt Jing, you should understand my reason for not wanting to show my face." How could Wei Qingzhu not understand? She knew her nephew was a particularly low-key person. In everyday life, what he dislikes the most is being ostentatious. This also fits his character. If it weren't for the need to protect his whole family, he wouldn't be so eager to climb up the ranks so quickly. After chatting for a bit, Lu Zhou took his uncle on a tour of his farm, expressing interest as he said, "Now we've basically achieved self-sufficiency. Recently, Uncle Zhang helped me sell quite a few items." Wei Qingzhu raised an eyebrow slightly. He naturally knew about this matter. After Lu Zhou finished introducing the game cabin, Wei Qingzhu was sent out by him. When he emerged, he was astonished to find that he had merely entered with his consciousness, and in reality, only a few seconds had passed. This is truly powerful. Before Wei Qingzhu's small shock could settle, there was new action from across the way. Led by Song Wei, the underground city began its legal reforms and addressed any unreasonable aspects within the city. This was understandable, as the construction of the underground city had been urgent at the time. There hadn't been time to properly develop the city. Now, due to the mysterious door, those scientists could occasionally come up with astonishing inventions. For example, building houses quickly and well. New composite materials emerged, both cheap and effective. There are also studies on plants, food, and more. Overall, these scientists, with the extra time on their hands, raced against time to invent one new technology after another. Some of these technologies benefited the public, while others were related to military defense or agriculture and animal husbandry. Thanks to the new materials, agricultural greenhouses were quickly constructed. These greenhouses were equipped with plant lighting to provide sufficient light for the plants. However, this made electricity somewhat tight. But after a month of tight electricity usage, one day, a scientist successfully researched a controllable nuclear fusion utilization method. If this scientist's results were fully utilized, it could maximize the use of electrical resources. Lu Zhou was the first to learn about this news. He could casually use the main control perspective to check when he entered the game. A few days later, the news spread to the rest of the people. Wang De, as the weather forecaster for the underground city, was basically in a semi-unemployed state. Now that everyone was underground, there really wasn't much weather to forecast. Fortunately, Wang De had a wide range of expertise. He also understood geology, and soon he was assigned to research geology. Wang De learned about the controllable nuclear fusion quickly. After work, he immediately told Lu Zhou, as well as the Zhang and Wei families. The Zhang family was full of surprise. My goodness, so now electricity can be used freely? Exactly. Once controllable nuclear fusion succeeds, humanity will have a better grasp of nuclear energy usage. Nuclear power plants had previously been built on the surface, but once this technology was perfected, the plants were quickly relocated to the most remote and empty place underground. That area was measured out by Wang De as the safest location. There were no geological hazards, completely safe. After several rounds of confirmation by experts, the nuclear power plant was officially established. Chapter 456, Initial Success of the Plan. However, Wang De took a closer look and found that the construction methods of this nuclear power plant were different from those in the past. Many improvements had been proposed in various aspects. It seems that the controlled nuclear fusion technology has indeed succeeded. The construction of the nuclear power plant progressed extraordinarily quickly. It was completed in less than a month. On the first day of its operation, everyone noticed that the previous electricity shortage issues were completely resolved. Seeing that this technology had fully matured, the underground city announced to all residents that electricity usage would be completely free. However, any wasteful behavior would result in being added to the electricity grid blacklist. At first, the public was somewhat skeptical, but after a few days of experimentation that confirmed electricity was truly free, everyone was stunned. As expected, with the constraints in place, everyone began to use electricity resources reasonably. Some greedy individuals were quickly discovered by the authorities and arrested, ending up in the underground city's prison for reflection. Initially, these measures were not fully mature. However, as time passed, the authorities began to impose restrictions on electricity based on the most reasonable consumption levels for each household. If the allowed usage was exceeded, residents would need to carry their ID cards to the Electricity Bureau to recharge their electricity. Once the data was gathered, the staff would carefully review each resident's specific electricity consumption. If unreasonable usage was detected, it would be reported immediately, and a specialized expert team would be sent to investigate. After this directive was issued, the public, who had previously created a ruckus over free electricity, suddenly fell silent. Who would dare? The authorities were clearly determined to address this phenomenon. No one wanted to put themselves in a difficult position. Order improved day by day, and soon, electrical appliances entered a golden age. Everyone's thoughts were quite simple. Since electricity was now free, it was only natural to equip their homes with appliances. Previously, many families refrained from buying home appliances mainly because it seemed unnecessary with the high electricity costs. Now that the energy issue was resolved, people naturally wanted to have them. Quickly, the secondhand market and large malls experienced a shopping frenzy for home appliances. Previously, there was a large mall in the underground city that sold many essential items for residents. Later, as order continued to stabilize and the population increased, this type of supermarket had expanded to 4. With a total of 5 supermarkets, the huge flow of people was alleviated. However, due to the still overwhelming number of customers, many were required to make reservations using their ID cards before entering the supermarket. If they missed their reservation time, the ID card holder would not be allowed to enter the supermarket for purchases for a month. Hearing this, many people immediately refrained from reserving spots with their ID cards. A month without being able to shop would certainly impose many restrictions. No one wanted to put themselves in such a predicament. Moreover, simply being able to make a reservation for supermarket shopping was already considered fortunate. The reason behind the government's policy was to ensure that the number of people inside the supermarket did not exceed the limit. Otherwise, the building could suffer damage, and the safety of the crowd would be at risk. Lu Zhou watched as the underground city improved day by day, with shopping centers, free electricity, and continuously improving public safety. He also learned from his uncle that they were planning to develop a purely electric vehicle, which could easily navigate the underground city as a means of transportation. Furthermore, as the issues regarding new materials and energy had been resolved, producing this vehicle would be much easier. However, while public transportation would be free, personal vehicles were quite expensive. This was largely because those in power simply did not have the time to invest in private vehicle research. As the saying goes, scarcity creates value. Personal vehicles were being sold at exorbitant prices. As a reward for his contributions to the underground city, Wei Qingzhu had already received a vehicle that could accommodate 9 people. This vehicle had been issued as a subsidy from the authorities. As for Zhang's father, he could try to get a car through connections, and if Wanda was lucky, they were also classified as special talents. Although they couldn't immediately obtain a vehicle like Wei Qingzhu, their unit had already drawn lots internally and selected 3 lucky individuals. The unit stated that a draw would take place every month, and considering the number of people in the unit, by the time it was their turn, it shouldn't be too late. The car subsidies were mostly given to these special skilled personnel. At that moment, whenever someone drove out, they attracted a lot of attention. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. "Did you see that? That person must be one of those special technical personnel. I'm really envious. Why didn't I study these subjects? Come on, these people are all geniuses. Even if you had studied, you wouldn't have done as well as they did." The crowd was noisy, but everyone wore expressions of envy. This car, besides its automotive functions, was also equipped with a weapon system. Of course, the weapon system couldn't be manually adjusted, but it could be controlled by artificial intelligence. Xiao Xian had the authority to operate the onboard weapons. It could quickly identify which person in the crowd posed a threat and which person had ulterior motives. If someone did attempt to harm the people inside the car, it could fire a cannon and eliminate the threat. The public became aware of this situation because there was an incident where the car's weapon system had killed a person. That person had intended to attack the car, but ended up getting killed instead. When this news spread, it caused a huge uproar. However, in the end, it was all swept under the rug. After all, that person was at fault first. After the military in the underground city became aware of this incident, they specifically informed the general public not to attack cars, or else they would face fatal consequences. Since there was an official announcement, those who had malicious intentions quickly lost their motivation. As Lu Zhou sat in his uncle's car heading toward the research lab, he noticed that the crowd of onlookers had significantly decreased. However, he soon understood why. First, there were more cars on the road now, and second, the weapon systems had intimidated everyone. Although ordinary citizens did not own cars, the city's public transportation system was well developed, covering almost every area. Therefore, the public didn't have too many complaints. Lu Zhou followed his uncle and quickly entered the research lab. During this time, Wei Qingzhu had been bringing Lu Zhou along and introduced him as his assistant to anyone who inquired. Many people accepted this explanation. It made sense. After all, Professor Wei was so famous. What was wrong with helping out his nephew? Wei Qingzhu didn't care at all about others' opinions and, looking tired, led Lu Zhou into the research lab. They were going to have a meeting today to discuss the chain reactions of controllable nuclear fusion. The most promising aspect of this technology was that it could lead to breakthroughs in aerospace fuel. Previous explorations of the universe had stalled due to energy issues, but now that nuclear technology had made significant advancements, this technology would surely contribute to saving humanity. Chapter 457, Blow at You. When Song Wei first learned the news, he became extremely excited. He understood better than anyone what this technology meant. If they had a continuous source of energy, then they would be able to search for each other's control devices throughout the universe. As long as they found the other party's control device, the future of humanity would be assured. After thinking for a moment, Song Wei immediately ordered people to ramp up research in this area. He wanted to see this technology applied reasonably. The physicists responsible for researching this technology worked tirelessly. There were foreigners among them, but in the face of the fate of the world, everyone was willing to put in the effort. Soon, through the relentless efforts of this group, controllable nuclear fusion technology made another breakthrough. This time, they focused on the effective exploitation of nuclear energy. The researchers spent an entire year working in a game house before they finally figured out the correct direction for utilizing nuclear energy. In this meeting, the main agenda was to discuss this construction. Since it was an internal meeting in China, there were no foreigners present. Once Song Wei saw that everyone had arrived, he nodded and signaled for the meeting to begin. The meeting emphasized the feasibility of nuclear fuel. Relying on nuclear fuel, a spacecraft could travel across most of the universe with just one nuclear bomb. When they heard this, everyone was astonished. Previously, the weight of the fuel occupied most of the space in spacecraft design, but this technological transformation could dramatically reduce the size of the spacecraft while allowing it to carry more energy. This understanding piqued everyone's interest. This was a groundbreaking development. The scientist responsible for nuclear energy research continued to elaborate. This scientist was very capable, and what he said seemed to be implementable. Song Wei nodded in satisfaction. When a researcher presented the funding approval forms, he signed them without hesitation, not forgetting to encourage the team. Overall, Song Wei was an exceptional leader. The aerospace engineer also came up to report on the workflow. He suggested that it would take about 10 years of work in the game house to build the first spacecraft. This was an unavoidable reality. After all, constructing a spacecraft was incredibly complex. When he spoke, he felt a bit anxious, worried that Song Wei would be upset. However, when their eyes met, he noticed that Song Wei merely nodded with a calm expression. The funding is approved, but I hope Dr. Yang can complete the spacecraft on schedule. This is of great significance for the future of humanity. Dr. Yang quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, rest assured. As various related research projects emerged, they all had to present their reports to Song Wei, who would then determine the corresponding funding range. Lu Zhou looked at the busy people at the table and asked his uncle, "Uncle, do you think our project will go smoothly?" Wei Qingzhu exchanged a brief glance with Lu Zhou, his tone firm. "It definitely will." In recent days, Lu Zhou had been busy alongside Wei Qingzhu, and their team was actively working on land-related issues. Wei Qingzhu had a deep understanding of agricultural research, and since global scientists had gathered, it was only natural for him to focus on his own research area. His topic was how to improve land after nuclear contamination. This was a monumental challenge. To be honest, this research topic is essentially unsolvable. In reality, it is indeed so. Wei Qingzhu spent several months in the game studio, and the entire research was in a state of complete deadlock. One proposal after another was established, only to be overturned just a few minutes later. When he thought that this topic was destined to be unresearchable, Lu Zhou brought him good news. Actually, this matter was proposed by Lu Zhou. He suggested that the soil in the game studio has the ability to decompose all pollutants, so why not research these properties? This suggestion instantly piqued Wei Qingzhu's interest. He immediately called his team together to focus on researching this thing. After more than a month of relentless research, Wei Qingzhu announced that the land affected by nuclear pollution could be saved. Even Lu Zhou was surprised by the abilities of this team. In his view, this thing seemed a bit strange, but wouldn't it take a long time to research? Unexpectedly, Wei Qingzhu's team was so capable. Wei Qingzhu, however, remained relatively calm, but he had to attend the regular meetings this month. When it was his turn to present, Lu Zhou was quite nervous for him. When it was finally Wei Qingzhu's turn, Song Wei immediately sat up straight, feeling a bit more anticipation. In his eyes, Wei Qingzhu was clearly a golden nugget. Every time, he would bring a lot of valuable discoveries, and these discoveries were precisely what he particularly needed. This time, Song Wei lowered his head and took a long time to clearly see the words on the project paper. Regarding the governance plan for land after nuclear pollution, upon seeing this, Song Wei first thought he was seeing things. Rubbing his eyes, when he looked again, he realized that he had not misread that line. Wait, what the hell? So Wei Qingzhu actually intends to take action on the nuclear polluted land this time. But everyone knows that this matter is essentially a thankless task. After all, the historical lessons from certain countries past are still fresh in mind. It has almost become common knowledge that nuclear pollution cannot be effectively mitigated. Song Wei's gaze was somewhat hesitant. Then he looked towards the calm Wei Qingzhu, internally wondering, does he really have a plan? Whether it's useful or not still depends on what he hears next. The views of the others were largely similar to his. Almost everyone felt that this person was being overly ambitious when they received this plan. Has he gone mad? How dare he come to ask Director Song for funding with this absurd thing? He better not get caught in the middle and then be thrown into a military prison by Director Song. TSK, people these days, really for a bit of money, they are willing to risk their lives. Everyone had their own thoughts. But soon, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed something amiss. Wait, the person proposing this seems somewhat familiar. Oh my, it's actually Professor Wei? No way. What does Professor Wei mean by this? Could it be that he really found a solution? All eyes turned to Wei Qingzhu, who remained composed as he stood in place, then began to talk confidently about his proposal. Even Lu Zhou could feel the intense gaze from his peers. At first, these people thought that Wei Qingzhu was being too arrogant. How could something that everyone knew was impossible suddenly sound feasible coming from his mouth? Chapter 458, The Madness of the Ugly Nation. Hee, don't brag too much, or you'll have a hard time taking it back later. One group was watching the show with a sense of anticipation, while another group was filled with intense interest. Those who were confident in Wei Qingzhu were primarily the scientists from Yangshan. They were well aware of Wei Qingzhu's character. If he didn't have complete certainty that this thing was feasible, he wouldn't have proposed the theory. Sure enough, right from the start, Wei Qingzhu delivered a shocking revelation to everyone. What? You've already developed a finished product? It's not just in the theoretical stage. What? The price is so low, and it's so convenient to treat the areas contaminated by nuclear waste. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, while Lu Zhou spoke calmly. I will address all your questions one by one. My main idea for treating nuclear-contaminated land relies on this type of microorganism. I discovered this microorganism by accident. It possesses incredible detoxification capabilities. I have already conducted experiments, and this microorganism can completely dissolve nuclear contamination. However, its quantity is not very large, so I've been dedicated to finding its breeding methods during this time. After much effort, I finally succeeded. Here are the environmental requirements for breeding this microorganism. Wei Qingzhu briefly outlined the conditions without revealing specific data. After all, those figures were crucial and needed to be tightly held as negotiation leverage. Song Wei's interest was immediately piqued. After listening to what Wei Qingzhu had to say, his eyes lit up. Amazing! This idea and operation are completely viable. Song Wei unconsciously squeezed his wrist, his eyes ablaze. With this technology, not only can we restore the environment, but more importantly, we can also use it to strike back against those foreign adversaries. By the time Wei Qingzhu finished speaking, The room was in an uproar. Everyone was envious and momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. It was Song Wei who immediately handed over a glass of water, urging Wei Qingzhu to moisten his throat and continue speaking. Everyone was astonished. Was this really their typically aloof Song guidance counselor? This situation persisted until Wei Qingzhu finished his talk, during which Song Wei maintained a smile the entire time. No one knew what Song Wei was thinking at that moment. However, everyone understood that Professor Wei had once again left them in the dust. At this point, only the scientists responsible for nuclear energy research could rival Professor Wei's status. What made everyone even more powerless to complain was that, in addition to being dedicated to restoring nuclear-contaminated areas, Professor Wei was also the chief responsible for the biological zone of the spacecraft, overseeing the creation of a unique ecological system for the spacecraft. This part was extremely important and highly favored by Song Wei. However, in today's meeting, Wei Qingzhu also perfectly completed the construction of the ecological system. Everyone was utterly convinced. After the meeting wrapped up, Song Wei quickly changed his demeanor and demanded that no one disclose the contents of the meeting. These meeting contents are precious materials for our country and must not be leaked. Everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement. Soon, each person signed at least a dozen confidentiality agreements, with individuals of Wei Qingzhu's caliber signing even more, dozens in total. Even Lu Zhou, as an assistant, ended up signing several dozen as well. After the meeting concluded, Song Wei ordered everyone to pay attention to whether anyone was trying to probe into the contents of this meeting. These individuals were all malicious spies. For an hour, everyone was on edge. However, soon enough, a group of spies from other countries that had been arranged to infiltrate were caught by Song Wei. When these individuals were apprehended, each one looked ashen. With just a wave of his hand, Song Wei's subordinates swiftly took action. In fact, prior to this incident, a number of individuals with unstable loyalties had already been cleansed, re-educated, and sent back to their respective countries. The newly caught individuals received the same treatment. China's brainwashing technology was extremely effective. After being sent back, these individuals could no longer recall anything about the laboratory. The unsuspecting foreign nations were instantly furious. They had originally planned to send over scientific researchers to study the technology of their opponents. But now the people they sent back had no memory of what transpired inside. Wasn't that just doing the work for the other side? Immediately, there was an uproar that reached the military tribunal. China, instead of maintaining its usual calm and cautious demeanor, sternly criticized these countries, condemning them for disregarding the fate of the world. If humanity faces extinction, you will share the responsibility. If history is written this way, I wonder if you will be afraid. On the other side, they were unconcerned. Who cared about that? After all, only the victors had the right to write history. They could just alter it later if needed. But soon, those individuals were no longer able to laugh it off. If your country is so unwilling, then when it comes time to deal with the nuclear contamination areas, I hope your country won't come to us for help. The final remark left the arrogant nation scratching its head in confusion. What did you mean by that, China? Before the bewildered nation could gather its thoughts, the old man from China revealed a slight smile. What was going on? That unsettling feeling only seemed to grow stronger. The nation pondered, thinking they had to find out what was happening. Just as they were about to inquire, the old man quickly frowned and left. That nation was left in disbelief. However, in the end, they managed to find a small country to discreetly ask about the situation. Upon hearing that China had indeed developed a technology to handle nuclear contamination, they felt a jolt of urgency. No, they absolutely had to find a way to negotiate with China. However, every time they tried, they were met with a closed door. China was too busy to pay them any mind. They had far too many matters at hand to deal with and had no time to entertain them. How could this nation not seek an audience with the other side? Even if the other party's attitude was terrible, this was a matter of cleansing their territory. If they could succeed in purification, they might still be able to live above ground again. Nobody wanted to be stuck underground for a lifetime. Determined, the nation persistently harassed China, hoping for the other side to relent and provide their country with a chance for purification. They had already decided to put aside past grievances. If they didn't bow down now, they would be forced to do so for the rest of their lives. Finally, when China relented and proposed 3 conditions, the nation was shocked. They felt as if they had been hit with a thunderbolt. They simply could not accept even the first condition. The first condition was to send their most famous research team to China to jointly study aerospace technology. This research team was a significant asset for them, and how could they easily let go of such an important force and send them to China? Chapter 459, Moving. This batch of top-notch researchers includes several individuals from Huagua, China. These Huagua researchers are exceptionally intelligent, yet they are attempting to return a Huagua from their own country. How is that possible? The ugly country, a derogatory term for a nation, is blocking them at every turn. Seeing that these scientists are not giving up, they have resorted to putting them under house arrest. There are also scientists from various other countries. It seems that the smarter people become, the faster their knowledge and experience grow. These elite-level scientists disregard the existence of any nation. They are solely devoted to their research, and whoever can provide them with the necessary research conditions will get their commitment. The thought of these individuals being uncontrollable makes the ugly country feel a headache. What a joke! If these people go to Huagua and witness the technology of manipulating the flow of time, would they ever return to their own country? As for the technology of manipulating time flow, the ugly country does not dare to promote it. Once it is publicized, they can hardly imagine the extent to which these scientists would demand to go to Huagua, even dropping their current tasks immediately. At this point in the negotiations, the ugly country is filled with anger. They want to seek allies to pressure Huagua, using this opportunity to suppress Huagua and assert that they are still the masters of this world. However, Huagua is one step ahead and has already secured alliances with both major and minor countries. So far, there has been no indication of Huagua reaching out to anyone except the ugly country and the cherry blossom country, Japan. The ugly country's mentality exploded. What does it mean? Other countries have all been courted, but our 2 countries are unworthy? Thus, they allied with the cherry blossom country to continue seeking negotiations with Huagua. Unfortunately, after much negotiation, both countries found the price too high and could not accept the conditions for the remediation of nuclear-contaminated land. The ugly country was so angry they gritted their teeth. This damned Huagua, isn't it just a nuclear waste treatment technology? How arrogant! They wouldn't back down on any of the 3 conditions. The 3 conditions, none of which the ugly country could accept, included sending the scientists to Huagua to assist in research, helping the ugly country remediate the pollution in exchange for 10% of their national economic output annually for a continuous period of 10 years, and allowing Huagua to station troops within their territory. None of these conditions were acceptable to the ugly country. Meanwhile, other countries had already begun their remediation efforts. The nuclear pollution remediation technology would take 2 to 3 years to restore the soil to vitality. According to the speed of the spacecraft construction, by the time everything was settled, the soil on the ground would be ready for habitation and planting. Many countries were considering this point, so regardless of the cost, they were determined to obtain Huagua's assistance. If this matter is not handled properly, it would affect countless people's habitation in the future, potentially causing major unrest. Everyone is smart and knows exactly what to choose regarding the conditions for assistance from Huagua. As time passed, with various countries starting their land remediation efforts, the ugly country became anxious. They were furious, thinking, "Our country's land hasn't even started remediation, yet these small countries dare to get ahead of us?" Immediately, they demanded the same treatment from Huagua. Huagua sneered and didn't even meet them. Before long, the ugly country, seeing no benefits to gain, prepared to connect with the cherry blossom country to secretly take action against Huagua. two countries decided to negotiate and test the waters first. Once they confirmed that the technology offered by the other side was indeed effective, they became even more anxious. Little Cherry Blossom felt a vague excitement in her heart. Her homeland had suffered a nuclear strike before, and she wondered if they could manage to fix things together this time. However, the ugly country firmly refused to let her break away from its interest alliance. It threatened that if the other side dared to do so, it wouldn't hesitate to carry out another bombing. Little Cherry Blossom was both angry and anxious, and there was no way out, so she had to give up. However, a radical new president came to power, demanding cooperation with Huagua. But these presidents were all assassinated by the ugly country's dispatched assassination organizations. Over time, no one among Little Cherry Blossom's presidents dared to propose this matter again. Before long, the ugly country's actions were revealed to the people within the country. They shouted slogans such as freedom and returning to the surface, putting pressure on the government to cooperate with Huagua to manage the country's land. After all, the land area of the ugly country was truly vast, and such a large area was just being left unused and wasted. The people certainly wouldn't stand for it. As time went on, protests and marches left the ugly country in a state of disgrace, and they could no longer ignore the opinions of the public. They had to seek cooperation with Huagua. However, the ugly country came up with a delaying tactic. They first approached Huagua, proposing that they were willing to accept the first two conditions, but absolutely could not accept the third. Huagua was delighted to hear this. Haha, their purpose was precisely to hope that the other side would agree to the first two conditions, knowing that any country that wasn't very weak wouldn't agree to station troops. After the two countries completed their negotiations, the ugly country immediately expressed the need to expedite the management of their land. Huagua chuckled and indicated that the other side should first hand over that group of people. The ugly country was furious, but there was no way out. If they didn't send them over, the other side would never help them manage the country. They could only begrudgingly accept their fate. When the technology team was confirmed to be unharmed, Huagua naturally dispatched corresponding personnel to manage the other country's land. In fact, Huagua had long known the ugly country's intentions. They wanted to quickly obtain the management tools and conduct research to see if they could crack the technology and escape Huagua's control. This was an unspoken understanding, but Huagua was confident that the other side would definitely not be able to crack it. After all, this was Professor Wei's most proud work. When the initial plan was first implemented, Song Wei had asked Wei Qingzhu how likely it was for the technology to be cracked. Wei Qingzhu calmly replied that there was no chance at all. The reason was simple. They were only given the derivatives, while the main body remained on their side. As for whether the ugly country could find the main body, impossible. The main body only existed in the game cabin. There would be no main body anywhere else. Without the main body, it meant that the experiments would fundamentally fail. Song Wei didn't know all the twists and turns involved, but seeing Wei Qingzhu's confidence in his technology made him feel somewhat relieved. Of course, because this technology was of great importance, the Wei family and several other families had collectively moved to a specially protected area in the military district for safety. Chapter 460, Danger. This place is different from the previous living areas. The residents here are all important figures. These people are all tightly protected by military forces, especially around the Wei family, which is surrounded by a circle of the best soldiers. They all know that they cannot allow anyone to take Professor Wei away. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for China. These individuals are mentally prepared to sacrifice themselves for the mission and are fearless of death, only determined to complete the tasks assigned by their superiors. The main reason for this is that their families are well taken care of. As long as they are in this line of work, their families live well, have a good place to stay, their children are taken care of and educated. Even if they unfortunately die in the line of duty, the reward for their families remain, leaving them with no worries. These soldiers are patrolling closely in the vicinity, preventing anyone from entering this area. In recent days, Lu Zhou has been running around with Wei Qingzhu, learning a lot of practical skills. He has now become a capable assistant to Wei Qingzhu. It's quite remarkable, considering that Lu Zhou is not a professional in this field. Achieving this level is indeed impressive. Lu Zhou doesn't intend to rely solely on his past life's experiences to get by. He didn't attend university, but received guidance from his aunt. The most important thing is that the painful memories of the past 7 years no longer haunt him. He is now completely unaware of the future. However, because he has accumulated resources from before, he can still live comfortably with his family. Life after the apocalypse has been passing especially quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have gone by. If following the timeline of his previous life, at this point, the underground city had just been allowed to open for entry. However, now the underground city has been open for a year, technology is far ahead, humanity has touched the truth, and is working hard toward it. Lu Zhou feels a warmth in his chest. He seems finally able to detach himself from the fear of the future and the anxiety of family separation, beginning to live his new life. The heavy burden that has been on Lu Zhou's shoulders seems to have lightened considerably at this moment. Zhang Jiahao is very interested in agriculture, and since there isn't anyone suitable to teach him, Wei Qingzhu takes Lu Zhou along and also brings Zhang Jiahao. The two young men of similar ages walk together, learning from each other, practicing, and gaining new knowledge. Lu Zhou feels that his heart, which had been extinguished 7 years ago, is now beating vibrantly again. Zhang family members are continuing their old business in the city, providing people with some scarce goods. However, due to the existence of public stores, the profits have become very low. Recently, Zhang Jiahao has been considering a transition and often goes to Lu Zhou's house to ask Lu Dad for advice on electrical knowledge. Lu Dad, on the other hand, has not wasted any time during this period. He insists on exercising for 2 hours every day and then continues to improve his electrical knowledge, thinking that it might come in handy in the future. Lu Mom, along with Jiang Xiaolin, has started working at the hospital. The two sisters support each other and are living quite comfortably. As for He Yin, she has just entered the hospital on the recommendation of the two. As for Grandma Shan, due to her old age, she has had to retire and stay at home. However, the old lady cannot sit still and often teaches the two children, Zhang Lele and Wei Tongtong, their studies. In the current post-apocalyptic life, the most important thing for children's education is to acquire practical skills. Whenever Grandma Shan has time, she teaches the two children some medical knowledge, instructing them on how to plant herbs and prepare herbal medicine. Their days are indeed fulfilling. The two girls are already 10 years old and are at an age where they can understand. Now, because the underground city has only recently gotten on the right track, education has not yet been fully disseminated. Grandma Shan, along with Wang Mu, has come to teach the children together. They have done a good job teaching the kids. Wang Jiahao follows Lu Dad to learn electrical knowledge, planning to find a job once he masters the skills. For an hour, everyone's days surprisingly passed in perfect harmony. Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao closely followed behind Wei Qingzhu. This was a remote area in the underground city, and their task this time was to transform this place into fertile land. This technology was being implemented for the first time, so Wei Qingzhu had to personally oversee and guide the process. In addition to the three of them, there were also 20 soldiers and other scientists present. Wei Qingzhu walked briskly ahead, and Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao immediately followed closely. When they reached the end of the land, Wei Qingzhu thoughtfully instructed the person next to him to pour the transformation agent into the ground. Let's wait a little while. Generally, it takes about an hour to see results. Wei Qingzhu's voice was low but undeniably authoritative. The people around him quickly nodded in agreement. After confirming that everything was poured in, someone suggested that since there was still time, everyone should eat something to replenish their energy. This was indeed quite a physically demanding task. Because the terrain here was unsuitable for driving, most of the researchers had come in under the protection of the military. They had walked for 2 hours to reach their destination. Although this group of people had all been modified by T-34 materials, the arduous trek still consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, when the idea was proposed, Wei Qingzhu agreed. As winter was approaching, the weather had turned slightly cold. Everyone sat in a sunny spot, and after a moment, they each took out their food from their backpacks, starting to prepare their meals. Lu Zhou sat closest to his aunt, and cleverly used the visual illusion created by the backpack straps to pull out food for all three of them. It was a simple sandwich. It was made by the game workshop. After eating this sandwich, one would recover half of the energy that had been consumed. Moreover, it was easy to take out and not conspicuous, so Lu Zhou chose it as their meal. Zhang Jiahao, being generous, didn't notice anything unusual and happily accepted the sandwich. He even quietly exclaimed, "Wow, a sandwich! It has tomatoes, cucumbers, and chicken inside. So delicious!" Zhang Jiahao's voice wasn't loud, but it was still heard by those around him. However, since these fresh vegetables were simply expensive and not hard to find, the sandwich didn't stand out. Others brought all sorts of food. Some who weren't picky brought steamed buns and scallions, while others had dishes and a bowl of rice prepared by their wives. There were even those who just had some compressed biscuits and sausages. In short, there was a variety of food. While eating the sandwich, Lu Zhou quietly scanned the surroundings. For some reason, he had a fleeting feeling. There was danger nearby. After looking at the 20 soldiers tightly surrounding them, Lu Zhou relaxed a bit. The three of them ate quickly, and even researchers like Wei Qingzhu ate fast. After one sandwich was down, Zhang Jiahao was surprised to find that his energy was gradually recovering, though he didn't think too deeply about it. At that moment, someone passed a few bottles of drinks to Wei Qingzhu and his party. Chapter 461. Unusual. Although items are no longer as scarce as before, drinks made from fresh fruits and vegetables, like this one, are still quite valuable. After all, the price of fresh fruits and vegetables is still high. The person who brought over a few bottles of drink had carrot juice, an eye-catching orange liquid. Wei Qingzhu focused and realized that the visitor was a colleague he had met a few times before, which made him lower his guard. "Thank you, but it's quite expensive. You should drink it." "I'll just have some water," Wei Qingzhu politely declined, but the other party became anxious. "Don't worry, just drink it. I have plenty at home. It's heavy, and I've already brought it out, so just help me finish it," he said, even shoving the drink into Lu Zhou's hands. Zhang Jiahua also had a bottle shoved into his hands. The man smiled earnestly. "This carrot juice is from carrots my wife grew, and it's not expensive. Since I mentioned the help Professor Wei has given me, my wife insisted that I bring a few bottles for you to try." Wei Qingzhu's guard continued to lower. He had indeed helped this man before by solving a project issue and applying for sufficient funding for him. This explanation made sense. As he reached out to take the drink, Lu Zhou subtly sensed something was off. Too deliberate, right? The drink was quite heavy, and they had been walking for over 2 hours. Why would one carry drinks along the way? If he really wanted to give them, couldn't he just bring them to the lab normally? Zhang Jiahua, being a bit foolish, was about to open the drink and drink it. Lu Zhou discreetly nudged his elbow, indicating him not to act rashly. Zhang Jiahua, having some tacit understanding with Lu Zhou, immediately tightened the bottle cap again. Seeing the man's slightly confused expression, Zhang Jiahua chuckled awkwardly. "I'll just take this juice back for my sister to drink." The man's expression stiffened for a moment, but he still maintained a polite demeanor. "It's best to drink it fresh rather than let it sit. Professor Wei, you continue with your work. I'll go eat," he said before leaving, his gaze lingering on the drinks beside Wei Qingzhu for a moment. Wei Qingzhu didn't realize anything amiss and cheerfully waved goodbye. Lu Zhou sneered and seized the opportunity to produce a few bottles of carrot juice from the game hut, secretly swapping them with the uncle's juice. Wei Qingzhu drank the carrot juice that Lu Zhou provided without a clue. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou handed his own juice to Zhang Jiahua, signaling him to drink what he gave. Zhang Jiahua nodded eagerly and promptly took a few big gulps. As Lu Zhou tilted back to drink his juice, he discreetly observed the uncle's state. The uncle's demeanor was odd. Although he had excused himself from being alone with Lu Zhou, his eyes had not left the three of them. Once he saw them drink the juice, Lu Zhou felt that the uncle visibly relaxed. Even his previously tense fingers loosened. This is the relaxation after accomplishing something significant. Lu Zhou was certain. He was eager to find out what was really in the juice the uncle had brought. However, right now, the research lab is too far away, which is inconvenient, and the game itself doesn't have this function, so Lu Zhou can only temporarily give up. However, he kept a close eye on the other party, wanting to see what tricks they were playing. After handing over the juice, the old researcher seemed to relax a lot. For the next period, the old researcher was quite ordinary and didn't show any suspicious behavior. Lu Zhou found it a bit strange, but for everyone's safety, he quietly went to find the team leader of the military squad. When the team leader looked at Lu Zhou as he handed over the drink, Lu Zhou said seriously, "Comrade, I suspect this drink may contain unknown substances." After that, Lu Zhou briefly mentioned the earlier behavior, giving the soldiers a heads up. Sure enough, after hearing this, they immediately became vigilant. The team leader took the drink, opened it, and took a whiff, frowning. "It smells entirely of juice. I can't detect any other scent. I will report this matter to the commander immediately." He thanked Lu Zhou for his reminder. Although the probability was low, they couldn't overlook any suspicious individuals. As for the old researcher in their team, many of them had a good impression of him. A very honest researcher. Moreover, he had been in the underground city for a long time. The probability of him being suspicious was quite low. When the military personnel dialed the radio, Lu Zhou immediately took his leave. For some reason, he felt inexplicably anxious. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly bumped into Zhang Jia's son, but didn't see Wei Qingzhu. Lu Zhou immediately panicked. "Where's my uncle?" Zhang Jia's son looked a bit confused. "He's waiting at the original spot. He asked me to come over and see how you were doing." Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ran towards his uncle. Hopefully, his suspicions were wrong, and his uncle was safe. When Lu Zhou arrived, panting, he found Wei Qingzhu talking to the old researcher. The two seemed to be having a pleasant conversation. Lu Zhou felt uneasy and approached, eyeing the old researcher warily. The old researcher seemed completely unaware of Lu Zhou's concerns and chatted with Wei Qingzhu for a few moments before temporarily leaving. When Lu Zhou looked at his uncle again, he began to feel confused. Could it be that he had overthought things? He had assumed that the other party would take the opportunity to deal with his uncle while he was away, but it turned out that nothing had happened. Lu Zhou calmed down and thought it through carefully, and suddenly everything clicked. His uncle was a crucial strategic talent. If he were the opposing force, he would prioritize taking him away. If they couldn't use him, they would consider eliminating him later. It wouldn't make sense to come over and not say anything before killing such a talent. Still feeling uneasy, he looked for an opportunity to approach Wei Qingzhu and expressed his concerns. A hint of surprise crossed Wei Qingzhu's face. He hadn't thought about this. After all, the old researcher was quite familiar with him. But since his nephew had mentioned it, he had to be a bit more vigilant about the other party. At that moment, just as Wei Qingzhu made up his mind, a loud noise suddenly erupted from a distance. The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of many people, causing them to look in that direction. The officers immediately dispatched drones to investigate, and before long, the machines reported back. There had been a collapse on the ground. This left everyone puzzled. In the underground city, such occurrences were indeed rare, as the ground usually wouldn't collapse easily unless it was hollow inside. Chapter 462, Intrigue. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening, and their expressions darkened. The military quickly reacted, understanding that this behavior could lead to serious problems, and immediately dispatched a team to investigate thoroughly. Wei Qingzhu instinctively felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to call the team back, it was already too late. The reconnaissance squad of 10 had completely lost contact. The military commander immediately sensed the seriousness of the situation. Without hesitation, he contacted his superiors, but unfortunately, he only got halfway through his message before the radio signal cut out. Fortunately, the officer was prepared He didn't waste time with unnecessary words and decisively sent a string of coordinates. If the other side received the message, they would surely guess that the squad was in trouble. Lu Zhou watched as the radio signal on the reconnaissance equipment disappeared, and he instantly understood that things had taken a turn for the worse. Something bad was definitely about to happen. "Uncle, Zhang Jiehui, grab your weapons. There's a situation," Lu Zhou whispered. The two nearly pulled out their guns in unison. The three immediately formed a small triangle. They were positioned slightly away from the crowd, but they didn't dare to say anything about the possibility of spies being bought off among the people. Only 10 soldiers remained. These 10 quickly found Wei Qingzhu and brought the three of them to a specially modified vehicle designed for important scientific personnel. This vehicle was equipped with the most advanced and robust equipment available, featuring the most formidable weapon systems. Lu Zhou knew the situation was urgent, so he didn't waste time on small talk, but instinctively reminded, "Check if the vehicle has been tampered with. It's very likely that the enemy has done something." One soldier replied immediately, "Rest assured, we have already conducted a thorough inspection. The enemy was in the shadows while their group was in the open." It was truly a very passive situation. After the three entered the cabin, Lu Zhou looked out through the side window. The other scientific personnel were being quickly ushered into the vehicle by the soldiers. This location had already become very dangerous, and they needed to leave immediately. Lu Zhou's heart began to race erratically. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. He stopped watching outside the window and discreetly observed the driver through the connection between the cabin and the front of the vehicle. There were 2 people driving. The rest had gone to other vehicles. Among the 2, there was a deputy leader and a team member. However, Lu Zhou keenly noticed that one of them had 2 fingers showing signs of frequent smoking. Moreover, the marks weren't very old, looking like they had been made no more than a week ago at most. His heart sank even further, and Lu Zhou continued to scrutinize the other person. He found no other flaws in this person. However, Lu Zhou knew that this person must have a problem. Not only in the present, but in the past, this type of special operations unit had strict requirements against smoking and drinking. As a protective unit for Wei Qingzhu, these soldiers had to be responsible for their own bodies. No one would be allowed to smoke or drink. It would be irresponsible to their mission and to the protection of their target. Let alone in this sensitive time, and for those assigned to protect Wei Qingzhu. These soldiers had been selected from the best officers by the higher-ups, with no bad habits. Thus, it was impossible for such a situation to exist now. Lu Zhou calmed down and quickly and seriously informed his uncle and Zhang Jiehui about the situation. Both of them froze in place for a moment. Immediately, the people glanced slightly at the opposite side and found that it was indeed as Lu Zhou had said. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lu Zhou forced himself to stay calm. He and his uncle, Zhang Jiahong, whispered a few words, quickly finalizing a plan. Before implementing the plan, Lu Zhou took out 2 cloaks and signaled for the 2 to put them on. These cloaks appeared unremarkable. Anyone who had seen them would think they were just the most ordinary thermal cloaks used by research teams. One of the team members glanced back and thought the 3 of them were cold, so he hurriedly turned on the heater. Lu Zhou felt his irritation rising, and then he frantically gestured to his uncle. Wei Qingzhu quickly picked up on Lu Zhou's signals. He was also feeling tense. However, after gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he pretended to faint. Lu Zhou immediately exclaimed, Professor Wei, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Jiahong also raised his voice in alarm. "Professor Wei, what's happening?" The 2 people in front of the car quickly sensed that something was wrong inside. One of them wanted to stop the car to check on Professor Wei, but was stopped by the deputy captain. "Focus on driving. Let's get through this stretch of road first." The deputy captain's voice was cold, and the young soldier looked hesitant. "Deputy captain, but Professor Wei is our most important target for protection. Before he could finish, he was sternly shouted down by the deputy captain. "I said to keep driving. At least get past this stretch of road. I feel that something is off. If we don't move, we might all die here." The young soldier was confused by the shouting and could only continue driving anxiously, pressing the accelerator down hard. Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahong felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, both sensing that things were spiraling out of control. Now the car was moving quickly, and as long as the protective systems were activated, the three of them were like beasts trapped in a cage, with no way to escape. Lu Zhou still held a teleportation skill in his hand, but using it would bring too many subsequent issues. In theory, he could also choose to use the shadow, shifting skill, but the frustrating thing was that they were stuck inside the car. The shadows inside the car were useless, and they couldn't accurately focus on the shadows outside. They would need to stop the car to use this skill. Lu Zhou quickly thought of a countermeasure. He shouted and began banging on the car window. "Officer, stop the car. My uncle seems to have lost his heartbeat." His voice was so desperate that the two in front immediately heard it. Now the young soldier couldn't remain calm. He was determined to stop the car, even if it meant going against the deputy captain's orders. The deputy captain's expression was also grave at this moment. What was going on? Did Professor Wei have some acute illness? The order was to bring back Wei Qingzhu alive, not dead. Even though he was anxious, he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He immediately got out of the car and joined the young soldier in opening the car compartment. Lu Zhou's expression was as dark as water. He and Zhang Jiahong exchanged a glance, their muscles tensed up. "It's coming." Accompanied by a slight noise, the car compartment finally revealed a glimmer of light. The first person to come over was not the young soldier, but the deputy captain. He was genuinely worried about Wei Qingzhu's condition. After all, it was best to bring this person back alive. As he looked around, he spotted Wei Qingzhu slumped on the ground, with something that looked like vomit at the corner of his mouth. The deputy captain's heart sank. He thought, please don't let Professor Wei choke on the vomit just because he fainted. The probability of that happening was not small. He hurriedly got up, wanted to check on him. Chapter 463, Counterkill. When he got close enough to Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao suddenly launched their attack, knocking over the opponent. At the same time, Lu Zhou pulled out a tranquilizer gun from behind and shot the vice captain in the arm. Soon, the vice captain felt drowsy and immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. His eyes still held some confusion, as if he didn't understand why he had been discovered. As soon as the vice captain fell, the young soldier reacted, immediately shouting, "What did you do to the vice captain?" He instinctively panicked, momentarily losing his composure. The young soldier looked like a new recruit, and Lu Zhou quickly restrained him, coldly saying, "Don't speak yet. Check if he is really your vice captain." After saying that, Lu Zhou forcefully tore off some disguising materials from the vice captain's face. Quickly, he revealed that this person was not the vice captain, but someone who resembled him closely. This person had a similar height, build, and facial features to the vice captain. The young soldier was terrified by the scene before him. Lu Zhou didn't have time to explain. He calmly demanded the soldier to take him to the driver's seat in front. The soldier initially wanted to refuse, but then heard Lu Zhou coolly say, "Don't refuse. If you do, we might all die." The young soldier immediately became alert, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Zhou helplessly replied, "You know about the collapse underground, right? I suspect that was an enemy attack. Since the vice captain has been quietly replaced, they must have found a place to carry out the exchange. Turn around and take a look. Have you noticed? We have already lost contact with the other vehicles." The young soldier looked panic-stricken, and when he confirmed everything was as Lu Zhou said, he quickly agreed to Lu Zhou's request. Wei Qingzhu scrambled up from the ground, and he and Zhang Jiahao obediently sat in the back seat, cooperating with the two. Seeing Wei Qingzhu, who was lively and energetic, the young soldier's mouth twitched. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou sat in the passenger seat, keeping a close watch ahead while the young soldier drove. Lu Zhou activated the protective shield system in his mind, securing the entire vehicle tightly. Then, he glanced at the map and suddenly noticed a strange object appearing on it. This object was a series of moving green dots, arranged very closely, but they weren't moving very fast. They were directly heading toward Lu Zhou's location. However, their speed was not fast. Lu Zhou stared blankly at this object. Then, with a cold face, he immediately switched seats with a young soldier to drive himself. As he drove, Lu Zhou discovered that this object seemed to be able to follow their vehicle's movements. After realizing this, amidst everyone's confusion, Lu Zhou ordered everyone to leave the vehicle. The young soldier expressed his concerns, as the vehicle was still a relatively safe place. He wondered if they could survive outside. During this time, the young soldier attempted to contact the captain, but found he was unable to reach anyone. The young soldier's mindset was slightly disturbed, but he still tried to remain calm. Lu Zhou's voice was very calm. The enemy has already infiltrated our ranks. Don't you suspect that this vehicle is equipped with a tracking system to monitor us? If that's the case, we could be in great danger. Although Lu Zhou spoke in a hypothetical manner, Wei Qingzhu and Zhang Jiahao immediately understood that this was something he had already confirmed. The two quickly agreed and jumped out of the vehicle. The young soldier, eager to protect Professor Wei, almost without hesitation, leaped out of the car. Lu Zhou subtly shifted his gaze and parked the vehicle in a very narrow spot. He then quickly used the features of the game cabin to dig out all the soil around the car, leaving only a thin layer of surface dirt. If the enemy had tracked them down, they would definitely fall into the trap that Lu Zhou had dug. Lu Zhou's eyes were cold as he made several sharp spikes in the trap. Once everything was ready, he looked at the map again and saw that the enemy was still moving toward their direction. Lu Zhou hurriedly led everyone away from the car, moving quickly while also avoiding possible routes the enemy might take. After finding a good position and realizing they couldn't easily leave, the four discussed briefly and decided to rest for a while before continuing their journey. During this time, the young soldier continued to contact the captain but still received no good news. Lu Zhou comforted the three of them for a bit and suggested, "Let's drink some water." As he said this, he casually handed over some energy recovery candies that he had produced from the game cabin. Because the candies were small, they melted quickly. When the three of them drank water, they found it had a sweet taste. Lu Zhou smiled. "I added a few glucose candies to replenish some stamina." The young soldier quickly gulped down a mouthful, and after he finished, his face turned red. He stood at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch for the others. The cave they found was essentially just a temporary small pit they had dug out. Wei Qingzhu used a portable machine to dig out. They would use this device to make a few caves for temporary rest when they were out on missions in the wild. While Lu Zhou chatted with his uncle and Zhang Jiahao, he quietly kept an eye on the green dot on the map. Sure enough, the green dot was no longer heading toward them, but was focused on the vehicle's location, charging toward it with full force. Lu Zhou felt anxious. After a moment of thought, he decided to take out the drone and fly it out to see if there were any new discoveries. The biggest advantage of the drone was that they could use it to report back without relying on slow human movement. After all, people moved too slowly. From Lu Zhou's perspective, he had to seize the opportunity to capture the enemy. Otherwise, if they didn't manage to thwart their plans this time and fail to capture anyone, his uncle would surely remain in danger in the future. After realizing this, Lu Zhou exchanged a few words with the two, and they had no objections to launching the drone. He specifically selected the most low-profile drone and controlled it to fly out quickly and low. Now, in the underground city, they could obtain drones, and while the civilian ones were noisier, the military ones were almost silent. The drone Lu Zhou used was a military drone specifically configured for Wei Qingzhu, capable of flying quickly with strong endurance, making it a great scouting tool. The four of them watched the drone fly away swiftly, their minds wandering. Lu Zhou controlled the drone, while Zhang Jiahao leaned close to him, looking at the screen's display. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu did not come closer and seemed to be lost in thought. The young soldier quietly stood guard, but he also appeared a bit more tense. Chapter 464, Rescue. Wei Qingzhu watched carefully and gently patted the young soldier on the shoulder, saying in a low voice, "Don't be nervous. Today's situation is not your fault. The most important thing is that all four of us need to return safely. After saying this, the young soldier felt a bit stuffy in his nose, and his eyes turned slightly red as he nodded quickly. Seeing the young soldier's expression, Wei Qingzhu realized that he was quite young, even younger than Lu Zhou and Zhang Jieqi. Currently, the military had too few personnel, so many new recruits had been brought in, and they were mostly mixed into teams with a dozen or so veterans along with a few newcomers. Lu Zhou was operating the drone, but his expression gradually became more serious. Something's not right. If the pursuers were coming by car, then why were there no traces of any vehicles on the road? While he was contemplating this, Zhang Jieqi suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "Lu Zhou, look below. There seems to be a mound of dirt that's moving." Lu Zhou was immediately drawn to Zhang Jieqi's shout, focusing his eyes and attention on the screen in front of him. Sure enough, Zhang Jieqi was right. There was indeed a small mound on the ground that was slowly moving. They were all somewhat surprised, and upon closer examination, they were shocked. This was not just some moving mound of dirt, but a machine. However, even Wei Qingzhu himself had never seen this machine before. I suspect it's something the reactionaries from the ugly nation have come up with. This level of activity, aside from them, I can't think of anyone else who could do it. Wei Qingzhu's voice remained calm, but his expression was grim. Lu Zhou clenched his wrist, filled with hatred and disgust towards the ugly nation. Zhang Jieqi also looked disdainful, but he quickly grasped the main point. I see they're moving quite slowly. We should hurry and contact the military to apprehend these people. This was also what Lu Zhou wanted to do. He took a deep breath and quickly controlled the drone to fly away. After flying for an hour, the drone finally saw familiar buildings from the underground city. Outside the screen, the four of them were all excited. There was no way for them to maintain contact with the team they had come with, so they could only request rescue from the military inside the underground city. The four had discussed this topic, and the conclusion they reached was that it was possible the captain's message had never reached headquarters. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why headquarters had not sent anyone for so long. After all, even if headquarters was indifferent to others, they should be attentive to the highest-ranking member present, Professor Wei. Currently, Professor Wei's every move and word were undoubtedly the most important assets. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be a loss for the entire Blue Star and humanity as a whole. Seeing that there were no abnormalities in the underground city, they had completely confirmed that the captain's message had not been sent out. They didn't know why it was originally like this. The young soldier looked anxious, feeling distressed inside. That was his most respected captain. Although he was strict with him, he was a companion and elder who had gone through life and death together. The young soldier's eyes felt sore. He had never realized before that being a soldier meant constantly facing the deaths of comrades. First the vice captain, and now the captain. As for why the captain did not relay the news, Lu Zhou had a few guesses on his own. Thinking positively, it might be due to poor signal, and the people over there didn't receive it. On the negative side, the captain could also be one of the traitors, or perhaps the captain was killed and a disguise was made. Alternatively, after separating from the captain, that group of people might have encountered an accident. After contemplating, the four felt that their chances were indeed too low. Everyone's mood was heavy, but Lu Zhou forced himself to stay calm and managed to contact the headquarters through Xiao Xin. After that, Wei Qingzhu showed his face and briefly spoke about the issues on their side. Upon hearing about the unexpected situation involving Wei Qingzhu, the other party immediately became anxious. Right now, who could make Wei Qingzhu come out? Not to mention whether Instructor Song would be furious enough to smash the table upon learning. Even the others would be alarmed to a great extent if they found out. The headquarters dared not conceal anything and immediately reported the matter to Song Wei. Recently, Song Wei had been overwhelmed with tasks, busily working without respite. When he received the report about the unexpected situation with Wei Qingzhu, he was so angry that he smashed his cup on the spot. Immediately dispatch 3 battalions of soldiers, using helicopters and tanks, to provide support. Professor Wei must return safely. You don't need me to say this. You should all understand how precious his life is. Not to mention everyone else, but us leaders, everyone's life combined doesn't compare to his. Song Wei's expression was cold, and his words remained as icy as ever. He was strict with himself and with others, showing no leniency. However, he was particularly respected by the soldiers. Strict with oneself, rationally restrained, he was indeed an excellent commander. After hearing Song Wei's words, the 3 battalion commanders immediately stood at attention. Song Wei intended to go personally, but since he couldn't get away, he entrusted a female officer beside him to go instead. This officer was the one who announced the lottery rules for the underground city back in the day. She was capable and meticulous, a valuable subordinate of Song Wei. Given the importance of this mission to rescue Professor Wei, Song Wei could only entrust it to her with confidence. The female officer, Zhai Qingyun, was beautiful, but because of her iron-fisted methods, no one dared to underestimate her. She was privately referred to as the Iron Blood Rose in the military. After receiving the mission, she didn't rush to act, but ordered the soldiers to bring along the latest developed weapons. Since those countries dared to take action against Professor Wei, they would have to understand that dealing with them was not a difficult task. Zhai Qingyun left in great strides, and in pursuit of speed, she took a helicopter to quickly reach the location of the others. Inside the helicopter, there were drones, allowing Zhai Qingyun to communicate seamlessly with Lu Zhou and the others. During the journey, the route had to be changed constantly. Lu Zhou, substituting for his uncle, briefly shared their suspicions about being tracked by someone. He hoped that the other party could spare some people to support them, and ideally, another group could capture those crazed individuals. Zhai Qingyun's cold gaze briefly sparkled with appreciation. "Kid, don't worry, just let me handle it. Professor Wei, rest assured, our troops will arrive at your location in about 20 minutes. When Zhai Qingyun spoke with Lu Zhou and Zhang Jia, she still considered them just kids, but she showed immense respect for Wei Qingzhu. Lu Zhou was momentarily speechless, but in his mind, he couldn't help but recall Zhai Qingyun during the lottery announcement back then. Truly, just like her name, she was a woman full of fighting spirit and determination. Chapter 465, The Earth Dragon. The communication from the other side had not stopped, thanks to the drones. Otherwise, the 2 teams would have been completely unable to contact each other. After Lu Zhou reported their geographical location one last time, the other party acknowledged it and then fell silent. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu quietly squatted down beside him, holding a handful of yellow earth. He couldn't help but wonder what was on her mind. Zhang Jiehui, on the other hand, was watching the screen intently. The helicopters seemed to be getting closer to them. Unexpectedly, the journey was smooth. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhou finally saw the familiar figure of Zhai Qingyun. She wore a cold expression, and there was no hint of warmth in her demeanor. However, upon seeing Wei Qingzhu, she instinctively lowered her voice and showed much more respect. "Professor Wei, we can handle the finishing work here. You all can come with me first." She clearly knew her objective, and her first instinct was to escort the mission target away. Wei Qingzhu nodded in approval of her plan. Seeing that the other party was easy to communicate with, Zhai Qingyun's icy demeanor softened a little. Their meetings had been infrequent, mostly during conferences, where Wei Qingzhu would maintain a serious face while speaking authoritatively from the podium. In public, she appeared very indifferent, like a top-notch researcher, exuding a sense of aloofness. However, now that they were in direct contact, Zhai Qingyun found her to be quite approachable compared to some eccentric scientists who were so engrossed in their research that they were a mess in social situations. Thinking of this, Zhai Qingyun couldn't help but raise her evaluation of Wei Qingzhu a little higher. "All right, since there are no objections, please come aboard the helicopter to discuss." Following the invitation, everyone took their seats. As Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiehui boarded, a soldier at the helicopter's entrance extended a hand to help them up. The steps of the helicopter were not easy to climb. Once everyone was seated, the helicopter took off smoothly. Being the most advanced technology in the underground city, It took off with almost no sound from the rapidly spinning rotor blades, smooth and soundless. Not long after taking off, the communication system of the other party suddenly beeped. Lu Zhou and the others immediately turned their attention to it. It was likely not a major issue. Zhai Qingyun casually opened it, allowing everyone present to hear. Report to Minister Zhai. We have located Professor Wei's vehicle. There are indeed ambushes around, and among the ambushers, we have captured a very strange vehicle. This vehicle is exactly as Professor Wei described. It is a model that our underground city has never possessed, likely a foreign product of significant power. Currently, we have successfully apprehended all the suspects inside and are just waiting for you to come for questioning. Zhai Qingyun's eyes narrowed, emanating a strong aura. However, she quickly calmed down and spoke in a flat tone. Have you investigated thoroughly? Are there any others apart from these individuals? Lu Zhou quietly observed the scene before him while expanding his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. The map in his mind was also activated. Soon, he noticed that apart from the vehicles they had left behind, there were indeed no more green dots around, as if the people who had been chasing them had completely vanished without a trace. Lu Zhou had become more cautious, unable to help but doubt whether the other party had truly captured everyone. However, from the map, it indeed appeared to be the case. Originally, the helicopter was supposed to take them back first, but midway, something unexpected happened. After receiving a phone call, Zhai Qingyun commanded another aircraft to come and pick her up. She and Lu Zhou separated. The helicopter on Lu Zhou's side aimed to head straight for the underground city, while Zhai Qingyun's helicopter planned to interrogate the captured individuals before taking them to the underground city. When Wei Qingzhu and the others were safely transported to the protection room in the underground city, they noticed that the previous batch of people led by their captain had not made any movements. Lu Zhou recalled the old man who had given him a drink. This person definitely had issues. So where had he gone? Thinking from the other side's perspective, would they consider that if they couldn't capture Wei Qingzhu, they would take away the people around him? At least they could obtain some project technology and such. After considering this, Lu Zhou shared his suspicions with Wei Qingzhu. Wei Qingzhu frowned slightly and then slowly spoke. Let's put it this way. When these projects are initiated, the people involved are different each time. Logically, the other party should understand this principle. It's just unclear what exactly they intend to do. At this point, Lu Zhou had a vague suspicion. Could it be that the old man was also being forced into such actions? For instance, if they were threatening his family's lives, he would surely yield. And then, if it were him, what would he do? Lu Zhou didn't speak, but his thoughts were racing in his mind. Soon, he arrived at the most likely course of action he would take. He would go do it and then hide in a place, waiting to meet up with the others. However, since the main forces of the opposing side had already been controlled, where could these people be hiding? After a brief thought, Lu Zhou suddenly felt it was possible that these people were still alive. He then shared his thoughts with his uncle, and Wei Qingzhu was somewhat surprised that Lu Zhou could think so thoroughly. But she had to admit that he was indeed correct. Without much thought, Wei Qingzhu dialed Director Zhai's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and the other party sounded rather displeased. Wei Qingzhu said flatly, Director Zhai, I still have some matters to attend to that haven't been resolved. It seems they have encountered some trouble. Based on my speculation, these individuals are very likely still alive. Combining Lu Zhou's speculations with her own, the other party immediately understood what Wei Qingzhu meant. Professor Wei, please don't worry. We will make every effort to locate the other researchers and ensure that everyone is brought back. After hearing the polite tone from the other side, Wei Qingzhu found it inappropriate to say anything further and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, on Zhai Qingyun's side, she coldly regarded the people tied up like rice dumplings before her. Indeed, these individuals were foreigners. After a brutal round of interrogation by Zhai Qingyun, they finally managed to extract their plans and objectives from these people. It turned out that these individuals were sent by the ugly country and the little cherry blossom country. Their goal was to secretly drug Wei Qingzhu and then take her away. Of course, it would be even better if they could take other scientists as well. They were piloting the latest Earth Dragon developed by the two countries, which could move smoothly underground. Although not fast, it was favored for its strong concealment capabilities. Chapter 466, The Female Demon Leader. It is quite a coincidence that the Earth Dragon can travel deep underground for more than 10 meters. However, at that time, the other party didn't know what their purpose was for coming out to travel a short distance. Yet, in just that small stretch, they were discovered by Zhang's team, which can be said to be their bad luck. When these people were captured, they were still arrogant and insulting, with the ugly ones cursing violently, while the little cherry blossoms on the other side cursed even worse. As it became unbearable to listen, Zhai Qingyun stepped forward and, with a pistol aimed at the mouth of the person still talking, gave them a few slaps. After a few slaps, the person was instantly dumbfounded. It seemed they hadn't reacted to what Zhai Qingyun had done before she pressed the cold muzzle against their mouth. This situation was very dangerous. This person was at risk of being killed at any moment. However, Zhai Qingyun didn't care about that, and the person's eyes were filled with terror. This person should belong to a higher status within the team and likely knew quite a bit of information. When their mouth was blocked, although they panicked for a moment, they still weren't afraid. Damn Chinese! You're all filthy dogs. Ha! Filthy woman, you best kneel down and give me a few blows. After saying this, they leered at Zhai Qingyun with a lewd gaze, insulting her. The people beside them, after hearing these words, felt for the first time that these foreigners were truly fearless. The last one who teased director Zhai was now long reunited with their ancestors. Indeed, Zhai Qingyun's eyes turned cold, but her smile remained radiant. It seems you're really at ease. How confident are you that I won't kill you? The other party was undaunted. Go ahead and kill me. Kill me. Ha ha ha. If you kill me, you'll never find out the truth. Bang! Before the sentence was finished, the person clutched their bleeding throat and fell down in disbelief. They gasped for breath, their tone revealing an overwhelming panic. You've gone mad. You've gone mad. I'm an important captive. If you kill me, who will give you information? Zhai Qingyun sneered and signaled a female soldier beside her to step forward. Before anyone around could react, the person's lower half had already been severed and sent flying. With a splatter, they coughed up even more blood, their eyes filled with even greater disbelief. The female soldier put away her knife and disdainfully took out a lighter to burn the bloodstains clean. Her gaze was cold and indifferent. Zhai Qingyun kicked the person's head, stepping down hard as if crushing an ant. Her tone was filled with icy contempt. Your information is meaningless to me. To be honest, I can't even understand why a weakling like you thinks you have a right to jump around in front of me. In the past, we feared you. Now, you are nothing at all. Why bother to seek your own misery? Let me put it this way. I have no interest in the worthless information you have. It's really annoying. It annoys me that you filthy rats dare to come to our Chinese territory and act so recklessly. Take them back and send them to the special interrogation room. After hearing Zhai Qingyun's words, the people around looked at these individuals with a sense of inexplicable sympathy. In the special interrogation room, there are many ways to torment these people. Moreover, Director Zhai's reasoning was very sound. Their information was indeed useless. If they could be questioned more effectively, that would be better. If not, they could just be killed. The soldiers clearly weren't seeing this scene for the first time, so they completely accepted Zhai Qingyun's brutality as reasonable. Seeing that others were treating the intelligence they relied on for survival as a mere joke, these individuals immediately panicked. What a joke! When their country sent them here, they certainly didn't say it would be like this. For their own safety, they made sure that what they held in their hands was valuable intelligence. If they were captured by the enemy, it would just be a bit of hardship at worst. At least they would still be alive, and they could wait for their country to negotiate on their behalf. As long as negotiations started, they would be in a state of safety and free from danger. However, who would have thought that the other side wouldn't play by the rules? Right now, they were truly scared and frightened. But no matter what they said, Zhai Qingyun maintained an utterly indifferent demeanor, completely unconcerned with everything. She even had the leisure to laugh at their panicked and embarrassed appearances, grinning happily. A madwoman. This person must be a madwoman. As the captives were anxiously being taken away, Zhai Qingyun ordered her subordinates to check the Earth Dragon. Based on her speculation, if the two sides met, there must be something on the Earth Dragon that could contact the other side or locate their messages. With a long stride, she was the first to step forward. A female soldier beside her hurriedly ran a few steps ahead and blocked her path. Her tone was both worried and anxious. "Minister Zhai, your status is special. Please don't engage in such risky actions in the future. You're at the front. What if there's a trap set by the enemy?" Logically, a subordinate's remarks like this would be inappropriate, but Zhai Qingyun didn't take it to heart. Though she appeared indifferent to the others' concerns, her pace indeed slowed down a few beats. The female soldier sighed in relief. She understood that although Minister Zhai appeared strict and formidable, she was actually a very gentle person. Many people respected her greatly. Like her, she truly didn't want Minister Zhai to suffer any harm. Once everyone entered the Earth Dragon, they discovered that the space inside was quite small. Because the space was cramped, Zhai Qingyun quickly found the device used for contacting the other side without exerting much effort. A bright red dot was marked on it. Aside from this discovery, there was no other useful information. Minister Zhai ordered the subsequent departments to conduct a harvest of the Earth Dragon, and then she led everyone towards the marked red location. The helicopter quickly flew towards the red location, and after flying for about an hour, she finally arrived at the destination. Looking down from the high altitude, she could see what seemed to be a vehicle on the ground. The female soldier beside her immediately took out a telescope, and after getting a clear look, she reported urgently, "Minister Zhai, it's our vehicle. Descend." Minister Zhai issued the command, and the helicopter quickly flew down until it safely landed. Before landing, they had already scanned the vehicle and the surrounding area, confirming that there were no ambushes or thermal weapons nearby, which relieved them. Inside the vehicle, Oldie would occasionally steal glances at his wrist. The bracelet on his wrist was flickering with a very faint red light. The entire vehicle, however, had come to a complete standstill due to a malfunction. The captain and other team members were currently getting out to repair the vehicle. Many researchers remained in the vehicle, all looking quite anxious. Chapter 467, Spy. This is truly an unexpected incident. The captain felt a pang of anxiety. After all, 10 team members had been injured or killed for reasons unknown, and what made him feel even worse was that they had been with Professor Wei and his group. Initially, he had planned to take the car himself to protect Professor Wei, but the deputy captain stepped in, insisting that he would do everything in his power to protect the professor, even at the cost of his life. The deputy captain was a veteran and loyal, not considering that the other party might have ulterior motives, so he agreed. However, things quickly took an uncontrollable turn. For the first half hour, he was able to maintain contact with the car of the deputy captain, but after half an hour, no one was able to reach the deputy captain's vehicle. The captain felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In a crisis, his first thought was of Wei Qingzhu. He didn't even consider his comrades who had fought alongside him. Since joining this team, everyone knew that Professor Wei's life was the most valuable. They were all prepared for sacrifice, but now that contact with the professor's group had been lost, he was genuinely afraid that something had happened to Professor Wei. This would become the greatest loss for their Huagua. The captain's face looked grim as he kept dialing numbers without stopping. What was even more frustrating was that he still hadn't made contact. This could not help but make him suspect that Professor Wei's group had encountered some trouble. Almost instinctively, the captain decided to bring people back. When they set out, there were 3 vehicles in total. One was Professor Wei's special car, and the other 2 were still here. After a moment of thought, the captain, with a heavy expression, spoke up, split into 2 groups. "I need 3 team members with me. We'll drive back together to see what happened to Professor Wei. The rest of you, take the researchers and temporarily return to the underground city. By the way, during this time, find an opportunity to control Old Lee. He's likely involved in today's incident, and we cannot let him escape, but we also mustn't alert him." The team members stood straight, listening to the captain's words. Everyone nodded solemnly, then quickly left the spot to immediately prepare for the captain's orders. Before long, the news of the separation reached the researchers. They all knew that contact with Wei Qingzhu had been lost. Those who had a good relationship with him looked worried, while those who were occasionally jealous felt a sense of relief, although they dared not show it on their faces. If it turned out that something had happened to Wei Qingzhu, everyone present would be sent to the interrogation room one by one for questioning. At this moment, even those who were hoping for something bad to happen to Wei Qingzhu wore faces of sorrow or concern. The overall atmosphere felt oppressive. The team members moved quickly, and before long, they had split up the group. As soon as the captain got into the car, before he could think of anything else, he was surprised to find that the vehicle was broken. Broke down halfway. The car malfunctioned inexplicably. Logically speaking, any matters related to Professor Wei are handled with great strictness. The maintenance department would inspect everything very carefully to prevent situations like today from occurring. So, the current situation might very well be man-made. As the captain thought about this, his expression suddenly changed. He instructed 2 team members to repair the car while he found someone to accompany him, intending to look for Old Ko. At this moment, Old Ko, looking at the broken-down car, felt a mix of surprise, fear, and dread swirling in his heart. When he was coerced into this task, those people claimed they would help him, and he believed that the relevant departments in Huagua would be as strict as a steel drum, impenetrable. But who could have imagined that the other party would be able to meddle within the maintenance department? The energy behind this is truly too great. Luckily, he chose to help the other side. Otherwise, he would have long since become a cold, silent corpse. Thinking of this outcome, Old Ko couldn't help but feel his legs weaken. In his mind, the image of Wei Qingzhu involuntarily surfaced. He muttered to himself, "I'm sorry, Professor Wei. I don't want this either, but I have no choice. If I don't help the other side, they will kill me and my family. For self-preservation, I am truly being forced into this. Don't worry, they only want to take you away to make you do work for them. If you can do the work for them, your safety will definitely be guaranteed, and you might even have a more relaxed life than in the underground city. But I am different. If I don't follow what they say, tonight, my family and I will meet our end. I'm sorry, Professor Wei. It's not entirely my fault either. If we really have to say it, it's your fault. If you were just a bit more mediocre, none of this would have happened. My family and I would be safe, and you would be safe too. No one would die in between. To put it bluntly, it's not my fault. It's your brilliance that led to today's situation." Old Ko kept reciting these thoughts in his mind, and the guilt that had been building up in him suddenly eased a lot under this mental conditioning. He took a deep breath and found that, unknowingly, all the remaining guilt he had towards Wei Qingzhu had transformed into a subtle sense of jealousy. Thinking that the other party might not even know where they were sleeping now, and realizing that he had finally escaped the other side's control, Old Ko couldn't help but smile subtly. However, in the next second, someone spoke ominously. "Researcher Ko seems to be quite happy." Old Ko was taken aback and quickly looked towards the source of the voice. When he saw that it was the captain, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. He immediately straightened up and explained politely, "No, Captain Wang, I'm just worried. After all, Professor Wei has helped me a lot in the past. I have no reason to gloat." Old Ko had a simple and honest appearance, so when he spoke these words with that look, many uninformed people immediately sympathized with him. A researcher hurriedly spoke up to interrupt, "Captain Wang, I can testify that Old Ko is definitely not that kind of person." This is natural, as Old Ko, despite his average scientific ability, was lucky enough to stay in Professor Wei's team for so long without being disliked. He certainly had his own way of getting along with others. He belonged to that kind of person who, although his IQ was average, had particularly high emotional intelligence. Coupled with his innocent appearance, many people genuinely felt that Old Ko was a good person. So when they saw Old Ko being put on the spot by Captain Wong, they thought for a moment and still spoke up to explain. Old Ko quickly nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with gratitude. That person smiled, seemingly reassuring Old Ko. However, Captain Wong furrowed his brows and, without saying a word, took out handcuffs and cuffed Old Ko. His voice was cold. "Researcher Ko, we now have sufficient reason to suspect you are a spy. Please cooperate with the investigation." Chapter 468, Arresting Lao Li. As soon as the words were spoken, the person who had just defended Lao Li immediately fell silent, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at him. Before Lao Li could say anything, Captain Wong acted swiftly, half dragging and half pushing Lao Li toward the van. Lao Li was startled by what was said, but soon his emotions returned to normal. He believed he had given no indication of wrongdoing, so he was naturally unwilling to accept the charges being forced upon him. As he was pulled along, he pleaded with his captors, swearing that he was innocent and that they must have misunderstood. Captain Wong said nothing, signaling his team members to shove Lao Li into the vehicle to prevent any possibility of escape. He was not suited to interrogate Lao Li. Such professional work required a specialist, so after putting Lao Li inside, he assigned 2 team members to guard the van's door while he returned to try to fix the vehicle. It was at that moment that a faint buzzing sound came from the sky. Although the sound was quiet, Captain Wong, trained to be alert, immediately looked up with excitement. This sound, he would never mistake, was the unmistakable sound of the most advanced helicopter. As he scanned the surroundings, he quickly spotted 2 helicopters overhead. The familiar exterior immediately reassured him. The helicopters dropped down 2 ropes, and soon, a group of team members dressed in khaki camouflage uniforms slid down swiftly. Captain Wong quickly recognized the familiar figure of Director Zhai and immediately stood at attention. "Director Zhai, you're here." Of course, while greeting him, Captain Wong did not forget to report the current situation. He first explained the issue with Wei Qingzhu's connection, and then pointed out that they had temporarily detained Lao Li. Zhai Qingyu nodded, his eyes revealing a chilling coldness. "Don't worry, Captain Wong. Professor Wei has already been escorted to the underground city. You all tidy up, repair the vehicles that can't be driven as quickly as possible, and the rest of you come with us." Captain Wong's face lit up with joy. Hearing that Professor Wei was fine, he finally felt a sense of relief. But the next moment, Zhai Qingyun's expression turned serious. "Deputy Captain has been killed, and his identity was false. A fake had been with you for so long, and none of you detected anything unusual. This constitutes a dereliction of duty. I will report this to higher-ups and arrange for a new protection team for Professor Wei." After hearing Zhai Qingyun's unperturbed tone, Captain Wong lowered his head, filled with regret. But everyone knew that he was just as strict as Instructor Song, and since this was indeed a dereliction of their duty, he kept his head down and allowed the reprimand to continue. Zhai Qingyun personally escorted the suspect, Lao Li, away. The helicopter flew silently towards the underground city, but Lao Li felt a heavy dread in his heart, a sense of overwhelming fear washing over him. The thought of being interrogated by the cold and ruthless Director Zhai was enough to make Lao Li's heart race, and he was barely holding it together. His voice trembled, and a hint of fear appeared on his honest and simple face. His speech was shaky. However, it was understandable. After all, who wouldn't feel this way when being taken away for no reason? "Director Zhai, Captain Wong misunderstood me earlier. Please let me explain." Before he could finish, the woman in front of him closed her eyes and coldly said, "No need to be stubborn. Let me put it this way. My subordinate's interrogation efficiency is at 100%. I wonder if Researcher Li can still hold on to his views." After saying this, she ignored Lao Li and pretended to doze off. Old Li beside him was sweating profusely, his heart pounding with fear. Several times, he wanted to say something, but the extreme terror made it impossible for him to open his mouth. By the time the helicopter returned to the underground city, Lu Zhou and the others had already finished their report and were comforted by Song Wei. She indicated that everything would be taken care of by Minister Zhai, and she would handle the matter properly. After Wei Qingzhu completed the comprehensive report, he was kept behind to have a few words, and when he came out, Lu Zhou noticed that a team of people was following his uncle. These individuals walked steadily, with sharp eyes that made it seem as though they were staring at corpses. Zhang Jiahao next to him was slightly startled, but after regaining composure, he covered his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. The team members wore a strange number 0 on their uniforms. Perhaps others didn't know, but as the one with the most connections and the most comprehensive information channels among the group, Zhang Jiahao immediately thought of that rumor. It was said that 0 was solely responsible for protecting the leader, and this team had exceptional skills and unwavering loyalty. Previously thought to exist only in rumors, he never expected to see them appear right before his eyes. Lu Zhou was also a bit surprised. He could sense that these people were extremely dangerous, skilled, and exuded an overwhelming aura. Lu Zhou realized that if he were to face them, he would not stand a chance. Reality is just that cruel. Despite Lu Zhou being a reincarnator with the aid of a game, in terms of physical fitness, he was still far from the attributes of such elite mercenaries. However, if he used the game, he could still take one down, but it would be difficult. Lu Zhou's mind floated through many thoughts, while on the other side, these people remained respectfully following behind Wei Qingzhu. When Wei Qingzhu and Lu Zhou exchanged glances with Zhang Jiahao, both sides saw surprise in each other's eyes. Wei Qingzhu's expression was full of bitterness. Were there too many of them? Orders from Song Wei stated that these people must always be close to protect Wei Qingzhu. Of course, they also had to avoid disturbing him as much as possible. When Lu Zhou and the others exited, they just happened to encounter Minister Zhai entering. She was tall, her expression cold, holding onto a chain. At the end of the chain was a familiar old acquaintance, Old Li. Old Li felt a chill all over. Upon unexpectedly seeing Wei Qingzhu and the others, a fleeting look of confusion and surprise crossed his eyes. However, this emotion quickly flashed by, unnoticed by anyone except Lu Zhou. Old Li immediately realized that this was the best opportunity to seek help. He quickly shed a few tears towards Wei Qingzhu, coupled with an honest-looking face that truly made one feel compassion. "Professor Wei, please help me. There must be some misunderstanding between me and Minister Zhai. They all think I want to harm you, but that's impossible. You helped me so much back then. How could I ever harbor other thoughts?" Old Li's eyes were filled with pain, and his expression was sincere. Although he was only being suspected for now, when Wei Qingzhu looked at Old Li in this state, he still felt a bit hesitant. He found it hard to accept Old Li's betrayal and treachery. Chapter 469, Plea. Lao Quan had worked alongside him for a long time. He joined Wei Qingzhu's team when the underground city had yet to be opened, responsible for various projects. If one were to count the time, Wei Qingzhu and Lao Quan had known each other for nearly 4 years. If even Lao Quan couldn't be trusted, Wei Qingzhu truly felt there was no one worth trusting at work. So when Lao Quan's plea for help reached his ears, Wei Qingzhu could not bear it. He couldn't directly intervene, but he asked Lao Quan not to be bound like this. "Director Zhai, could you bind him differently? After all, I've known him for over 4 years, and there's no evidence yet regarding whether he could do such a thing. Why not give him some dignity for now, and we can consider punishment later once we have results?" Wei Qingzhu actually pleaded for Lao Quan. This was something both Lu Zhou and Director Zhai hadn't anticipated. Director Zhai was surprised for just a moment before smiling and saying, "Professor Wei, you don't need to worry about your old schoolmate's feelings in this case of a serious criminal. Did you know? Just now, the laboratory came back with results." This naturally referred to the bottles of carrot juice Lu Zhou had given her earlier. Wei Qingzhu's throat tightened, and he stared at Director Zhai without moving. "What were the lab results?" Director Zhai chuckled lightly, then viciously yanked Lao Quan by the neck, causing him to cry out in pain. Naturally, They found evidence proving that Quan Research Institute is a traitor. In one moment, Wei Qingzhu was still struggling with doubts, and in the next, he felt defeated. Director Zhai continued, "After research, it was discovered that this is a particular kind of poison. It has the properties of a sleeping pill, which will make a person fall asleep for a certain period. When they wake up, there will be no changes for the next week until the 8th day, when they will die. I believe their intention is that if Professor Wei can willingly align with them, they will provide you with the antidote. Otherwise, it's death." As for how this research could yield results so quickly, it was due to the researchers observing the time flow on the other side of that door. Wei Qingzhu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the other party to use such a vicious poison against him. He recalled that at that time, his target was not just himself, but also the 2 children beside him. Lao Quan was stunned. He never imagined that it would only take a short amount of time for the analysis of the carrot juice. What was even more terrifying was how Wei Qingzhu knew that the carrot juice was toxic. Turning around abruptly, he looked at Wei Qingzhu, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu's gaze could not hide his disappointment. After hearing those words, he finally had to admit that the honest and simple Lao Quan, whom he had once helped, had changed. Wei Qingzhu took a step back, indicating for Director Zhai to take Lao Quan away as they pleased. Zhai Qingyun smiled gently at him, but with the other hand, he roughly pulled Lao Quan forward, making him stumble as they walked. Once Lao Quan was dragged away for some distance, he suddenly shouted, his tone filled with a sobbing plea. "Professor Wei, I was forced. Please forgive me. I really am sorry." Zhai Qingyun frowned, quickly pulling him away. After the 2 left, Wei Qingzhu remained rooted to the spot, not moving. So was being forced. However, no matter what, this matter had already surpassed his control, and Lao Quan would have to pay the corresponding price for his actions. Moreover, this incident had already involved national machinery, and Zhai Qingyun would definitely handle it according to protocol. After watching the 2 leave, Lu Zhou observed his uncle's expression, realizing that his mood was likely not good. Anyone would feel bad being betrayed by a close colleague. However, they did not waste any more time and quickly walked until they saw the familiar members of Tiro. These people had their heads down, helping Lu Zhou get into the car. The vehicle sped off until they arrived at the place where they lived. When Zhang Jiao got out of the car, he felt lightheaded. "This is ridiculous. Those people actually sat in the car and escorted us." Throughout the journey, the 3 of them didn't speak. After all, there were outsiders present. After arriving home, Zhang Jiao finally had the chance to express his surprise and shock. "Oh my God, did you see how they're just now? The way they looked, I really felt like I had made a mistake, as if I was about to be held accountable at any moment." Zhang Jiao's description was a bit exaggerated, but it was undeniable that he captured the essence of the situation accurately. Lu Zhou chuckled, and before he could respond, he heard Zhang Jiao continue, "I never expected that the old man was truly a traitor. People's hearts are truly unpredictable." While he was still lamenting, Lu Zhou had already pushed him into his house. On the other side, Lu Zhou watched as his uncle entered the house before he returned to his own home. When Lu Zhou got home, he realized that no one was there. His parents had gone out to work, and it wasn't time for them to get off yet. This also meant that his dad and mom had no idea what Lu Zhou had encountered. Lu Zhou arrived home at 4 in the afternoon, with 2 hours left until his dad came back. He entered the kitchen and started cooking. It was a simple meal, steamed rice, followed by a quick stir-fry of oil-wheat vegetables, and finally, a dish of green peppers with shredded pork. Looking at the quantity, Lu Zhou felt it was a bit lacking, so he took out some pre-prepared dishes from before the apocalypse, spicy crayfish. When he took out the crayfish, it was still warm. After tasting one and finding it still delicious, Lu Zhou placed it in the most visible spot inside the game room to ensure that his parents wouldn't have trouble finding it when they came back. Next, Lu Zhou started watering the houseplants and getting rid of pests. By the time he finished, the clock had just struck 6. Logically, his dad and mom should be home by now. As he thought this, sure enough, he heard some noise at the door. He hurried to open it, and his dad was standing outside. When his mom saw her son, her face immediately lit up with a smile. She sniffed the air and exclaimed in surprise, "Son, you cooked?" The house was filled with the pungent smell of stir-fried chili peppers, quite obvious. Lu Zhou quickly nodded and helped his dad with the things he brought. By the time they reached the dining table, Lu Zhou had already brought out a large bowl of crayfish. "Have some of this," Lu Zhou said while gesturing for his parents to eat the crayfish. His mom loved eating this, and before long, she finished a small bowl. His dad, whose face turned red from the spiciness, still couldn't resist and continued to eat heartily. His mom briefly praised Lu Zhou for his improved cooking skills and then finished the last piece of stir-fried green pepper on the plate. His dad took his empty bowl and chopsticks into the kitchen to wash up. It was supposed to be a warm and happy scene, with Lu Zhou and his mom sitting on the sofa. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar knock at the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Lu Zhou, it's me." Chapter 470, High Mountain. Wang Da's voice? Lu Zhou immediately got up, opened the door, and indeed it was the other party. However, Wang Da looked strange, not like he came for a casual visit. Aunt Lu quickly invited him to sit on the sofa, but Wang Da waved his hand to refuse, his eyes filled with an inexplicable anxiety. "Lu Zhou, do you know who I ran into?" This statement was rather baffling. Lu Zhou frowned, looking at Wang Da, his expression changing to one of suspicion. "Brother Wang, who?" "It's Brother Gao." Wang Da took a sip of water, his tone and demeanor filled with disbelief. "To be honest, it's quite absurd. I ran into him while I was testing the soil. At that time, my team and I were planning to continue digging underground to see if we could extract some, or when I discovered him." Lu Zhou's brows furrowed, his face filled with incredulity. What was he doing there? Wang Da shook his head, then leaned in to whisper. I heard him say he came to look for something. I asked him where Sister Jiang was, and he said Sister Jiang is dead. Upon hearing this news, Lu Zhou fell silent. Jiang Li Shui was a very strong woman, someone everyone relied on in the team, but it was unexpected that she had already died. How did she die? Lu Zhou suddenly felt his voice was hoarse and rough. Brother Gao said she was killed. He said he has already avenged her, but he is the only one left. Wang Da also fell silent. He felt it was a great pity that Gao Shan had ended up in such a situation. Lu Zhou continued to ask, "Didn't he come stay with us? I can ask Annie to help. We should be able to find him a place to stay." Wang Da shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his tone. I invited him too, but he refused. In the end, he gave me this thing, saying to take good care of it. As Wang Da spoke, he took out a slightly yellowed map from his pocket. I've studied this map. It doesn't seem to correspond to any place in Blue Star. Moreover, the map is too crude, and I don't even know what Brother Gao meant. After he gave me this map, he ran off. I chased after him, but couldn't catch up. There was a strong sense of self-reproach in Wang Da's voice. Lu Zhou comforted him a few times, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the map. This map is really strange. It is indeed very rough with crude strokes, and it doesn't look like any place on Blue Star. However, Lu Zhou felt increasingly that something was off. Wait a minute, this map looks strangely familiar. He fell silent, desperately trying to recall where he had seen this before. At that moment, his brain felt like it was searching for a clue in a sea of water. Lu Zhou thought until his head ached, but he always felt he was just a little bit short of figuring it out. Soon, he took out a bottle of energy drink. He drank it all in one go. After finishing, Lu Zhou felt a painful throbbing in his brain instantly ease somewhat. Quickly, he finally found out where that familiar place was. This place is none other than the pond where they used to fish back in the day. At that time, Lu Zhou had entered that pond, where he had panned for some valuable items and even discovered traces of human habitation from many years ago on Blue Star. However, aside from these, he was convinced there was nothing worth retrieving inside anymore. Could it be that the news brought by the high mountain is a bit outdated? Inside, indeed, there was nothing worth paying attention to. No, wait. Lu Zhou's expression changed unpredictably as he suddenly thought of the most likely thing. Wait, at the bottom of the pool, There was a large crack running across the bottom. When the time came, it would dump out garbage. At that time, he thought there was nothing strange about it. But looking back now, this thing could very well be useful. Otherwise, why would the high mountain go through so much trouble to bring this map to Wangda? But where did the high mountain get this map from? If he could get this map, does that mean the organization that the high mountain offended could possibly find the destination? Or perhaps, even more likely, they have already gone to the destination? The more he thought, the more chaotic Lu Zhou's mind became. Wangda looked at Lu Zhou's expression and immediately became worried. Lu Zhou, what's wrong? Speak. In his view, Lu Zhou suddenly fell silent and stared intently at the map, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, Lu Zhou was pulled back to reality by Wangda's voice. When he looked at Wangda, his expression was somewhat heavy. Brother Wang, I think I know where this is. He spoke softly, and Wangda, curious yet worried, asked, Where? Do you remember the place where we went fishing back then? It's right there. Wangda suddenly understood, but was still a bit taken aback. That place is a unique terrain. What exactly are they after if their destination is there? Wangda was confused, and Lu Zhou turned around and whispered, It seems there's something different under that pool. I suspect this group is eyeing the pool. Leave it to me, Brother Wang. This matter must be reported to the military first. Wangda agreed, nodded, and after giving a few instructions, he left. Once Wangda was gone, Lu Zhou immediately contacted Song Wei using the screen of the flying saucer. At the time he received the mysterious person's message, Song Wei was interrogating Old Li with Director Zhai. Halfway through the interrogation, his subordinates reported information. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately connected. He had told them upon entering that, aside from matters concerning mysterious aliens, not to disturb him with anything else. Now that his subordinate contacted him, it must mean that there was news from the other party. Song Wei felt a bit of joy, hurriedly took a few quick steps, eager to communicate with the other side. However, by the time he arrived, his subordinate informed him that the other side had only left 2 messages and then had not replied any further. Song Wei quickly went over to take a look, only to see what was on the screen. A mysterious and strange map, and a message. Below the pool, there is a mysterious city. You need to make a submarine with very strong durability, otherwise, the water pressure will crush you. As for where the pool was located, Lu Zhou had clearly marked the location on the map for the other party. As long as one had normal intelligence, they should generally be able to find the destination. In the first second, Song Wei was a bit surprised, but soon he carefully examined the map on the screen. Before long, he recognized where this was. However, the terrain was truly marvelous, and his army had never discovered this place before. Song Wei was determined to let the military go check the situation there first. Chapter 471, The Beetle. Not long after this thought crossed his mind, Song Wei instructed his subordinates to print out the map. Soon, the Special Operations Team received a mission. It was not anything else but this mission. The team quickly headed to the location marked on the map, and without much effort, they found the lake depicted on it. All of them were shocked when they first arrived at this place. This location, if nothing else, had a truly astonishing structure. Could this geographical environment really be of natural formation? The person responsible for this mission immediately reported back to Song Wei. Soon, through the camera, Song Wei confirmed that the cave indeed existed. In his heart, he became more convinced of the claims about mysterious aliens. Before long, a submarine project team was assembled. Song Wei presented his requirements, hoping that the engineers could design and manufacture a new type of submarine according to his specifications. What Song Wei requested was actually not difficult to accomplish, as the energy issues had already been resolved in the underground city, and even the special materials were already taken care of. All they needed to do was design and then assemble the components. With that magical door in place, if this project were to be put into research, it would likely not take long before it became a reality in everyday life. The team assigned to the mission was eager to start the research. After giving them a mission, This group applied to enter the door for further research, which Song Wei approved. After Lu Zhou relayed the news to Song Wei, he kept a close watch on the other party's movements. When he saw that Song Wei had indeed organized a group of researchers to start working on the submarine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Lu Zhou also shared this news with his aunt, Wei Qingzhu. Wei Qingzhu suddenly understood. No wonder I've noticed that the special mobile unit has had so many missions recently. It turns out to be because of this matter. To be honest, Wei Qingzhu was also somewhat curious to see what was going on. Primarily, he wanted to check the situation in the laboratory, and secondly, he wanted to see what the researchers had come up with. After some thought, he decided to submit an application to go outside, hoping for approval. While waiting for the approval, Lu Zhou naturally went to see Wang De and began to inquire about the situation regarding the high mountains. When Lu Zhou visited, he didn't come empty-handed. He brought a bag full of vegetable juice. Although agriculture had developed rapidly and vegetable juice could be supplied to some extent, it was still considered relatively expensive. Generally, ordinary people would just buy the cheapest vitamin tablets and spirulina to maintain their nutrient intake. Lu Zhou knocked on the door, and within half an hour, Wang De came to open it. When he opened the door, he saw Lu Zhou smiling with a large bag of items waiting outside. "Xiao Zhou, come in, come in." Wang De hurriedly led Lu Zhou inside, while He Yin casually took the items brought by him. "Why bring vegetable juice when you're just visiting? That a bit wasteful," He Yin said playfully, with a hint of mock annoyance in her tone. Lu Zhou smiled. "Since I brought it, I might as well leave it here." After saying that, He Yin beamed. "All right, I'll cook for you, and you two can chat for a while." He Yin took the vegetable juice and headed into the kitchen. Wang's mother also followed her in to help out. At this moment, Lu Zhou carefully sat down, signaling Wang to talk. Seeing Lu Zhou's mysterious demeanor, Wanda wondered what was going on. Eventually, the other party asked if he had encountered Gao Shan again. At this point, Wanda's face showed a hint of hesitation. He recalled the situation from that day. He had met Brother Gao while on a mission, and Gao Shan had looked utterly disheveled. Wanda felt a pang of sadness and wanted to take him home to help him clean himself up. However, Gao Shan refused and handed him a map. At that time, Gao Shan seemed to have said something. "Were you able to find the things I hid?" Wanda suddenly jolted awake, remembering Gao Shan's last words. He was now recalling it vividly. After saying that, Gao Shan saw Wanda's confused expression, said nothing more, and stuffed the map into Wanda's pocket before quickly leaving. After that, no matter how many times Wanda returned to that place, he never encountered Gao Shan again. After he murmured those words, he heard Lu Zhou softly repeat, "Wanda." What he meant was, "Did we find the things he hid?" Wanda frowned, seemingly lost in a frenzied recollection of the scene back then. "Yes, I remember now. He indeed said that, but I was too excited when I first saw him to pay attention to those words. I only thought of it when you just asked me." After frowning in thought, Wanda confirmed that Gao Shan's last words were indeed as he recalled. Lu Zhou fell silent and began to reflect. His thoughts wandered, eventually leading him to that night when Gao Shan and his wife left. He remembered that night. Under the green plant pot, they had indeed found something extraordinary. He recalled that he had put that item into the game inventory. Lu Zhou's mind was racing. He searched through his game inventory frantically until he finally found that item. It was a golden metallic object resembling a beetle with a sharp spike inside. He couldn't understand why he had completely forgotten about it after acquiring it, but he was certain that this item was significant. Once he took hold of it, memories from that time flooded back into his mind. After the memories returned, Lu Zhou frowned and coldly called out to the game. "Game, come out. Stop playing dead. Is this all you're doing?" As he shouted for the game to come out, he breathed heavily. The game didn't play dead, but appeared quickly. "What the hell? Don't pin all these messes on me," it responded. Lu Zhou sneered while holding the small, beetle-like metallic object. "Then tell me, why did all my lost memories come rushing back the moment I touched this thing?" The game scoffed. "Just because of this? You suspect it's my doing? Lu Zhou pressed on, raising his intensity. Back then, you asked me if I want to turn this into system energy. Tell me the truth. Did you have the intention to swallow this thing? His tone quickened, becoming more aggressive. The game immediately became irritated. Don't slander me. I didn't. I just detected the enormous energy within that item, which is why I asked you. It even added a touch of grievance in its voice. Chapter 472, New Materials. Lu Zhou doubted that he had heard wrong, but seeing the game's strong reaction, he began to mutter to himself. Could it be that it wasn't a game? But if it wasn't a game, who else could be behind this? Lu Zhou directed his skeptical gaze toward the metal beetle, and after observing it closely, he found nothing particularly special about it. He felt it was time to change his approach. Holding the beetle, he asked the game, "Do you know what this thing is really used for?" The game looked it over and quickly provided a response. If you ask me, I think it's more suitable as a key to unlock something. Don't you think its size is particularly similar to that of a key? After saying this, the game began to sulk on its own. I'm really ridiculous. Why do I care about you? So you won't suspect that I'm the one causing trouble every day. Lu Zhou twitched his eyebrows and quickly comforted the game a few times before shifting his focus back to the metal object. Speaking of which, could this thing really be, as the game said, some kind of key? Recalling a series of actions taken by Gao Shan, Lu Zhou wondered if, after entering the lake, there was something that needed this object to unlock it. But how would he know what kind of door it would open and what was behind it? What if it was a disaster that no one could control? A sense of unease began to rise within Lu Zhou. He then felt that Wanda outside seemed to be talking to him, so he immediately focused and turned to chat with Wanda. Wanda noticed Lu Zhou spacing out for a few seconds, called out to him, and wondered what was going on. Lu Zhou snapped out of it, a smile of apology on his lips. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about whether we actually dug up something earlier." Wanda frowned, and after some serious thought, came to a conclusion. "I feel like we didn't find anything." Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected even Wanda to come up empty on this matter. While his first reaction was also a bit muddled, after some contemplation, he had still managed to find that object. At that moment, it was just lying in his backpack, safe and sound. Lu Zhou started to doubt. If this object was meant to make people gradually forget they had received it, then what exactly was it for? In other words, did this thing bring hope, or did it lead to a new disaster? The uncontrollability of new things made Lu Zhou hesitant. He hadn't yet thought of a final destination for this object, so after hesitating for a moment, he decided not to tell Wanda about its existence, to spare him from worrying as well. As the two talked, they soon shifted to discussing their recent work. Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lu Zhou, you don't know. I heard them say that our weather forecasting project team has hope of continuing." Lu Zhou knew Wanda's enthusiasm for weather forecasting, but he felt a bit puzzled by what he was saying. "What do you mean specifically, Brother Wanda?" Wanda grinned and explained in detail. "Isn't it that we're currently working on restoring the land contaminated by nuclear pollution? Naturally, our weather forecasting project will also come into play. After all, the outside world isn't like the underground city, where we can manage the weather." Lu Zhou understood the situation clearly. It was such a trivial matter. The others continued talking for a few moments before he yin interrupted. "Dinner time. Come and eat." Wanda hurried over, helping to bring dishes to the table, and Lu Zhou also jogged a few steps to assist. The food prepared by Yin and Wang's mother was quite good. After enjoying a suitable meal, Lu Zhou expressed his gratitude before leaving. Wanda waved at him with a smile, telling him to come back whenever he had the chance. Lu Zhou walked a couple of steps from next door and, in less than half an hour, arrived at his own building. Surrounding this building were many soldiers on duty. Their top priority was to ensure Wei Qingzhu's safety. However, when Lu Zhou walked past, he didn't see these people on the surface. Yet, he still sensed their subtle scrutiny. He pretended not to notice and calmly turned his mind to going home. Once home, both his dad and mom were present. They were playfully teasing each other while tending to some plants. After greeting his mother, Lu Zhou went to his bedroom. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He thought he might suffer from insomnia, but unexpectedly, he ended up sleeping soundly until dawn. For the next several months, the underground city operated exceptionally smoothly. The cleanup of nuclear pollution on the surface was ongoing, and the team responsible for this task was working tirelessly, often barely having time to eat. On the other hand, Wei Qingzhu was never idle. After entering the team, he began to take charge of several extremely challenging projects. Lu Zhou, as an assistant, naturally accompanied him. Often, whenever Lu Zhou saw these complex projects, he felt a headache coming on. He couldn't even imagine how his aunt, as the person actually solving the problems, managed to complete these seemingly impossible tasks without losing her composure. Whenever he followed his aunt during research, if there was any free time, he would wander about to check the progress of other projects. Among them, he was most concerned about the submarine project. This project took longer than expected, as they initially thought they could use new materials developed before the disaster. However, after conducting pressure tests, everyone regrettably found that the tests failed, and they had to immediately seek or research new materials. The research on the submarine was stalled due to material issues. Because the water was too deep, the experts dared not take risks and could only work frantically on researching new materials. Lu Zhou noticed that the few strands of hair on their heads were thinning at an alarming rate. However, what was strange was that even though everyone was working just as hard, Wei Qingzhu's hair remained thick and lush. His dense hair often led newcomers to mistakenly believe he was not the highly qualified Professor Wei, but rather a young professor with the same name. There were quite a few funny incidents due to Wei Qingzhu's youthful appearance. While everyone busily began their research, Wei Qingzhu would occasionally offer guidance, and Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahua learned a lot from him. When good news finally came from the material science team, everyone immediately wanted to see if this material could pass the test without hesitation. Soon, Wei Qingzhu took Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahua to the specialized laboratory. The material science experts had already arrived early, each waiting for Wei Qingzhu, the person in charge, to begin the experiment. In fact, Wei Qingzhu had a lot of confidence in this test because he was involved in the process. Chapter 473, Tasting Tea. Previously, during the time of space material science, he had also participated, and during the verification period, everything went smoothly without any issues. This time was no different. When the test screen displayed the words "experiment successful," everyone erupted in cheers, followed by uncontrollable tears. They had experienced many failures before, and initially, they thought this material would take a long time to be developed. However, it seemed that it was completed much sooner than they had anticipated. All the scientists on site were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. This good news was promptly reported to Song Wei. When Song Wei learned that the experiment was successful, his respect and appreciation for Professor Wei surged to new heights. He immediately made a phone call to lavish praise on everyone before hanging up. Once the call ended, everyone turned their bright, eager eyes toward Wei Qingzhu, hoping he would say something. However, to their disappointment, Wei Qingzhu didn't elaborate much, but instead invited the senior designers from the materials science and submarine sectors to explain the next steps to everyone. He didn't feel inclined to discuss the changes he had made to the research project, and although others looked at him longingly, hoping for some insights, Wei Qingzhu considered the information to be core confidential and remained silent. Once everyone realized this, they hurriedly moved past it. After the submarine designer finished explaining the subsequent design concepts, the group raised some practical questions, discussed thoroughly, and ultimately reached a consensus on the most suitable version. Eventually, the intricate design blueprints for the components had already been secretly drawn up and sent to Song Wei for review. Only after Song Wei's approval would the funding be released. Once the material issues for the submarine were resolved, there were basically no other major challenges that could stump the team. Before long, these scientists were once again immersed in a frenzy of research and assembly. To complete the submarine as soon as possible, the relevant personnel hadn't left that door for nearly a month, eating and living inside. Finally, after about half a month behind that door, the submarine was completed with only the final inspection remaining. This inspection would take about 10 days. During this period, all the maintenance technicians were sent aboard the submarine, busily working up and down to finish the inspection as quickly as possible. While the maintenance team was busy, Lu Zhou was following his uncle and collaborating with Zhang Jiahua on other research. Their focus was on agriculture. In addition to assisting with the challenging tasks of the nuclear pollution remediation team, they were also responsible for researching agricultural projects. Recently, Wei Qingzhu had concentrated his research on how to further remediate polluted water bodies. Water is the source of life, and in the future, humanity cannot survive on the surface without clean water. While the remediation of water pollution and nuclear pollution has some differences, the gap between the two is not very large. Optimistically, it was estimated that Wei Qingzhu could develop a method for water pollution remediation in about a month. His research method focused on bioremediation, while the mechanical remediation aspect was indeed outside their research scope. The researchers in the underground city were all immersed in their studies. In these recent days, Lu Zhou had also been quite busy, and following Wei Qingzhu, he unexpectedly felt the charm of research. Now, Lu Zhou was no less than a mature researcher. All of this was thanks to his uncle's meticulous nurturing. Zhang Jiahua was also making rapid progress, and several times, Zhang's father had specially brought some tea leaves to thank Wei Qingzhu. Although the tea leaves were not considered high-grade before the apocalypse, they were indeed regarded as a luxury item after the apocalypse. Wei Qingzhu didn't want to let the other party spend money unnecessarily, but Zhang's father insisted on giving them, and in the end, he had no choice but to accept them. However, while drinking tea, we casually invited a few families to join us for tea tasting. After Wang De learned about this, he didn't forget to buy an exquisite set of tea utensils. The white tea cups, filled with brewed black tea, exuded an enticing fragrance reminiscent of honey dates. The tea was a golden color, and the aroma was overwhelming. Fortunately, when Wang De bought the tea utensils, he bought 2 sets at once. Otherwise, with so many people here, we wouldn't have enough cups. Once everyone had a cup of tea, they slowly cradled the cups, taking a deep inhale of the tea's refreshing aroma, then slowly savored a small sip, almost reluctant to swallow, letting it linger in their mouths to appreciate the flavor. Lu Zhou also took a sip. Indeed, the taste was astonishingly sweet. In fact, the quality of the tea leaves wasn't very high. Perhaps it was because everyone hadn't drunk tea in a long time that they found this tea unexpectedly smooth. When brewing the tea, a piece of black tea cake was added, filling up a large pot. Now everyone was taking sip after sip, and they managed to finish 3 infusions in a row. Lu Zhou smiled, but suddenly thought of the many tea leaves he had stored before the end, and given the characteristics of the game cabin, those should still be particularly fresh. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou felt a surge of excitement. After surveying the tea leaves, he found a type of white tea. White tea, when stored properly, actually improves with age. Lu Zhou immediately took it out, pretending to pull it from his backpack. I have a type of tea here that I accidentally got before, but it's been a while. I wonder if it's still drinkable. As Lu Zhou spoke, he took out the tea bag. When he revealed it, everyone else's eyes widened, eager to see what kind of tea Lu Zhou had brought out. When they saw that it was white tea, several people exclaimed in surprise. It's actually white tea. White tea is great. As long as it's stored well, its flavor will only become sweeter and more fragrant. Zhang Fu exclaimed joyfully, and Lu Zhou smiled, saying, "It must be well preserved since it was kept in a jar." After saying this, he showcased the tin box to everyone, who were all delighted. He and Yin smiled and said, "Thank you, Xiao Zhou. Now we really have something to look forward to." Everyone laughed, and Lu Zhou felt warm inside. He then handed the tea leaves to his uncle, asking him to brew the tea. Wei Qingzhu tore open the bag and discovered that the tea leaves inside had not been affected at all. The condition of the leaves was perfect. He was immediately moved. Good tea, eager to brew it. When the first infusion was poured, Everyone inhaled the refreshing tea fragrance that filled the air, accompanied by a natural grassy and bean-like aroma. Wei Qingzhu poured a cup for everyone and then began to slowly enjoy the tea. After finishing, they all felt that their lips and teeth were still fragrant. It's so sweet. This was everyone's first reaction after drinking the tea. Chapter 474. A Sense of Danger. Lu Zhou also lowered his head and took a sip, discovering that the tea leaves were preserved exceptionally well, without the slightest strange taste. All that remained was the most unpretentious flavor of the tea leaves. Before the apocalypse, Lu Zhou didn't like drinking tea, but now, drinking tea actually made him feel like it was a kind of enjoyment. After everyone had a few sips, they all had a nostalgic look in their eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to head over to the area for planting game crops, wanting to see if he could also cultivate some tea leaves in the game. Ultimately, if he could get a machine to process the tea leaves, he would never run out of tea in the future. After Lu Zhou made a round of inspection, he was delighted to find that it was indeed possible to plant tea leaves. However, correspondingly, the yield of the tea leaves was quite low, barely enough for his family and friends to drink. If he wanted to sell them, it would be far from sufficient. But even so, Lu Zhou felt much more fulfilled inside. He chose to plant green tea, as he preferred the fresh taste of green tea leaves. It was more suitable for him to grow. After carefully tending to the tea leaves for a while, Lu Zhou searched throughout the game and finally found the option to process tea leaves. Originally, it wasn't available, but in the end, Lu Zhou's keen eyes found a machine for roasting chestnuts. He thought for a moment and wondered if putting tea leaves in it could also work for processing. Sure enough, when he tried putting in a small handful of fresh tea leaves, an option immediately popped up. Detected fresh tea leaves. Would you like to process them? Lu Zhou was instantly excited and clicked confirm. The machine immediately began processing, and when it finished, it quickly produced a piece of perfectly shaped and fragrant roasted green tea. Lu Zhou leaned over to sniff it and found the aroma very pleasant. At this moment, Zhang's father had taken his family away temporarily due to some business, while Wangda was still sitting nearby, slowly sipping tea. Lu Zhou took out a handful of the processed tea leaves and let his uncle try some. Facing the handful of tea leaves brought by his nephew, Wei Qingzhu wasn't surprised. After all, his nephew had already given him enough shocks. There was no need for more. After he brewed the tea leaves, he immediately realized that this green tea was made quite well. Even Wangda was excited and drank a lot. In the end, he awkwardly lowered his head. Once he started drinking, he forgot that this tea was now a rare item, worth a fortune. He felt embarrassed, but neither Wei Qingzhu nor Lu Zhou showed any signs of discomfort. Wangda sat on the sofa, gradually letting go of his embarrassment, and began to talk about a serious topic. Brother Wei, Lu Zhou, do you guys know? Recently, they've been saying not to go to the area under the lake. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately perked up. Wei Qingzhu looked over, puzzled. Wangda noticed that everyone's gaze was fixed on him and hurriedly spoke up. You all don't know? Recently, our geological team has been responsible for surveying the terrain over there and the depth under the lake. As a result, we reached a terrifying conclusion. Seeing that Wangda was still teasing them, Lu Zhou grew anxious and asked in a calm voice, "What conclusion?" Wangda sighed at the sight of the clueless expressions on their faces and said, "The depth under the lake completely exceeds our predictions. According to common reasoning, it shouldn't be possible for a lake to have such deep water beneath it. So many people now believe that there must be secrets hidden in the depths of the lake, but they are likely accompanied by danger. Its depth has already exceeded 10,000 meters." As this was said, Wei Qingzhu, Lu's dad and mom, Jiang Xiaolin, Wangda, and He Yin all showed shocked expressions. 10,000 meters? Everyone thought it was unbelievable. What a joke. After all, even in the deep sea, one wouldn't dare to film at such depths. Moreover, the most extreme depths of the ocean are currently around 20,000 meters. How could it be possible for a lake to be so deep? Lu Zhou had personally been in the water, so he naturally knew how deep the lake was. At that time, He felt like his lungs were about to be crushed, and he could only manage to get in with the help of a game and some tools. Wangda glanced at the stunned crowd, his face still calm. After learning about this matter, almost everyone wore that same shocked expression. He sighed and continued speaking. At first, we were all stunned, thinking that there was a problem with the instruments. But later, no matter how we tested it, the value remained the same, and eventually everyone realized that this thing was particularly deep. The initial deep-sea material tests indicated that the materials could withstand depths of 10,000 meters. But later we predicted that the lake's depth would be even greater, so for safety reasons, we started searching for new pressure-resistant materials. Wei Qingzhu interjected appropriately. The current materials can withstand pressures of 30,000 meters. Do you know what results you're getting from your tests now? Wangda shook his head. It sounds sufficient, but who knows what the actual situation will be down there. After all, the bottom of this water is too mysterious. This exploration is undoubtedly dangerous, and I advise you all not to go down. Lu Zhou was not prepared to go underwater for the time being. He had been through a lot when he went down before. The intense water pressure had made his chest feel like it was on fire. When he finally returned to the surface, he truly felt as if he had come back to life. Underwater, that sense of suffocation, pain, and irritation was simply uncontrollable. Unless something major was at stake, Lu Zhou was not going to participate in this dive. Wei Qingzhu had a conflicted look in his eyes, but after glancing at his wife and daughter, he ultimately decided not to go down. Seeing that the two were not inclined to dive, Wangda continued. After this dive, their mission should be to explore and see what lies below, with the underwater conditions being transmitted back via cameras. By the way, recently, the project team has been working on several military defense projects nearby. Upon hearing this, almost everyone perked up their ears. Lu Zhou's voice became somewhat dry, and he couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Are you saying they're preparing for something?" Military engineering projects often involve burying a lot of explosives. Wang Da's expression became heavy. Yes, this map is indeed a bit suspicious, and more importantly, the situation there is too strange. But don't worry too much. It's mainly to guard against any potential situations. The military defense projects are just precautionary measures. Once it's confirmed there is no danger, those things won't be needed. Although Wang said this, almost everyone's minds had quietly planted a seed of anxiety. The military wouldn't place these things without reason. What if something really happened down there? Lu Zhou's previously calm heart was now uncontrollably pounding. He couldn't help but feel the frantic beating of his heart, and he had a vague sense that something was about to happen. Chapter 475, without a hint of foreboding. Today was undoubtedly a big day. The scheduled launch time was today. Previously, the submarine had attempted several pre-launch tests, all of which went smoothly. Today, they planned to officially dive deep. All the relevant project leaders for the submarine were carefully inspecting each part of the submarine. They were afraid of any unexpected incidents. As for the engineers, they were quickly reviewing the calculation programs over and over again. There are absolutely no issues. If everything goes according to the previous tests and budget plans, there should be no problems. The oxygen chamber has been checked, and there are no issues. The deep-sea pressure chamber has been checked, and there are no issues. Reports came in one after another from various sources, and most people began to methodically carry out the last preparations. Song Wei stood in front of the screen, looking at the situation of the lake, unable to suppress his anxiety. It felt as if a storm was approaching. Many people rushed in to report and then hurriedly left for the lake. Song Wei was well aware that this mission was difficult and dangerous. One small mistake could cost lives. However, he cannot stop. The fate of humanity was now in their hands. These attempts were necessary. At first, Song Wei intended to be on site, but many people stopped him, insisting he could not go. In the end, Song Wei had no choice but to stay in the underground city, watching the scene unfold. Lu Zhou was also filled with anxiety. The closer the day got, the more restless he felt. A sense of impending disaster constantly lingered in the depths of his heart. This time, Lu's parents were very protective, fearing he would take risks again. Wei Qingzhu was even more so. This composite technology talent was a precious hope, and they could not let him take any risks. When the exploration was about to begin, almost everyone working in the government was summoned to the office to watch the screen inside. Lu Zhou, Wei Qingzhu, Wang De, and Zhang Jiahao were no exceptions. They all stared solemnly at the screen. On the screen, the expedition team was making final checks. Everyone quickly checked whether their gear was complete before one by one boarding the submarine. A total of 30 people were going down this time. There were engineers, computer specialists, maintenance workers, and armed forces. For safety, the submarine was equipped with many heavy weapons. These heavy weapons were newly developed by the underground city. After passing tests, they were hurriedly installed on the submarine. As everything was nearly ready, the team immediately prepared to set off. Through the earpiece, Song Wei gave the order to the others. Departure. With a single command, the submarine was gradually launched into the water with the help of many people on the shore and mechanical arms. As soon as it entered the water, the scene instantly turned cold. The submarine transformed from a majestic presence on the shore to a dark, ominous giant underwater, all in the span of just 1 second. The screen became foggy, exuding a sense of darkness that added a few shades of gloom. Everyone remained silent, furrowing their brows as they watched the situation unfold. Lu Zhou was also quietly watching the screen, feeling a bit anxious for the team members inside the submarine. Inside the submarine, the team members were methodically carrying out their respective tasks. They had previously undergone relevant underwater training, so this pitch-black scene did not frighten them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the submarine first turned on a light. This light had been designed to be the brightest and have the strongest penetrating power. However, once submerged underwater, especially as they descended deeper, the light's brightness began to fade. It was as if the light was entering a thick, invisible black whirlpool. It was estimated that the light could penetrate about 10 meters down, but regrettably, the further they went down, the more quickly the light's penetrating power decreased. By the end, they found that there was only a short 1-meter visibility range left. Fortunately, the submarine was also equipped with many other detection instruments, such as infrared sensors and radar. In short, everyone's strategy was to switch methods if one didn't work. There would always be some way to succeed. Finally, in the footage, everyone saw the following scene. The submarine was operating with its lights on, illuminating a small area, but overall it was showing a stable cruising state. Song Wei's earpiece transmitted a report. Report to Song's supervisor. We are currently using the radar detection device to descend steadily. As far as we can see, the underwater situation is relatively stable. Aside from the increasing pressure and limited visibility, we have not encountered any suspicious situations. Song Wei immediately replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Continue descending." Understood, Song's supervisor. As soon as the words fell, the submarine's descent speed remained unchanged, presenting a sense of uniform descent. Lu Zhou quietly stared at the screen, feeling the earlier intense heartbeat calm down a bit. He couldn't help but wonder if it was just his illusion. At this moment, was there really no problem? Was he just under too much pressure recently? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou glanced sideways at Zhang Jiahao beside him. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Jiahao's sixth sense seemed to be quite accurate. Why not ask him? Once Lu Zhou made up his mind, he didn't waste any time and immediately inquired, "Jiahao, do you have any bad feelings about the submarine going underwater recently?" Zhang Jiahao, who was still quietly focused on the screen showing the submarine, was quickly pulled back to reality by his friend's interruption. "If you're asking about that, I really don't have any. I've just been having crazy nightmares these past few days." Hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately perked up. Nightmares? Why didn't this guy mention it earlier? Seemingly sensing the complaint in Lu Zhou's eyes, Zhang Jiahao said seriously, "The thing is, I've been having nightmares for several months now. Just one recurring dream that has nothing to do with the submarine going underwater, so I'm not sure what it means." This made Lu Zhou a bit more curious. "What kind of dream? Tell me about it." As soon as the topic of dreams came up, Zhang Jiahao became animated. However, there was still a hint of gloom in his eyes. Well, how should I put it? The first time I had this dream was 3 months ago. In the dream, I saw nothing but endless water and stars. I dreamt that I was drifting alone on the sea, but I never encountered a single living person. The feeling in the dream was so real that every time I woke up, just thinking about it would make me tremble with fear. After all, being all alone in the dream, calling out to someone who wouldn't respond was truly terrifying. Chapter 476, Hope. Zhang Jiajing seemed to recall a dream, and as he spoke, his expression suddenly turned very grim. At first, I thought it was related to the submarine, but after waking up, I realized I didn't feel uncomfortable in any way. It's very strange, but I can't use that reason to stop their submarine plan. After all, I can't articulate the reason. As Zhang Jiajing said this, there were a few traces of helplessness in his brows and eyes. Lu Zhou felt that his previous complaints towards him were excessive and immediately apologized without hesitation. "I'm sorry, Jiajing, I thought." Zhang Jiajing smiled brightly, accepting Lu Zhou's apology. "It's nothing." The two talked a bit more about this issue, and in the footage, the submarine continued to dive deeper, and the darkness and terror of the underwater environment became more palpable. Many people, merely watching the submarine descend, felt their scalps tingle, let alone experiencing it themselves. To ensure stability, the submarine's descent speed was not fast but rather steady. After 4 hours, the submarine finally reached a depth of 10,000 meters. At this point, the internal pressure of the submarine had become quite significant. It was evident from the footage that the team members were frowning and trying hard to endure their discomfort. However, the report still had to continue. Report to Supervisor Song. We have reached a depth of 10,000 meters. The pressure is slightly higher than calculated, but we expect that if we continue to dive, the submarine will be able to withstand it completely. Currently, in this 10,000-meter water zone, we have not discovered anything worth recording. It is still pitch black around, and we are continuing to advance. Song Wei felt a chill in his hands and feet, his eyes fixed intently on everything in the footage. Lu Zhou also watched the uncomfortable expressions of the team members on the screen. He instantly recalled the discomfort he had felt during his own descent. It felt like breathing was as strenuous as using all one's strength, with a fiery pain filling his lungs. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the submarine continued to descend, and when it reached a depth of 11,000 meters, Lu Zhou could see that the team members were beginning to struggle. The team members had started to connect the external oxygen equipment. This new type of oxygen equipment, once used, indicated that they were at the end of their rope. According to the theory, it could still allow them to dive another 1,000 meters or so. Lu Zhou understood that these team members were all prepared to fight to the death. After all, opportunities were too rare, and the burden of humanity's fate was resting entirely on their shoulders. Everyone wanted to do something more for humanity. Upon seeing the team members' actions, Song Wei unconsciously tightened his wrist, his gaze firmly glued to the footage. Why can't we see the bottom yet? How much further is it? Will we succeed this time? A myriad of thoughts raced through Song Wei's chaotic mind in an instant. Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu also watched the footage with cautious anxiety. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. He vaguely remembered that when he continued to descend to 11,000 meters, a turning point had occurred. I wonder if this time will be like the last? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to daydream. In the footage, the team members were gritting their teeth, and many viewers were moved to tears. Lu's mother had tears in her eyes and wiped them with the back of her hand. Yinyan's eyes also turned red without her noticing. There were many others like them around. Each person could feel a sense of fighting spirit through each other. Inside the submarine, the team members gritted their teeth, while the measuring instrument beside them kept beeping incessantly. Hold on, we're almost at 20,000 meters. If we don't find anything at 20,000 meters, we'll have to turn back. The captain clenched his teeth, reiterating the rules that had been set from the beginning. The other team members nodded, looking anxious and fearful. The captain felt the same. He was both afraid of encountering something he couldn't accept down there and afraid that they wouldn't find anything at all. If nothing is discovered, it means no change. The current situation on Blue Star can only be saved by change. Nothing else can help. Thinking of this, the captain gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. When the measuring instrument started beeping erratically, indicating they had reached 20,000 meters, everyone focused their eyes on the screen. On the screen, it was still nothing but darkness. The submarine was quite large, but in this pitch-black water, it looked incredibly small. It seemed that any object in the darkness could suddenly appear and destroy it. Lu Zhou thought strangely, no wonder humanity needed light back then. Just looking at the darkness in front of them made it easy to feel that it concealed some kind of potential danger. As they looked at the situation at 20,000 meters with no results, not to mention the others, even Song Wei felt immensely disappointed. However, based on the readings from the team members' monitoring devices and the situation on the screen, it was no longer suitable to continue descending. Seeing that there was no turning point, Song Wei adjusted his earpiece and instructed the other end. Everyone stop advancing, take photos of the surroundings. After completing the task, return immediately. Just as he was about to repeat himself, he suddenly heard someone shout excitedly. There's something. There's something. What's that glowing spot? Look, just a little lower, and we'll reach it. Song Wei immediately looked up, and then saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The once pitch-black water suddenly became bright, as if a switch had been flipped. The water below transformed from the dark, oppressive depths to a bright and gentle area, leaving everyone in disbelief, almost thinking they were seeing things. But the situation on the screen told everyone that this was not a dream. The team members, who had been struggling and feeling hopeless, were unexpectedly greeted with such a transformation. They quickly maneuvered the submarine towards the brightest spot to take a closer look. The screen switched in real time. Everyone saw the source of this dazzling light. They first caught sight of a brightly lit area. Was it a city? Many people suddenly widened their eyes, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. What a joke! If they weren't mistaken, there were buildings down there? The team members on the submarine were also dumbfounded, staring blankly at these buildings, their hearts filled with shock. They piloted the submarine, wanting to go in for a closer look. But they found that the submarine seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't advance at all. The obstruction of the submarine was captured clearly on the screen. Many people were instantly baffled, looking ahead with puzzled expressions at the empty space in front of the submarine. What was going on? Lu Zhou understood that they had encountered that layer of barrier. Chapter 477, Ineffective Entry. However, the barrier that had been partially broken through before had now become intact again. Lu Zhou stared curiously at the screen in front of him, seemingly trying to discern something more from it. Outside the screen, the crowd was also filled with doubt and uncertainty. Soon, the submarine sent back a report. It stated that there was an invisible membrane ahead, and the submarine could no longer approach it. As for the texture, it was extremely hard and completely impenetrable. Finally, Song Wei, with a grim face, spoke in a deep voice, "Fire the shell." After receiving the order, the crew on the submarine hesitated for almost no time, mobilizing the most powerful shells they had, and aimed directly at the glass dome, firing the first shot. In fact, taking such action carried significant risk. No one knew what was inside, but Song Wei had no other choice but to proceed this way. Meanwhile, the crew members on the submarine were also frowning deeply. They had made a considerable decision and ultimately decided to fire. There was no other way. They had been studying outside for over an hour without any method to penetrate, and now they could only force their way through. Bang! Accompanied by a violent noise, the artillery fire exploded on the protective shield like flames, creating a gap with a loud poof. However, the remaining part still stood firm. Everyone's eyes widened at this situation. What material was this protective shield made of? The cannon they used was their most advanced high-tech weapon, yet such a massive impact could only create a small gap. Although the crew on the submarine was shocked, They knew they had to continue firing. Bang, bang, bang. One shell after another slammed down, finally blowing a small piece of the mysterious protective shield apart. This small piece was enough for the submarine to enter. But just as they were about to enter, Song Wei felt his brow twitching intensely. He immediately tightened his grip on the earpiece and ordered in a deep voice, "Wait a moment, let's assess the situation before proceeding." The crew quickly responded, and then a sea spider crawled down from the submarine. It looked exquisitely crafted, full of mechanical sophistication. Two custom-made compound eyes were rapidly spinning. The crew controlled the sea spider, commanding it to enter through the opening. As the sea spider advanced, its high-definition camera captured everything inside in detail. Everyone watched the scenes on the screen quietly, feeling as if their minds were about to explode. What unfolded before them was a fantastical sight. Inside, there was air. This realization left many people shocked. The sea spider quickly darted forward, and the compound eye camera scanned the surroundings, capturing everything. Rows of city buildings, one skyscraper after another, challenged everyone's perception. In their minds, there shouldn't be such things inside. Yet, when these things appeared before their eyes, everyone began to feel fear, curiosity, and dread. Mixed emotions swirled together. But as the scene changed, the crowd saw an empty street. Just as they imagined, there was no one around. At first glance, everyone thought the buildings were well constructed, but upon closer inspection, they realized that many of these structures were quite old, looking shabby and dilapidated. Returning from the initial shock and comparing it to the current decay, everyone suddenly felt that there were definitely no living creatures left here. The sea spider continued to advance. It discovered many strange things, such as machines that looked very high-tech. These items were piled together, appearing to have no specific arrangement. Among the crowd, someone with sharp eyes immediately recognized what this item was. They gasped in surprise. "Oh my God, did you see that? The machine we just passed by should be the project we've been researching recently." Everyone immediately perked up, then hurriedly rushed to take a look. When they saw the fleeting image, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Many could no longer sit still, muttering, "What kind of world is underwater? It looks like the technology is even more advanced than ours." Someone nodded in agreement. "Did you see the big glass dome? That technology clearly surpasses ours. At least, we can't create something like that right now." Everyone chimed in, and Song Wei's expression gradually became worried. Why would such an advanced civilization disappear? Song Wei didn't dare to think further and could only instruct his subordinates to continue moving forward. After circling around, the sea spider found that there were no dangers nearby. Thus, the submarine officially entered the interior. When passing through the small opening, everyone was nervous about the submarine's large size. But when they saw it pass through easily, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhou quietly observed the situation on the screen, unconsciously clenching his hands. Then he relaxed again. Wei Qingzhu, beside him, noticed Lu Zhou's small gesture but didn't say anything. He calmly continued watching the screen. Everyone quietly watched as the submarine entered the interior. When they saw that the submarine had entered without any attacks, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Lu Zhou felt relieved. Could it be that he had been overthinking these past few days? It seemed pretty safe. Zhang Jiahao, beside him, also felt nervous, but was relieved when nothing unusual happened, grateful that he hadn't spoken carelessly. Everyone had their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Song Wei ordered the team to continue moving forward, trying to search for anything useful. The submarine moved quickly, and everything in the picture was rapidly retreating. Through the flickering images, Lu Zhou's vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar area. That area looked particularly similar to the metal beetle in his hand. Lu Zhou hurriedly went back to review the footage and indeed saw a fleeting image of the beetle. However, the beetle in the footage appeared to be just a sculpture in the city, looking like a central fountain in the city. No one noticed this scene. Everyone's attention was concentrated on the tallest building not far away. That building looked like it contained valuable items inside. As the submarine quickly advanced, when the footage got close to the building, everyone finally saw the words written on it. Good Life Technology Company. Lu Zhou was a bit puzzled. At that time, he didn't remember seeing this thing because he had been too anxious. The team remained cautious and initially wanted to send the Sea Spider to investigate further. But once the Sea Spider entered the door of the tech building, it immediately lost contact. This happened repeatedly after several attempts. Chapter 478, The Beetle Statue. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of apprehension about the things inside. However, when it became unavoidable for team members, armed and wearing underwater protective suits, maneuvered a small manually operated deep-sea fish vessel into the building. The design of the deep-sea fish vessel was quite sophisticated. It was amphibious, capable of operating underwater as well as on land. As the four entered, they naturally did so with the mindset that they might not return. They tightly secured cameras to their heads, and at the same time, all the cameras on top of the vehicle were turned on. Soon, the screen displayed a shocking scene. Upon entering the building, everyone was startled by the emptiness inside. In everyone's imagination, there should have been something here, but they were surprised to find it so desolate. Lu Zhou stared at the screen for a while and realized that it was indeed the same building he had entered before. He already knew what everyone would see. The building was empty. There was nothing of value to take. Sure enough, after the team members completed a sweep of the area, they regretfully discovered that there seemed to be nothing worth scavenging. Song Wei quietly gazed at the screen, his throat dry and painful as if it were on fire. His eyes narrowed slightly. Let's get out of here and check other places. The team members complied obediently and immediately left the building. Of course, before leaving, they had already scanned the area with various detection instruments, but found nothing worth taking. Everyone felt a bit disheartened. Who would have thought that such a large building could be completely worthless? After the vehicle exited, they didn't return to the submarine, but instead quickly drove the small vehicle around. Lu Zhou clearly remembered that when he had frantically searched the building, he hadn't found anything of value either, except for the heaps of garbage that had been thrown out when the Great Chasm appeared. He wondered if they would encounter that chasm again this time. Lu Zhou's mind was racing with thoughts. Since this dive had yielded no results, it meant that the map provided by Gao Shan was of no reference value. In conjunction with the metal beetle given by the other party, Lu Zhou briefly dismissed it as something insignificant. On the screen, the team members were quietly discussing their next target. Soon, under Song Wei's instructions, they began to attack various suspected valuable areas. Unfortunately, each surge of excitement turned into disappointment once they entered and found nothing of worth. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. No one expected that all their hard work in building the underwater submarine would end in complete emptiness. Although they learned that there was an underwater city here, the more important items from that city had not been left behind for them. Song Wei's confidence in the mysterious alien's words wavered slightly. Could anything truly be discovered underwater? He didn't want to give up and could only order the team members to search carefully. The team members meticulously examined every suspicious object, but ultimately reported back to Song Wei with regret that they had found nothing. How could this be possible? Song Wei was feeling a bit more impatient, but he was still able to maintain his composure. His gaze darkened slightly, and he quickly instructed his team to spread out and see if they could encounter anything else. The team members obeyed, and soon the scene was divided into 3 sections. It was their first action. After previously moving together, everyone realized that this place seemed to be an empty city, posing no danger. So, to improve search efficiency, they began to split into 3 teams for the search. This was also tacitly approved by Song Wei. Time passed second by second, and after 3 hours had gone by, when everyone was beginning to lose hope, one of the team members' detectors suddenly beeped frantically. The others were startled and hurried over to see what was happening. As a result, they discovered that the detector in the team member's hand was the one used for recently found rare materials. This kind of rare material is typically used in aerospace engineering, and previously, its production was very low often in a state of scarcity. Seeing the detector go off, everyone dared not speak, but their faces could not hide their excitement. Let's see how many tons of this rare material there are. The captain quickly calmed down, and the team members obediently measured. In the end, they exclaimed in delight, "There are actually over 80 million tons. This rare material is highly durable, and such a large quantity could easily resolve the predicament they found themselves in." The captain finally smiled broadly. He took out a small box to mark the location and then struck a stone to prepare for the research by the scientists. If the environment here has not been polluted, they would surely begin to extract energy after a few days. The team members hurried to secure this material, carefully holding it in their hands. This was a hard-won resource for them. As the team continued to expand their search, they surprisingly discovered a cave. This cave was quite unique. Once inside, it was filled with cool, smooth jade stones. The team members were dumbfounded upon seeing this. If these jade stones were placed in the pre-apocalyptic era, each piece would have been worth a fortune. However, now, during the apocalypse, jade could neither be eaten nor worn, having long lost its value from peacetime. Therefore, many people sighed upon seeing these exquisite jade stones. The timing of their encounter was just wrong. No one regarded them as treasures anymore. Some people couldn't help but lament how things have changed. Song Wei, on the other hand, thought that they could collect a few of these jade stones to carve some items to commemorate their experience underwater. However, that would have to wait until they got out before they could slowly plan for it. This small team's current task was to explore how many treasures awaited them in these waters. Initially, the number of people who entered the water was not large. The team members continued to advance, and along the way, they gradually discovered some much-needed supplies on land. With these discoveries, everyone no longer felt as desperate as before. At least they felt they hadn't suffered losses from this dive. In addition to these items, the team members also discovered some strange writings. These writings resembled cursive, but they couldn't determine exactly what was written. They could only take photos to bring back for historians to study and decipher. As the group wandered deeper, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a vast square. In the center of the square stood a gigantic statue of a beetle. When Lu Zhou's eyes landed on this statue, they widened in shock, and then he couldn't help but start pounding heavily in his chest. Chapter 479, Alive. It's quite a coincidence that the team members randomly searched their way here, but in the end, they all unexpectedly arrived at this sculpture square one after another. A giant beetle stands silently in the square. Its enormous compound eyes seem to be able to see through people's hearts, and in this desolate situation, it resembles a terrifying, unknown entity. The team members were surprised to discover this statue. After exchanging information, they each expressed some different thoughts about the beetle sculpture. Do you think this statue has any significance? Do you remember that along the way down, we kept seeing this bug statue? One observant team member furrowed his brows and suddenly focused on the giant statue, speaking up. Others were initially startled, but then they looked up too. Upon raising their heads, they indeed saw how terrifying this giant object was, involuntarily filled with a sense of awe. The insect was crafted with exquisite detail. Not only did it look just like a real one, but what was most unsettling was that the hairs on its several legs were depicted clearly. One team member frowned and couldn't help but shift his gaze elsewhere. The others gasped, looking up at the statue, shivering as they spoke. It's too lifelike. Did you see its incredibly realistic appearance? For some reason, I almost felt like this thing was alive. Hearing a companion express the same thought, the others followed suit, sharing their genuine feelings. That's right, I felt that way too. It might be because the details are so masterfully carved that it's enough to be mistaken for the real thing. Among the team members, some took out various detection instruments, placing them next to the sculpture to scan it. The rest instinctively reached for the weapons at their waists. Regardless, this thing definitely didn't look like a good object. They had an unusually keen sense of danger, and this statue instinctively filled them with fear and trepidation. The team member in charge of detection reported coldly. The detection instruments show no activity. It might truly just be a statue. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the team members breathe a sigh of relief, but even the personnel outside the screen relaxed. Thankfully, there were no unexpected events. However, Lu Zhou did not ease up. He secretly took out a metallic carved beetle and carefully compared it with the statue on the screen, discovering that the two were identical. Actually, when he saw this, Lu Zhou had already been puzzled. This statue indeed looked like it came from this place, like something from here, but what was incomprehensible was how Gao Shan managed to acquire this thing. What had happened after he left? Too many questions filled Lu Zhou's mind, pressing down on him until he felt like he was going to explode. He shook his head, quickly snapping back to attention. When he looked at the screen again, he noticed the team members had already begun searching other areas of the square, because nothing had been found on the statue. The atmosphere grew a bit more strange and peaceful. Once the team members confirmed there was no issue with the statue, they relaxed considerably. However, at this moment, Lu Zhou still didn't understand why Gao Shan had given the map and the metal beetle. Wasn't it just to let him hand these items over to the military so they could go down and collect resources? It should be noted that, although these resources were scarce, it wasn't to the extent that they would be unable to move an inch without it. Thinking of this, the oddness in Lu Zhou's heart grew more intense. Quickly, he looked back at the statue again. He remained motionless, examining closely, and finally his pupils shrank rapidly. In the compound eyes of the beetle, he seemed to see a line of text that was faint and elusive. This line of text was cleverly designed. When viewed up close, one would find the compound eyes completely clean, with nothing there. But as soon as one stepped back a bit, a line of blurry writing would appear. Have you discovered? The game has already entered the hot phase, with no way to retreat, no way to refuse. You can only participate in this grand game together. These words were filled with malice. Lu Zhou's unusual demeanor immediately attracted the attention of Wei Qingzhu and Zhang Jiahao beside him. Before the two could speak, they heard Lu Zhou, looking agitated, slam his hand on the table and roar, "Come here quickly, there's danger." At the highest position, Song Wei was also drawn to this voice. Lu Zhou seemed not to realize the situation at all, yelling in excitement, "There are words on the beetle's compound eyes." As soon as these words came out, everyone was taken aback. Are there really words? Clearly, they had looked closely just now, and there should have been nothing. Song Wei's expression was cold as he used his earpiece to call the team members to immediately return to the submarine. Then, he ordered the people beside him to quickly adjust the screen to that segment of the beetle. The enormous insect, with its compound eyes looking exceptionally eerie. Through the terrifying compound eyes, Song Wei also saw those words. In fact, there were quite a few people who saw it. At that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their blood seemed to freeze, and they couldn't muster any strength. Song Wei unconsciously bit his lip, and his already dry lips immediately bled profusely. Ignoring his appearance, he shouted, "Everyone, leave immediately." His voice was loud, and when it reached the team members' ears through the earpiece, it shocked them so much that their eardrums ached. The captain immediately understood the severity of the situation. He led the team to run wildly, now even accelerating their pace. "Run. Our vehicle is just parked about 100 meters ahead. If we get in the car, we can leave quickly." Although everyone still didn't know what was happening, seeing the usually calm captain so anxious made their hearts race. The captain was anxious. He wasn't afraid of death, but if he could avoid it, it would be best not to. These were all his good brothers who had gone in and out of life and death together. Just as everyone was running madly forward, someone noticed something odd. The ground of the vast square was now shaking unnaturally. They dared not stop their fleeing steps. The noise behind them grew louder. Boom, 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 streepje, 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 streepje. In just a moment, an extremely powerful explosion sound echoed from the ground. This sound almost drowned out all the unbearable noise from the people. Even under the impact of a shockwave, the camera above the captain's head shook violently for a long time. The image on the screen became extremely shaky. Chapter 480, Black Lines. Everyone stared at the screen in shock. They couldn't imagine what had happened in the square. Soon, among the fleeing team members, someone considered the situation and the need to conquer these anomalies in the future. He quickly adjusted the camera above his head to face backward. This way, the camera could capture what was happening behind them. The camera was designed with a stable structure. Normally, it wouldn't shake at all. However, at this moment, due to the extremely unstable environment behind, the image was trembling violently. Thanks to this team member, everyone could see the situation in the square clearly. But after just one glance, they felt their bodies stiffening, a sudden sense of numbness creeping over them. It wasn't the sound of ground explosions that shocked them. Rather, it was the enormous sculpture that had completely exploded. When the fragments burst apart, everyone initially thought it would shatter into pieces. However, upon closer inspection, they found that wasn't the case. Instead, a long, hairy leg slowly emerged from the debris. Its tips were sharp like those of insects, seemingly capable of slicing open anyone's belly with a gentle swipe. The most terrifying part wasn't this creature, but the countless small, armored beetles that were emerging from behind it, seemingly from nowhere. These small beetles moved with great speed, marching in unison as they scurried out, closely following the large beetle. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt their minds going numb. The areas the beetles passed through were left with corrosive red marks. Seeing this, Song Wei could only urgently instruct them through the earpiece to quickly return to the submarine and ignite the flares. If that didn't work, they would have to leave. The main issue was that there were just too many of these creatures. As the captain fled, he glanced back. Upon seeing the mass of beetles behind him, his body instantly stiffened. However, he didn't stop and instead led the team to run frantically forward. But because these creatures crawled very quickly, it wasn't long before they began leaping through the air towards them. One of the beetles targeted a team member's back. When it landed solidly on the member's back, he immediately felt a powerful impact surging towards him. He tried to dodge, but regrettably, the beetle was surprisingly agile and he couldn't escape. He calmed himself and planned to shake the bug off shortly. However, once the beetle landed on him, he let out a scream. The sharp claws had already pierced through his protective suit, and they were corrosive as well. Another team member, seeing this, immediately drew a short knife and pried the creature off. Seemingly sensing the threat of the knife, the beetle flapped its wings and flew away. Frustrated, this team member pulled out his handgun and started firing at the beetle. Lu Zhou, watching from outside, felt his body tense up. He didn't know if this creature could be killed, but at that moment he silently hoped it would be. The bullets fired struck the beetle. With a splash sound, everyone saw the green goo explode from the beetle's body and spray everywhere. Although the scene was somewhat disgusting, seeing that the creature could be easily killed made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The earlier team member, due to the corrosion from the beetle's claws, was now running a bit slower. His companions supported him on either side, helping him sprint forward quickly. The number of beetles was increasing rapidly, and while the team members were desperately running forward, they were still caught off guard by these beetles. The captain abruptly stopped, took out the flame gun, and aimed it at these creatures, unleashing a torrent of fire. The good news was that the flame gun was indeed effective. Almost as soon as the flames rolled over the area, all of these creatures were killed. The bad news was that 2 members of his team had already perished. The captain's eyes turned red as he tried to control his emotions. He vowed to get everyone to the escape vehicle. After a lot of struggle, everyone finally managed to get on the vehicle, but at the edge of the scene, Lu Zhou witnessed a devastating sight. The beetles that had been burned and killed were now reappearing in their original spots, as if they had never died at all. This sudden change immediately frightened everyone watching. They all stared blankly at these beetles, at a loss for words for the first time. The captain finally got into the vehicle and ordered all team members to leave immediately. His original plan was to explore the interior of the submarine first, and then activate the weapons system to eliminate all these beetles. Although he thought this way, Song Wei's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. "Everyone, once you get into the submarine, fight back with all your strength." The captain hadn't reacted yet, but the instinct of a soldier made him nod in understanding immediately. Even though the underground area had not been fully explored, he felt he must obey the command from his superiors. He called to the team members beside him and almost stepped on the gas, speeding out of the area. The vehicle moved quickly, soon leaving those beetles far behind. Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief for the team members, but the screen suddenly showed another change. The huge beetle, seeing that it was getting further and further away from the vehicle, became frenzied. It crawled around anxiously, then unfolded its transparent wings and with a flap flew into the air. The sound of its wings flapping was incredibly annoying, causing distress among the team members and everyone watching on the screen. As the beetle steadily flew in the air, it was astonishingly fast. Seeing this, the captain could only accelerate, desperately heading towards the submarine. Once the giant beetle took off, all the countless smaller beetles behind it also started flapping their wings and madly pursued the moving target. The entire scene looked particularly terrifying. Just as the vehicle carrying the team members was about to be caught, nearly everyone held their breath, and some even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch such a cruel scene. In the end, something astonishing occurred. The previously empty sky, without a single crack, slowly opened up a thin black line. This thin line was so obvious that as soon as it appeared, everyone took notice. Even the rapidly flying beetles hesitated for a moment, staring blankly at the sky. The team members did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity while the beetles were distracted, they fled desperately. Meanwhile, the sky gradually split open a large area of black from that thin line. Upon seeing the astonishing number of beetles realizing the black area, they suddenly began to screech in alarm, then spread their wings and fled in panic, even abandoning the pursuit of the vehicle. Chapter 481, The Newspaper. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events. They couldn't help but look up and closely stare at the screen. That black line, like a faceless mouth of a faceless being, slowly smiled, revealing a terrifying and frightening aspect. The team members felt the impact the most. Just a second ago, they were frantically fleeing from the beetles, and in the next moment, they witnessed this shocking scene. However, they still did not give up on escaping. Instead, they quickened their pace, intending to return to the submarine. The vehicle was about 3 minutes away from the submarine. Sometimes, if the environment was particularly dire, 3 minutes might not even be enough for them to sprint. Ultimately, the captain, with rich experience, immediately ignored the unexpected events in the sky upon seeing the situation and drove quickly towards their destination. No matter what, they had to give it a try. The sky opened up a crack, moving at a high speed. Initially, it was just a faint line, but now it had expanded to half the sky. The sky was dark and oppressive, with black clouds hanging low ominously. The captain drove desperately, his heart racing. As he saw their destination drawing closer, the captain's anxiety intensified. They were just a little bit away. Nothing could go wrong. After all, the lives of all the team members were in his hands. With the abnormality in the sky, everyone could only temporarily ignore it. When they were only 100 meters away from the submarine, things finally took a new turn. From that black area in the sky, a strong force suddenly erupted. The force was so great that everyone on the ground felt it almost instantly. In an instant, a multitude of debris fell from the black area. It was dense and chaotic. Almost anything you could think of was there. The debris came down in a rush, scattering everywhere almost in an instant. Seeing the situation, the captain drove even faster. The team members tightly gripped their guns, ready for any emergency. Meanwhile, those beetles that had been so arrogant before suddenly scattered in all directions. It seemed they were afraid of the things falling from the sky. When Lu Zhou saw this, he felt a bit puzzled. These things can't be revived, so why are they afraid of the debris falling down? The scene on the screen suddenly became chaotic. The footage shook wildly, and several times the screen flickered crazily, followed by the heart-wrenching cries of the team members. So heroic. Everyone did not move, just staring blankly at everything before them, quietly watching the events unfold on the screen. They didn't understand what was happening with that black sky and why these things were able to fall from it. The team members ran for their lives desperately, and although the injury rate was high, fortunately, no one died. They all made it onto the submarine. However, this did not mean they could act recklessly. Even though the materials used to construct the submarine were incredibly strong, it could not withstand such colossal debris falling from high up. The captain piloted the submarine, trying to leave this mysterious area. While driving the submarine, he glanced back at the team members, noticing several of them were quite severely injured. They needed to return quickly and treat them. The team's medic immediately came out to bandage the injured members. However, due to the depth of the wounds, often only the simplest treatments could be performed. As the captain was piloting the submarine and preparing to leave, he was horrified to discover that the entrance had vanished. The entrance they had just broken through was now nowhere to be found. Moreover, they could no longer continue firing so many shells to blast open the protective barrier. Otherwise, they might not have enough fuel to return. In the deep sea at 20,000 meters, the consequences would be dire. A chill ran down everyone's spine. They had calculated that the fuel was sufficient to kill those armored bugs and some other chaotic creatures, but there was no way they could launch another attack on the protective shield. When they entered, the attack on the shield had already consumed half of their fuel. They could not afford to take any more risks. Although the captain was anxious, he remained calm and thought through their options. Even if the hole had closed up, it couldn't have done so this quickly. It was likely that the exit had merely shifted, but they just hadn't found it yet. Until he was certain that the exit had truly disappeared, he was unwilling to consider the worst-case scenario. He decided to wait until they had definitively failed to find the exit before contemplating a forced detonation. The news of the exit's disappearance quickly reached the rest of the team, but no one voiced any objections to the captain's arrangements. They carefully searched along the edge of the protective barrier, trying to find the exit. Although the exit should be large and relatively easy to find, the area covered by the barrier was not small, and the search would take time. Additionally, several times along the way, large objects fell from the sky, causing the submarine to emit muffled sounds as it was struck. Despite the captain's efforts to avoid these falling objects, their sheer number had already caused dents in the submarine's hull. Those watching from outside clenched their hands tightly, their hearts racing with anxiety. No one had expected the exit to disappear so quickly, and everyone felt a glimmer of hope that they might find it and escape. The entire exploration process was truly terrifying. Just watching was enough to feel the danger, let alone for those actually involved. The submarine's speed did not decrease. Instead, it accelerated even more. At times, the view was obscured by falling debris, blocking the camera completely. In those brief moments, Lu Zhou noticed that what was blocking the camera was actually a newspaper, a very new one. Since he couldn't understand the language of the foreigners, Lu Zhou couldn't read what was written on the newspaper. However, he felt that this newspaper was extremely important and must be translated with the help of the game, no matter the cost. Lu Zhou anxiously called out to the game, which surprisingly responded promptly, almost instantly agreeing to help. Game, please translate this newspaper. I'll pay any price. In reality, the game did not have this function initially. However, after discovering a magical book of items later on, the game had upgraded itself with this feature. It could translate all languages, but the cost was not low. Seeing Lu Zhou's urgency and his lack of negotiation, the game eagerly began translating for him, fearing that he might regret it later. However, once it finished translating the newspaper it had captured, it was taken aback. The contents of the newspaper clearly exceeded its expectations. Chapter 482, The Fate-Linked Child. The game experienced a few seconds of blankness, and only after Lu Zhou continued to shout did the game come back to its senses. However, what was this newspaper all about? Currently, the game was so focused that it didn't even consider asking Lu Zhou for energy. It simply and mechanically translated the text and displayed it. With a gentle glance, Lu Zhou was immediately shocked beyond measure. The content written on it was something he was very familiar with. On October 10th, the Alliance assures all interstellar citizens that each person will be fully allocated the energy brought by the harvesting plan. From now on, it will be this way. After the intervention of the divine descent was obstructed before the harvesting plan, the current anchor point position cannot be fixed and can only be hoped for during the next divine descent. The Alliance will appeal to the military court regarding the operational errors of the divine descent personnel. Just these two pieces of information immediately led Lu Zhou to a bold conjecture. In the current situation, was it possible that this black area was linked not to anyone else, but to these creators? If not, how could one explain the source of this newspaper? Lu Zhou quickly took a photo of the newspaper and then transmitted the translated text back through the game implanted in the UFO. Song Wei was already exhausted, and these unexpected incidents left him feeling quite regretful. He should have prepared better before going down, or at least brought more fuel and weapons. However, he also knew that they were genuinely pressed for time. If they wanted to increase the weight capacity of the submarine, research would take at least 3 more years. Given the current situation, Blue Star simply could not afford to wait that long. The external threat hung over him like a Damocles sword, always poised to strike. If he relaxed for even a moment, that sword would come crashing down. At that moment, the staff on the UFO immediately sent a message to Song Wei. His expression sharpened, and he quickly gathered his focus. Mysterious aliens always provided them with a glimmer of hope. They must maintain a good relationship with these friendly extraterrestrials for Blue Star. Song Wei had been calm, but when he saw the message sent over, the previously frozen expression on his face suddenly stiffened. He stood there dumbfounded for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha! Truly, heaven does not completely block the path for man. It turned out that they had initially gotten the direction all wrong. These creators were not from outer space, but from the bottom of this lake. Song Wei couldn't imagine if he hadn't chosen to enter this body of water. He would have eventually been worn down by the other side. Even if their aerospace technology was superb, what did it matter? The other side's base was not in the sky, but deep underwater. However, aerospace engineering was not without its value. Although it could not capture any traces of the creators, it could destroy another sun that was observing Blue Star from above. They had studied for a long time and finally understood the composition of this artificial sun. It looked just like a sun, but in reality, it was merely a monitoring device. Song Wei currently didn't know how advanced the other side's technology was, but he was unwilling to let all of Blue Star's fate be threatened. Almost in an instant, he made a decision. Refining the underwater aircraft carrier, they are committed to building the largest submarine. Once they are able to enter it, they will wait for the black hole to open and then send a team to investigate the situation outside the black hole. After exploring the black hole, they will make further plans. As for the surveillance devices, they must be destroyed at all costs. Song Wei's expression was cold. However, the face looking at the screen was surprisingly gentle. This exploration is undoubtedly very valuable. It's not just that the materials are useful, but the information is incredibly valuable. After a moment of thought, he replied to the other party. Soon, Lu Zhou received 2 words sent back from the other side. Thank you. Lu Zhou felt relieved. Song Wei is a smart person. What he could deduce about the truth might even be more detailed than his own understanding. Perhaps this guy had already thought of the strategic deployment as soon as he saw these things. Lu Zhou was quite satisfied, but it seemed that the game was a bit confused. After a long time, it couldn't even react. When Lu Zhou noticed, he found the game in a daze and asked a few questions. The other party seemed quite perplexed. It's unreasonable. This creator is so powerful, yet it has distorted the space of your Blue Star. and you are able to use this space to find opportunities to attack them. But this does not match my conjecture. My planet made many efforts to find their time-space fracture point, but in the end, it all ended in failure. Why is your blue star been so smooth? The game even struggled to maintain its mechanical tone. Lu Zhou was very perceptive and immediately noticed its emotional fluctuations, then frowned. Game, do you know you sound very human right now? Normally, the game would have retreated into silence, ignoring Lu Zhou. But now, the game suddenly let out a cry and broke down in tears. The voice was no longer mechanical, but rather had a unique girlish charm. Lu Zhou was stunned for a long time. After a while, he coldly laughed. Game, don't cry in a girl's voice. It doesn't make you sound smart. The game ignored him completely, crying as if the world was ending. It was even cursing. I've tolerated you for a long time. I'm just a girl. You tell me to stop crying. But do you know how advanced our culture is? I thought our culture would stand tall, but it was messed up by the creator. At that time, we had mastered various spatial laws, yet we still couldn't capture any trace of the opponent. Do you know how many deaths and disasters I, as the daughter of the Supreme Commander, witnessed? In an instant, my homeland disappeared. To protect our planet's culture, I piloted a ship carrying countless technologies to escape, but I still couldn't evade their capture. Later, to break free, I had to absorb all the culture and technology and transform into a conscious entity, hiding in the data flow. Only by doing that could I avoid their search. When everything settled down, I saw my planet, my homeland, had long been controlled and was beginning another harvesting plan. Your blue star is also experiencing this for the first time. How could you be so lucky? The game cried heartbreakingly, and Lu Zhou was astonished. He didn't expect the game to be a girl at its core. More surprisingly, the game was actually a real human consciousness. Chapter 483, Capturing the Cage. Although the game entity is a high-tech civilization's female character, Lu Zhou remains incredibly cold-blooded. He has no intention of being gentle, and instead starts to identify some problems. So, when I drew the lottery, was it all based on your mood? As soon as he finished speaking, the game entity became furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that just because I'm bound to you now, I can't leave you. I can't participate in the lottery, but every time I will help you select the best item. How dare you doubt me now? The game entity's angry questioning left Lu Zhou momentarily speechless. After saying these words, the game entity angrily left, but not before kindly leaving behind a message. You blue star have gotten lucky. By passing through this lake's bottom, you can directly reach the other side's main camp. If I were you, I would definitely speed up research on weaponry and prepare for a duel with them. Lu Zhou's thoughts were similar to those of the game entity. If they just ran away, where could they escape to? They might very well be captured again in the future. If they waited several years, and he had already died, then the game entity would no longer exist, and at that time, Blue Star would be plunged back in a crisis. In that brief moment, Lu Zhou made a firm decision. He must do everything he could to pass through the spatial rift at the bottom of the lake and then kill the enemy. Once this thought took hold, it could not be dispelled. On the screen, the live stream continued. The team members piloted the submarine, and after a round of exploration, they were disappointed to find that the exit had indeed disappeared. Moreover, a worse conclusion was about to unfold. The black hole was gradually shrinking, and it seemed that in just a few minutes, it would completely dissipate. This was not a good situation for them. After all, once the black hole dissipated, those troublesome armored bugs would return. No, we must take this opportunity to escape. Almost everyone was shouting this in their hearts. The captain exchanged glances with the team members and immediately made a decision. No matter what, they had to leave this protective shield first. The submarine's cannon system had been calibrated, and a massive black cannon was aimed at the glimmering protective shield, ready to fire multiple rounds. The captain estimated that after blowing open the protective shield, the submarine's energy would probably only be sufficient for them to travel to a depth of 5,000 meters in the lake. But even so, there was still a glimmer of hope. They could have the military bring energy supplies to support them, and he might still be able to survive alone. With this thought in mind, the captain fixed his gaze on the protective shield, eager to blow it open as soon as possible. After continuously firing for 5 minutes, the protective shield finally could not withstand the assault and let out a violent explosion. Following that, with a crash, an exit was blown open. The sound of its breaking was akin to the amplified sound of an eggshell cracking several hundred times. It was loud enough to make everyone feel like their eardrums were about to burst. The captain instructed everyone to cover their ears, but there were still those who were too late to react, and their eardrums burst, blood streaming down. Outside the screen, those watching could only feel a deep sense of emotion for these expedition team members. Songwei's expression relaxed slightly as he issued a command. Go notify Academician Su to immediately accelerate the development of a submarine that can dive to at least 8,000 meters underwater, with a high load capacity and fast speed. Quickly, the people beside Songwei immediately passed this message on to Academician Su. This academician was responsible for the research and development of submarines. He has important tasks, and he didn't even attend this meeting. To speed up the research, Academician Su is studying right behind the door, fully utilizing the characteristics of the door. After all, the efficiency behind the door is indeed high. Watching as the people beside Shin left, Songwei stared intently at the screen, anxious to see if the submarine could escape successfully. On the screen, the submarine was moving outward, while at that moment the black area was gradually shrinking. The beetles, which had previously fled in a panic, had now revived and were energetically charging towards the submarine, seemingly preparing to attack. Although the beetles were small, recalling their strange behavior earlier made Songwei worried. Below, Lu Zhou's expression also hardened upon seeing this. Inside the submarine, the team members quickly realized the problem. "Captain, those beetles are coming back," one of them exclaimed urgently. "Their corrosive ability is too strong. We must block their advance." One team member reacted first and immediately spoke up, while the others adjusted the flame cannons to aim at the swarm of pesky beetles and fired several bursts. Although these things will respawn, they take about a minute to do so. If we keep killing them, they won't be able to approach us, they reasoned. The team used the most fuel-efficient flame cannons against the beetles. Fortunately, as they guessed, the beetles squealed and rolled away the moment they were hit by the flame cannon. In an instant, the beetles turned to black ash, forming a dark cloud of residue on the ground. Seeing the previously frenzied attackers reduced to such vulnerability under the flames brought a sense of relief to the team. "Take that, you pesky bugs." During the extermination of these creatures, the team also recorded the time it took for the beetles to respawn. They will revive in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The method of their revival is unclear, but we plan to capture a few for research. The captain then took out a specially designed capture cage from inside the submarine. This device was prepared specifically for situations like this, and it was precious due to the rare materials used in its construction. Soon, the submarine dispatched a sea spider, which, taking advantage of the fact that the beetles were nearly incapacitated by the flames, quickly used the capture cage to gather them all in one go. The process was smooth as the sea spider returned, thanks to a team member constantly monitoring the approaching beetles, allowing the sea spider to safely come back without much effort. Once it returned, the captain immediately inspected the capture box and placed it in a sealed space. This was a double precaution. He observed the beetles inside the cage and noted that, after 1.5 minutes, they indeed all revived. The captain also observed that these beetles could not make any effective attacks on the cage before he exited. Upon exiting, he began to report. "Report to Supervisor Song. We have captured 30 beetles and plan to use them as experimental material." Normally, they should have captured more, but the captain was cautious and feared that too many beetles would corrode the capture cage, so he was adamant about not capturing more. Chapter 484. Waiting for Rescue. Some team members felt that the captain was too cautious, but later, when everyone went to the sealed space, They discovered some minor corrosion marks on the capture cage, which immediately silenced them. They dared not say anything further. Indeed, the captain is quite shrewd. Even the captain himself was taken aback. He didn't expect that his cautious personality would actually come in handy. To prevent the armored insect from causing harm, they would leave 2 team members behind to guard the thing each time. These guarding team members had to wear special capture suits and hold flamethrowers. Only then could they feel at ease. After arranging for the armored insects, the captain focused all his attention on escaping. Inside the protective shield, the black area had completely dissipated. The team members reported the exact time the black area appeared. The appearance time was 1.5 hours. From the moment they first discovered the black area, they quickly pressed the stopwatch, and after it completely disappeared, they stopped it again with an error of only a few seconds. These individuals were all rigorously trained soldiers. Even when fleeing or in a predicament, their first reaction was to quickly record useful information. This is the basic quality of special forces. When they drove the submarine out, the captain did not rush to leave, but quietly watched the exit, seemingly searching for answers. The other team members glanced at their stopwatches, knowing what the captain was trying to do. He wanted to witness the reason for the exit's disappearance and report it back. After waiting for an hour and a half, the previously broken exit suddenly restored in a second. The process was extremely fast, so fast that everyone didn't have time to react. One team member, a bit dazed, remarked, "Again, it's 1.5. The patterns of these things are all related to 1.5. Everyone fell silent, tacitly acknowledging this pattern. However, specifics would have to be analyzed by the combat units above when they returned. To avoid wasting any intelligence, the captain reported all the information he had gathered without any hesitation. After hearing the loyal report from his subordinate, Song Wayne nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work. You should retreat immediately and estimate the location where your fuel will run out. I will send someone to pick you up right away." The captain agreed. Since entering the water, his heart, which had been tense the entire time, finally relaxed completely for the first time. The other team members also looked much more cheerful. Although some people were injured by the armored insects earlier, smiles were present on everyone's faces. The captain tightly gripped the steering wheel, trying to maneuver the submarine upwards. At this point in the footage, almost everyone looked at these soldiers with deep respect. In the first underwater exploration, out of 30 people, 9 died, 15 were disabled, and only 6 were lightly injured. However, without a doubt, this dive was successful. But for the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in this mission, everyone's faces showed sorrow. Lu Zhou looked at the screen with great respect, while Zhang Jiahao, beside him, had red eyes, unable to help but wipe his eyes with his sleeve. Wei Qingzhu also couldn't hide her sadness. However, overall, this exploration was undoubtedly worthwhile. They had identified the location of the other party's advanced civilization. Now, they had a target, and all that remained was to proceed step by step to implement their plan. This adventure was particularly long, and many people watched for a long time until their stomachs began to grumble. Only then did they take a short break, and, after finding something to eat, they quickly finished their meal, their eyes fixed tightly on the movements on the screen. This live broadcast was only open to key personnel. These individuals had all signed non-disclosure agreements, and since they had all made considerable contributions to the underground city, Song Wei decided that it was necessary to let them know the truth. However, to avoid causing public panic, they unanimously agreed that this message could not be disclosed. Everyone signed another agreement, but this time, during the signing, everyone seemed visibly motivated. Lu Zhou was well prepared and didn't leave. Instead, he took out a few homemade meat buns from his backpack. These meat buns were made by Lu's mother, with thin skin and generous filling, containing pork and fennel. They smelled delicious. However, they had cooled down, so the texture wasn't quite as good as when they were freshly made. Now, vegetables and fruits in the underground city were still expensive, and when Lu Zhou took out the meat buns, he inadvertently caught several envious looks from a few people. But no one had the nerve to ask for some, as food was still quite precious. They only stole a few glances and silently swallowed their saliva. Lu Zhou handed 2 buns each to his uncle and Zhang Jiyuan. The two devoured them quickly, and after finishing, Zhang Jiyuan exclaimed in surprise, "There are 2 fillings? Besides pork and fennel, the other one is chive and egg." Wei Qingzhu ate more gracefully, but was also quick. After finishing, he expressed his praise as well. Lu Zhou smiled, but said nothing. The voices of the few talking were relatively low, but those around them, watching one another enjoy their food, heard everything clearly. How lucky! This person can still enjoy chive and egg. Just thinking about the delicious taste of chive and egg made everyone feel even hungrier. Some looked enviously at Professor Wei, thinking to themselves, no wonder he's Professor Wei. He casually finished such expensive vegetables. But then they thought, never mind. After all, he is the renowned Professor Wei, a treasure of the entire underground city. In daily life, he must receive significant care from the underground city. Considering his abilities, everyone stopped feeling envious. There's nothing to be done. They could only blame themselves for not being as smart and hardworking as he was. The 3 of them, Lu Zhou, Wei Qingzhu, and Zhang Jian, were completely unaware of the small happenings around them. Their attention was entirely focused on the screen. On the screen, the battered submarine was struggling upward. Lu Zhou silently prayed for them, hoping they could safely return to shallow waters and wait quietly for rescue. The others also stopped talking and quietly watched this scene. After 3 hours had passed, the submarine finally came to a stop. It stopped at a depth of 6,000 meters from the shore. Everyone cheered. This meant they could be rescued. Song Wei couldn't help but smile and said to them, "You all hold on for a few days. We will come to rescue you soon." When the submarine stopped, it found a rock to rest on. The crew members were all very happy, as things were going much smoother than they had imagined. The team leader, however, was seriously considering how many days they could hold out. After some calculations, he concluded that they could last at most a week in this place. Chapter 485, The Wind Stops. If it weren't for that magical door, these team members would not have survived for a week. After all, building a submarine would typically take several months at a minimum. Thanks to the existence of the door, they were able to develop the submarine with such ease. After hearing the report from the other side, Song Wei responded, "Don't worry, the supplies will arrive within a week." The team leader's eyes reddened slightly as he nodded. After cutting off the communication, he turned around to carefully bandage the wounds of the team members and change their dressings. Although he wasn't a professional, he was quite familiar with the process since he often bandaged himself. He had to keep the team members alive and waiting until they could safely return. Since the team learned that rescue would come soon, everyone felt a bit more relaxed. However, having lost their former companions, their moods were still somber. They could only say that they felt slightly more at ease than before. As for the deceased comrades, everyone decided to return and visit their families. On the other side, behind the door, academician Su, responsible for researching the submarine, was in his element. The main task this time was to produce a submarine using existing technologies and materials, which was significantly less challenging than before. Once this task was assigned, academician Su felt that his brain cells had finally started to function again. He delegated most of the production tasks to his subordinates, while he continued to study the next generation of submarines. After all, the submarine needed further research and efforts to meet Song Wei's requirements for a warship. At that time, Song Wei had clearly articulated his expectations for the submarine project in great detail. Upon learning of the requirements, academician Su couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He almost smiled wryly. This matter was indeed quite difficult. But thinking of the advanced civilization and their need to take this step to potentially save Blue Star, no matter how challenging it was, they had to overcome it. Academician Su agreed, but he specifically requested that Professor Wei visit to help with the project from time to time. Song Wei, respecting Wei Qingzhu, made a phone call to inquire, and, after receiving a definite answer, academician Su finally felt relieved. Indeed, With Professor Wei's assistance, the resistance faced by the new project would surely be much less. Wei Qingzhu had not only become a genius researcher, but had also established himself as an indomitable brand. Just seeing which project he was involved in, it was evident that soon that project would succeed. This had almost become an open secret within the organization. Because of this, Wei Qingzhu's popularity surged. Previously, some people had opinions about him, but now, everyone who saw Wei Qingzhu's first reaction was to make good connections with Professor Wei, as he could determine the success or failure of a project. Moreover, after getting to know him better, everyone realized that Wei Qingzhu was genuinely a professor who devoted himself wholeheartedly to scientific research, unlike some professors who were always distracted by trivial matters. Lu Zhou walked into the game room, looking at the researchers in the nearby open space. They were diligently working on constructing the submarine. In the game, this group of researchers and engineers had been engaged in construction for a full 3 months. From Lu Zhou's perspective, it would still take another month to complete the submarine. However, after calculating the ratio, he felt that he could definitely make it in time to rescue the team members. Wei Qingzhu would also follow Lu Zhou inside to watch, but most of the time he was more interested in the game mechanics and other things like farmland and crops. Previously, due to a sudden emotional breakdown in the game, the truth was revealed. Not long after, Lu Zhou asked what this area was all about. According to the game, when she escaped, she was in a state of panic and anxiety. While trying to avoid being pursued by the opponent, she didn't even know if she could wake up. At that time, she had no choice but to drift through the universe along with the spaceship that carried all the civilizations of the planet. She drifted for a very long time until her consciousness awakened. After awakening, she discovered that she was bound to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was the only person who could awaken her. At this point in the story, the game seemed somewhat moved. Don't worry, no matter if you win or lose, I will accompany you until the moment of your death. After you completely die, I might go back into hibernation and continue to drift in the universe, looking for opportunities. Now that the game had become familiar with Lu Zhou, it could fabricate an image of its former self based on data. It was the first time Lu Zhou saw the true appearance of the other party. Not very old, looking even younger than him, probably not yet 20 years old. The overall appearance was not different from that of a human. It did not resemble any terrifying alien. Moreover, the girl had a sweet and charming look, and every word and smile exuded pride. However, Lu Zhou could catch glimpses of the sadness within her. He didn't know what to say, only staring at the profile of the game in a daze. The game suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. It feels strange to be called game all the time. My real name is Fengji. You can call me by my name. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback and slowly pondered over the two characters. Fengji, the wind stops. It was quite a nice name. He coughed a couple of times and said, "We're pretty familiar now. How about I call you Xiaofeng?" Fengji did not refuse, so Lu Zhou started calling her Xiaofeng. She didn't say much else, but continued to tell Lu Zhou about the wonders of this area. You might think I would fully master the spaceship of our planet, but I have to tell you, it's not like that. To master a spaceship, you need a strong mental power. Although my mental power increased a lot after being bound to you, I still cannot completely take control of the spaceship. As it stands, I can control half of the spaceship's power. The things you obtain while fishing and opening treasure chests were all drawn from the other half that is unpredictable. In order to make my allies stronger, I've gone through a lot of trouble to secretly find those things for you. When she spoke about this, Fengji's face turned a mix of blue and white, her beautiful features twisting with frustration. I even helped you quietly, and what did I end up getting? I ended up getting your suspicion. Fengji felt extremely wronged. Seeing the situation, Lu Zhou immediately walked over to comfort and explained. "No, I didn't mean it that way. If I had known back then, you see, now that I understand, I wouldn't have said those things." Lu Zhou hurriedly apologized, and Fengji, not being petty, forgave him. Chapter 486, Venom. Let's just forgive you this once. However, I must remind you that you need to keep doing your tasks well. Otherwise, I might never be able to take control of the spaceship. Lu Zhou naturally would help the other party. After all, Feng Zhi had secretly assisted him quite a bit. No wonder whenever he was in dire need of something, the other party would find a way to provide him with some kind of tool. Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile, suddenly feeling that this sense of having a companion was quite wonderful. Feng Zhi and he shared a bond that only the two of them understood. Thinking about how he could help Feng Zhi gain control of the spaceship as soon as possible, he silently vowed that he would assist her in obtaining enough mental power quickly. After chatting for a few moments, Feng Zhi left. Lu Zhou quietly watched the researchers in the distance, who were diligently working on new projects. Once Lu Zhou managed to project his consciousness out of his body, he went straight to find his uncle, hoping to help everyone as soon as possible. Thanks to the enormous door mechanism, after 4 days in the outside world, the submarine was finally completed. The submarine had undergone checks and tests, and everything was ready to go into the water. Everyone involved in this project was filled with excitement. In order to expedite the process, they didn't have time to do anything else and directly took a transport vehicle to move the submarine to the designated location. Because it was difficult to transport, they adopted a rather clever method. Song Wei first removed the door, then, under the escort of several people, brought it to the lakeside, placing the door against a wall. When they opened the door again, the submarine was easily brought through. This method had been used last time as well. Many people didn't understand what was happening, as the existence of this door was a top-level state secret. By the time they saw the submarine safely arrive at the designated location, many were somewhat surprised. Controlling the flow of time was one thing, but how was such a huge submarine transported over? Although they had doubts in their hearts, everyone understood that during special times, it was best not to question these strange occurrences, or else they might expect to be summoned by the military for a discussion. In the end, everyone was merely curious, but not overly concerned about how it was done. So as time passed, no one continued to inquire further. Among them, there was indeed a spy who quietly observed, planning to report back his suspicions. However, just as he intended to draw a small discussion about the truth among those around him, several soldiers marched over and arrested him. Other spies had similarly exposed themselves in this manner. Currently, spies felt they couldn't dare to speak much, only reporting what they saw like cameras. But the most frustrating part was that most of the time, they couldn't see anything worth reporting. Many core secrets were involved, and apart from the top-level people, no one truly understood anything. Regarding whether the submarine could successfully submerge, Song Wei and the group of scientists were quite confident. After all, everything was ready-made. If everything went according to plan, success would be the only outcome. As the submarine slowly sank into the water, everyone watched it in silence. Through the monitoring screens, everyone could see it clearly. Underwater, it was still as dark as during previous explorations. This time, the engineers had made improvements to the lighting. Once the submarine entered the water, visibility was about 5 meters. From 1 meter to 5 meters, it was undoubtedly a significant advancement. Moreover, this improved submarine could also carry more weight. As they didn't go down to explore this time, only 10 personnel were sent in. These 10 individuals are responsible for maintaining the submarine. Each has their own duties. The fuel on board the submarine is packed to the brim. Once they locate the other submarine, the two can dock, allowing the other to also fill up on energy. The team members in front are quietly waiting for rescue to arrive. They had long sent their location to the opposing team, and after about 3 hours, a faint beam of light descended. The team members were somewhat excited, gathering by the window to see if it was their rescue ship. As the light drew closer and grew stronger, everyone recognized the familiar shape of the submarine. At that moment, the tension among all of them was finally released. As things settled down, the captain immediately went to the operations platform, waiting to coordinate the handover with the other submarine. When the opposing submarines signaled, they promptly responded. After about 15 minutes, the two submarines were connected and began the energy transfer. Approximately 15 minutes later, the energy transfer was finally completed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two submarines quickly ascended. Many people looked on and finally revealed relieved smiles. The rescue was successful. Once these team members were rescued, those responsible for biological research immediately brought back the armored insects, planning to place them in the laboratory for research. The injured team members were escorted away by the hurried medical personnel. They needed professional treatment. Otherwise, the corrosive wounds would only continue to spread. This rescue operation went smoothly, while Songwei verified the items they had collected, placing them in their designated spots. That magical door had been properly returned to its original position, continuing to receive layers of protection. Behind the door, various experiments were underway. Currently, there were 4 urgent tasks: aerospace research, weapon research, submarine research, and biochemical research. Aerospace research aimed to disable the opponent's surveillance apparatus. This was the first priority. Weapon research was crucial for future confrontations with advanced civilizations, so they could not afford to relax. As for submarine research, it was clear that they needed a powerful submarine to effectively utilize the weapons. Biochemical research was also pressing. This time, many soldiers had sacrificed their lives due to the armored insects. Moreover, these insects were difficult to deal with. It was unclear how their regeneration system worked and whether it could be utilized for their own advantage. Songwei decided that during the next operation, they must find a way to counter the armored insects. Through the researchers' investigations, everyone was horrified to discover that the corrosive properties of these insects were extremely strong. Only new materials could barely resist their corrosion, while the remaining materials could not even be touched without being completely corroded by the insects. Researchers in the biological group had put in a lot of effort to identify the weaknesses of these insects or to discover how their corrosive fluid was produced. Meanwhile, personnel in the weapon department proposed an idea. Could this material be modified for use in weaponry? Chapter 487, Extracting Value. Although the ideas from the weapons department may seem somewhat fantastical, everyone actually started to ponder over them seriously. Can this thing really enhance weapon power? After all, the corrosiveness of this substance is indeed high. Perhaps these corrosive solutions will eventually corrode even high-grade equipment? Soon, the path for the armored beetles was immediately filled with weapon-related research. Once they are understood, opportunities will arise to unlock their venom. This time, due to the project being on the right track, many people, under Songwei's arrangements, were assigned to different project teams. Lu Zhou stayed close to his aunt, assisting her in completing tasks and being a competent helper. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu's current research project was temporarily assigned to the biological research group. In their group, every day was spent studying these armored beetles, yet they couldn't figure out why these creatures could revive. What was most frustrating was that the progress on the venom research was extremely slow. In fact, at many times, this project felt almost stagnant and difficult to advance. In the team, some people grew impatient, but Wei Qingzhu remained calm. Lu Zhou observed his aunt and suddenly understood why she could be the core researcher. His aunt had a great mindset. While others were anxious, she remained consistently composed. During this time, Lu Zhou followed his aunt and conducted research for over 3 months behind closed doors. There was some slight progress in the research. However, overall, it was not going smoothly. As for the other project teams, those responsible for aerospace research had already made some minor achievements. The remaining 2 teams were also progressing slowly. Lu Zhou's temperament was relatively stable, while Zhang Jiahao was a bit anxious. But he was reassured by Lu Zhou's words. What's the rush? These things need to be viewed over a span of years. Fortunately, we have the door. If not, we really might not succeed. Zhang Jiahao nodded, agreeing with Lu Zhou's perspective. Indeed, with the door as a powerful tool, at least they weren't pressed for time. Thinking about Wei Qingzhu's past achievements, Zhang Jiahao felt a bit more relaxed. Lu Zhou then began to ponder something. I wonder how things are going in aerospace. Coincidentally, while the two were chatting, relevant research personnel had already been called over to review the progress of the aerospace project. Generally speaking, those with nothing pressing to do would choose to take a look. Wei Qingzhu was very curious, so he took Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao to the aerospace construction site. The aerospace construction site was a place that had been expanded later on. Here, some completed aircraft carriers were stored. The entire area was incredibly spacious. As the three entered, even before stepping inside, they could already feel a wave of shock washing over them. It was their first time being here as well. At the entrance, a new researcher, upon seeing Wei Qingzhu and his group, rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Professor Wei, is that you?" Wei Qingzhu's clear gaze met his, causing the researcher to immediately look down in embarrassment. "Professor Wei, I have long heard of your great name. Today is the first time I see you in person." This young researcher was a bit blushing and spoke with a stutter. Lu Zhou looked at his uncle with a teasing expression. However, Wei Qingzhu glanced at his nephew a few times. If it weren't for the help of his nephew, how would he have achieved such success? Now, all the wealth and fame had unexpectedly fallen onto his head. Thinking of this, Wei Qingzhu felt somewhat uneasy. Nonetheless, he still maintained a good attitude when facing his juniors. The smiling researcher led his idol inside. "Professor Wei, please follow me. I'll take you to the exhibition hall." Upon mentioning the exhibition hall, Lu Zhou became curious. "Comrade, is the exhibition hall currently showcasing a new type of spacecraft?" The researcher immediately replied, "No, it's just a conceptual model. The actual spacecraft is still in tight production, and the earliest expected time of appearance is at least half a year from now." Those scientists had calculated that half a year in the real world would pass a long time in their realm. This was enough time to manufacture the real giant. Most of the major technical problems had already been solved, and only a few relatively difficult issues were still waiting for further research. For instance, in this space venture, the most important requirement was to have powerful weapons to break through the advanced surveillance systems. Otherwise, how could they destroy the high-level monitoring devices? The weapon manufacturing department had been unusually diligent recently, proposing many plans, with the most critical ones being two types. One was to forcefully breach the false sun, and the other was to use sound wave attacks. Right now, both plans were being researched intensively and around the clock. When the time came, they would first implement the second plan, and if it failed, they would consider using the first plan. Moreover, it was said that there had been good results in sound wave research lately, which made everyone very happy. The scientists had keenly discovered that the universe was filled with sound wave energy, and if they could utilize sound waves appropriately, it would be possible to destroy the opponent's monitoring devices without alerting them. Lu Zhou knew this information from his uncle, and Wei Qingzhu had specially explained to him the applications of sound waves. Listening to this made Lu Zhou feel quite amazed, but he unexpectedly thought of a connection. The true God Church back then, when they talked about manifestation, could have been related to the utilization of sound wave energy. After Lu Zhou's reminder, Wei Qingzhu also reminded the colleagues in the weapon department. These people suddenly realized, yes, there were quite a few research materials on sound waves within the True God Church, and most importantly, there were still numerous high-ranking theologians from the True God Church imprisoned in the current facility. Why not go and inquire with them? Lu Zhou hadn't expected that his casual remark would lead the researchers in the weapon department to take note of the remnants of the True God Church. These researchers obtained approval from Song Wei and, under the protection of the female director Zhai Qingyun, went to the underground prison to meet these prisoners. When the researchers first met these believers, they found that the people in the prison were living quite peacefully. This surprised them greatly. Zhai Qingyun decisively led the researchers inside, allowing them to speak with the prisoners through specially designed glass doors. Among them, the researchers chose the one who was the best at communication and had the highest emotional intelligence. During the conversation, apart from this chosen researcher who was allowed to be seen by the prisoners, the rest of the researchers hid outside the specially designed glass door. When the prisoners were escorted in, the one chosen to speak, Dr. Chun, had an appreciative look in his eyes. Chapter 488, Pregnant. The prisoner showed no signs of fear. He remained calm and coldly stared into his own pupils. Dr. Chun was also a clever man. He smiled and first did not mention his purpose, instead engaging the other in casual conversation to warm up the atmosphere. However, unfortunately, the other party remained unresponsive, seemingly indifferent to what Dr. Chun was saying. Dr. Chun remained composed, gazing at him, and casually said, "Don't worry, your information is of no value to me. I already know the secret behind your materialization." A flicker of doubt crossed the prisoner's eyes, while Dr. Chun appeared unfazed. "Is it difficult? I must thank you for the books you and your group have so diligently researched. They've helped me a lot." Everyone present was taken aback, thinking, "Dr. Chun, how can you be so unpleasant? We've learned quite a bit from above, but surely we can't compare to this prisoner before you, right?" Indeed, disdain was evident in the prisoner's eyes. Making jokes has its limits. I know this is impossible. The essence of those things hasn't been written down anywhere. Dr. Chun smiled gently. "Yes, but we have a large team pooling together the smartest mind from around the world to think. Do you really believe you can outmatch all of us alone? Aren't you being a bit overly confident in your own understanding? Besides, it's not just you who refuses to cooperate. Others have also been uncooperative, right?" The prisoner was momentarily stunned. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. "You despicable thieves, stealing my fruits of labor. You've even seduced my followers." Dr. Chen's smile gradually grew cold. "What do you mean by stealing? We've figured it out. And don't blame your followers. After all, they know where the future is brighter. At first, people thought that what you created should allow you to come out of this prison and help us research these things better, but it seems you don't want to come out. No worries. You can just rely on your followers from now on. You can live a peaceful life in this prison." With that, Dr. Chun pretended to leave. Zhai Qingyan watched clearly from the side. It was a clear act of sowing discord. She didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she admired Dr. Chen's tactics. As Dr. Chen's figure grew smaller, the prisoner's forehead visibly showed doubt and panic. What should he do? Is it meaningful for him to resist alone? After all, someone had already defected. Thinking of this, he felt a rage that could crush his teeth. These traitors have forgotten how they once swore before the divine. So, is he just going to rot in this prison? The prisoner's heart wavered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and called out to Dr. Chun. "Wait, let's talk." Dr. Chun turned to his colleagues, a smile forming on his lips. His colleagues gasped a few times. They hadn't expected that what they thought would be a difficult situation was handled quite smoothly. When they came, they had prepared for the worst. After all, the True God Church was truly malicious, and this group was no different from madmen. If it weren't for the research needs, they really wouldn't have come. Dr. Chen walked over with a beaming smile. "Have you come to your senses? If so, let's talk." The two continued to speak for a while, and in the end, the prisoner expressed that he could offer help, but he also wanted to expand his living area. Staying in the cell was too boring. This matter was reported to Song Wei, and after evaluation, he granted the prisoner a small, fully enclosed space, allowing him to enter that area. Moreover, staff members monitored his 3 meals a day, each meal infused with a drug that made his body soft and weak, preventing him from escaping. The prisoners, when they come out, actually have already given up on the desire to escape. They settle down and focus on their own matters. This issue was handled very well. Dr. Chun received an award, and the research on sound waves also accelerated a few steps. Everyone's help towards the prisoners naturally comes with caution and vigilance. For the most part, they observe the prisoners to see how they manipulate sound waves. Through observing the prisoners, they discovered quite a few unique methods of using sound waves. These are all recorded in the postscript. As for Lu Zhou, he was out with Zhang Jieqi and his uncle, strolling through the aerospace engineering exhibition. After seeing those towering models, the 3 of them expressed a sense of longing. This stuff, once it becomes a reality, will have no problem dealing with the monitor on the opposite side. After the young researcher finished the introduction, the 3 returned from the aerospace exhibition hall. When Lu Zhou got back, He informed his parents about the event. His father and mother both widened their eyes in surprise. Really? We both weren't impressed by those models. But since you say so, it must be significant. Lu Zhou smiled. If this can be made, the first plan will definitely succeed. His mother affectionately ruffled his hair, noting how much he had grown. It has already been 8 years. Her son had transformed from a high school senior into an adult. Remembering the struggles of the past, she felt her eyes well up with tears. His father, knowing her well, immediately comforted her. Our son has grown up. We should worry less. This world ultimately belongs to the children. In these years, Lu Zhou had grown significantly taller than in his previous life, now standing at around 186 centimeters. He was strong and sturdy. Zhang Jieqi, who is 190 centimeters tall, hasn't grown any taller but remains just as solid. Hearing this, Lu Zhou's mother chuckled. Then she brought up another topic. Xiao Zhou, do you know that Sister Yin Yin is planning to have a baby? Lu Zhou's face showed a hint of surprise. His mother continued. Did you forget that she had a miscarriage before? At that time, the environment wasn't conducive, but now the couple feels that their life has stabilized a lot and they plan to have one. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and countered, but the future is uncertain. Is having a baby really wise? His mother tapped his forehead. Don't say that outside. Many couples are having children now. Just look at the past few years. Ever since entering the underground city, hasn't the birth rate increased? Plus, Director Song has built many child care centers in the underground city, providing free care for children. For those who are unwilling to go, they distribute resources and money. So, there are indeed many couples having children now. Sister Yin Yin actually wants a child deep down, and also, the couple isn't getting any younger. If they wait a few more years, it will be difficult for them to have children. Lu Zhou sighed. Xiao Zhou, sometimes you don't understand. Feeling uncomfortable but unable to refute her, Lu Zhou finally conceded, I'll go visit Yin Yin at Wang Ji's house. After the families united in the post-apocalyptic world, they treated each other like the closest of kin. Lu Zhou had only 2 younger sisters, Zhang Leilei and his own Tongtong. Zhang Jieqi was a brother, and Wang De was the elder brother, so He Yin Yin was naturally treated as an older sister by him. Moreover, He Yin Yin had a generous and delicate personality, often taking care of the little ones. Everything is based on the needs of the world. Everyone still cherishes every appointment to enter the machine. Moreover, these things are also relatively expensive. If you can't get enough to eat in the dungeon, you can buy cheaper food at a low price, such as small spirulina, and so on. Anyway, both the rich and the poor have their own ways of living. Wanda looked at his wife's belly with gentle eyes. Yin Yin, if you feel any discomfort, just let me know quickly. During this time, you should rest at home and take good care of your health. I'll have my parents take care of you. Yin Yin nodded. It's okay, as long as I don't do heavy work, I'm fine. Wanda smiled. You wait a moment, I'll cook. The oil cake is a bit greasy. I'll make you some vegetables you like. After saying that, he picked up a package and showed it off to his wife. Look, the unit has distributed a fresh vegetable package. Our leaders specially stuffed a bunch of new grape varieties for me, saying you should try them. Wang De, known for his good character and willingness to help others, has a good relationship with people at work. Sometimes, when others can't get certain benefits, they think of Wang Da's wife being pregnant and give him extra. This is because of good relationships and also because they don't lack money at home. As for those who have a decent relationship but are financially strapped, they would sneakily find Wang De and ask if he would like to buy the benefits distributed to them. The benefits sometimes include small packages of baby formula, which is still relatively expensive. Many people without children want to sell it. Baby formula is hard to come by, and many sick people or pregnant women need it, so its price keeps soaring. Colleagues prioritize selling it to Wang De because they know he is a good person. Naturally, Wang De stocks up in advance for when his wife is pregnant or after giving birth to help her recover. He usually reduces his own food and clothing expenses to exchange for vegetables and fruits from others. Yin Yin isn't very clear about these matters. She only knows that Wang De has lost a lot of weight recently. Before the apocalypse, Wang De was still a fat man, But now, after the apocalypse, he has become a standard figure, even slightly thin. At this moment, after settling his wife, Wangda walked into the kitchen and, looking down, saw a bag full of items. He was slightly surprised for a few seconds before immediately realizing. This was the stuff Lu Zhou sent over. A quick glance revealed several large cans of baby formula and packaged baby formula among the items. In addition to these, there were also 3 large boxes of calcium tablets, folic acid, and other nutrients needed for pregnant women. Wangda just looked briefly and immediately understood the heavy value of these items. Just in time. Now, Yin is at the stage where she needs to supplement her nutrition. Wangda has been tirelessly searching for and exchanging medicines, but there is still a large gap. He didn't expect Lu Zhou to send him so much. To be clear, the quantity is considerable, completely enough for Yin until she gives birth. He felt that Lu Zhou had given him too much. For a moment, his eyes turned slightly red. Wangda quickly adjusted his emotions and started cooking, thinking he would give Lu Zhou something extra later to express his gratitude. While making fried oil cakes, Wangda didn't forget to simmer a pot of chicken soup with mushrooms for his wife. Wei Qingzhu couldn't accept the concept and often immersed himself in the laboratory, hoping to create a human gene drug in the shape of a bat for his mentor. How he wished Grandma Shan could stay with him for a little longer. Grandma Shan was almost like his biological mother. She took care of him in every way possible. The experimental treatments had not yielded particularly good results yet, and most of the time, Wei Qingzhu could only take out the original T-34 drug to inject some into Grandma Shan. If he didn't inject the T-34, Grandma Shan would have died a long time ago. After the injection, she could temporarily continue to survive. Grandma Shan, however, took it all in stride, occasionally chatting with the younger generations, and then quietly sitting by the window, brewing pot after pot of herbal medicine. Jiang Xiaolin wanted to help her several times, but was always refused. With tears in her eyes, she understood Grandma Shan's intentions. She wanted to prepare more medicine for her children, who she could never let go of. Even if they were capable of taking care of themselves, to the elderly, they would always be children who never grew up. When Wangda arrived, he saw that Grandma Shan still had her calm demeanor, but her eyes were not as bright as they used to be. She quietly looked at Wangda and finally sighed. "Xiao Wang, I know the kind of person you are. I see how well you treat Yin. Giving birth is very hard for women. You should treat Yin even better." Wangda didn't expect Grandma Shan to give him this advice and immediately promised, "Don't worry, Professor Shan, I will definitely do that." Grandma Shan was perceptive. After all, Yin had been her student for a few years. She couldn't say that she had never considered Yin or that she wasn't worried about her. But worrying was pointless. This matter should always be handled by the two of them. Grandma Shan knew that there was little she could do. She could only send her more medicine. Before Wangda left, Grandma Shan gave him a pot of mint. "Take this. After 3 months, Yin will feel nauseous, and this mint will help her a lot." Wangda felt emotional, his eyes reddening again. Looking at his friends, he felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and gratitude for their concern. What Wangda would never know was that if it weren't for his outstanding character and genuine warmth 7 years ago, Lu Zhou wouldn't have thought to save him, and none of the subsequent events would have happened. As the saying goes, good deeds bring good rewards. This was fully realized in his case. When Wangda returned home and showed his family the things he brought back, they were all teary-eyed. Yin touched the packages of herbal medicine sent specifically by her teacher, her eyes instantly misting over. Wangda's parents also wiped their tears, saying, "Our family has received so much help from everyone. We should definitely repay it whenever we have the chance." After Wangda returned home, Lu Zhou completed the game task for the day on schedule. Fengji spun around in his mind, sounding surprised. "Wow, not bad luck. After finishing the task today, I can gain more spaceship control permissions." Lu Zhou was genuinely happy for her, but Fengji seemed somewhat interested and said, "I've gained a divination function, but it can only see minor things, and the energy it consumes is quite a lot. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately perked up. Divination? That's great. He could ask Feng Ji to predict whether He Yin would have a smooth childbirth. So, Lu Zhou quickly found Feng Ji and explained his request clearly. Feng Ji looked at him with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you would spend so much energy for someone else. Are you sure? Chapter 491, Divination Results. Lu Zhou nodded, his tone very calm. Xiao Feng, she is an important friend of mine, and naturally, I hope she can have a good life. Feng Ji glanced at Lu Zhou and then slowly spoke. All right then, I will use my energy to perform the divination for you. Lu Zhou did not speak, but he felt a little tense inside. Feng Ji acted quickly, and within a minute, she frowned and said, the result isn't very good. Lu Zhou felt his heart pause for a moment, and his brows immediately furrowed. Feng Ji continued, although it won't lead to death after giving birth, her health will decline drastically, and she will never be as healthy as she is now. That's what the divination told me. After hearing this, Lu Zhou felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He was conflicted and hesitant, unsure whether to tell He Yin about this result. At the very least, she should have the right to know. While Lu Zhou was trying to make sense of it, he asked Feng Ji, Xiao Feng, what would you do if you were in my position? Feng Ji's tone was calm and light. My choice would be the same as yours. She is a complete individual with the right to know about her body and health. If she wants to have children, it should be under the condition that she fully understands the painful consequences. Lu Zhou's ever-tense heart felt somewhat at ease after hearing Feng Ji's words. In the end, he quietly expressed his gratitude. Feng Ji had already left in a flash, disappearing into who knows where. Lu Zhou found it somewhat amusing, wondering why she had run off so quickly. Only Feng Ji herself knew that she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was used to teasing Lu Zhou, but when it came to serious matters, it made it hard for her to navigate the situation between them. After Feng Ji left, Lu Zhou did not linger and instead withdrew his consciousness. When he regained his awareness, he saw his parents enjoying the oil cakes that Wanda had brought over. The oil cakes were fried to a golden crisp, and when pinched, the flaky crust crumbled all over the place. Lu Zhou also took one for himself. Without hesitation, he took a big bite, and sweet syrup oozed out from inside. The oil cakes were made from glutinous rice flour, so they had a chewy texture. One bite felt incredibly springy. Wanda's cooking was excellent, not greasy at all, and instead, they tasted sweet and delightful. The three of them ate around 10 of them in one go before finally stopping. Dad Lu was busy clearing the table, while Mom Lu asked Lu Zhou to get her some sour drinks to balance out the richness. They're delicious, but you can't eat too many at once. Otherwise, it gets overwhelming. Mom Lu said seriously, and Lu Zhou smiled, responding, Yes, I'll get my esteemed mother some lemon juice. The lemon juice was a new product from the recent farm harvest, with a low yield, but it was extremely tangy and sweet when made right. Adding some ice made it simply delicious. According to Mom Lu, this lemon juice not only cut through the richness, but also replenished vitamin C, making it perfect. By the time Lu Zhou brought out the juice, Dad Lu had finished cleaning up and came over to enjoy the drink. The family was harmonious and joyful. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to think about how he should tell He Yin about the divination results. After some contemplation, Lu Zhou decided to send her a text message. Since there hadn't been any weather disasters in the underground city, they could still use the recently built signal tower normally. Lu Zhou thought it over and chose the most suitable identity to inform He Yin. Meanwhile, He Yin was happily sipping on chicken soup. Due to her pregnancy, there was almost nothing she needed to do at the moment. Wanda was cheerfully busy in the kitchen, while his parents went out to continue their work. Just as He Yin picked up a spoon and took a sip of the warm chicken soup, her phone suddenly rang. During the underground city period, the previous phones were back in circulation, but they only had the most basic functions like calling and texting. She picked up her phone and saw a text from an unfamiliar sender. Curious, He Yin opened the message and was stunned by the words on the screen. It read, Hello, I am a mysterious person who saved you at the pharmaceutical factory. Now I have something important to tell you. Your pregnancy is not going smoothly. While it won't be fatal, your health will be greatly affected. This is what I divined. I don't need you to do anything, but out of kindness, I wanted to give you a heads up. The message surprisingly contained a lot of text, and every single sentence made Yinyan's clear mind suddenly feel chaotic. The pharmaceutical factory, the mysterious person. She immediately recalled how that person had rescued her from that life-threatening situation. That person was a complete stranger, and at that time, they had intervened out of consideration for her mother's sake. But what was the situation now? Yin felt it was strange and unbelievable. However, her instincts were wildly racing, as if trying to leap out and tell her that this was real and not some joke. When Wanda cheerfully came out of the kitchen, he saw his wife sitting on the sofa, looking dazed and lifeless. Wanda was somewhat puzzled, as his wife had been cheerful just moments ago. What had happened? Concerned, Wanda immediately asked, Yin, what's wrong? You look like you're not in a good mood. Yin's mind was in chaos, and she hesitated about whether to show her husband the message. So, in the first second Wanda spoke, she hurriedly set her phone aside. Then she forced a smile. It's nothing, just suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. Wanda immediately grew worried. The first 3 months were the most critical period for avoiding miscarriage, and they couldn't afford to be careless. He quickly helped his wife back to their room, gently tucked her in, and then slowly left. He wanted to prepare some nourishing medicine for her. Yin felt flustered, but did not stop him. When Wanda entered the kitchen again to brew the herbal medicine, she lay in bed tossing and turning, tears streaming down her face. Lu Zhou was still unaware that the text he had sent had put Yin in such a difficult position. However, according to his thinking, even if he knew this outcome, he would still send it. After all, the situation was best controlled before it started. What if Yin regretted it later? Would there still be a chance? Since sending the text to Yin, a week had quickly passed. During this week, Lu Zhou closely observed Wanda and found that he seemed unaware of this situation. Frowning deeply, he took the time to send Wanda a nearly identical message. Chapter 492, Procurement Quota. After Wanda finished his work for the day and finally returned home, he heard his phone ring. Opening it, he found a message quietly lying in his inbox. Upon closer inspection, he felt his heart ache painfully. No wonder Yin has been in a bad mood lately. It turns out it's because of this matter. He rushed home and, seeing his wife forcing a smile, he embraced her tightly, tears rolling down his face uncontrollably. Dear, let's not have this child anymore. I can't bear to see you suffer, and I can't leave you. If you're not here in the future, what's the point of me living? Wanda was particularly downcast. After a moment of contemplation, Yin quickly understood what he was worried about. The two sat down and thoroughly sorted through everything. Yin bit her lip, feeling anxious, and said, How about we send each other a message to ask? For example, how bad will my health get? If the consequences are unacceptable, then let's not have the child. But if it's something we can accept, I would like to have one. Wanda was extremely anxious. He was unaware before, but now that he understood, how could he let his wife take such a risk? However, Yin was stubborn, and despite his best efforts to persuade her, he could only watch helplessly as she carefully sent the message. Thank you for your warning. You mentioned that my health might deteriorate. I would like to know how bad it can get. After sending the message, Lu Zhou quickly received it. His eyes dimmed a little, understanding the other party's struggle. Fengji clicked her tongue several times. You humans are really prone to love-struck foolishness. Why do you insist on doing things that are bad for yourselves? Lu Zhou was taken aback and replied, Perhaps it's because of love. After saying that, he asked Fengji to provide him with detailed information. Although Fengji frowned in discontent, she reluctantly checked it out for him. After about 2 to 3 minutes, she coldly said, Immunity will drop rapidly, making it very easy to get sick. Also, you'll be out of breath after walking just a few steps. Lu Zhou felt a knot in his heart. This situation would be dangerous even before the apocalypse, let alone now. He relayed this information almost verbatim to the other party. After a long time, the other party replied, "Thank you." Lu Zhou felt a bit forlorn, forcing himself to push this matter aside and focus on work. Currently, Lu Zhou was working as a team leader for a project, leading the entire team in research assigned by Wei Qingzhu. The Zhang family was a bit slow to catch up, so they were still following Wei Qingzhu, but it was estimated that in about a month, they would be able to lead their own teams and complete the corresponding tasks. Lu Zhou first visited the laboratory after passing through the door. After spending a month inside studying and completely finishing the tasks assigned to him by his uncle, he finally stepped outside. However, due to the nature of the lab, time passed by unnoticed after he went out. On the other hand, Lu's mother hadn't had any major issues lately, and today she was in the mood to take Lu Zhou shopping at the department store. In reality, the Lu family didn't need to go out shopping frequently. Lu Zhou had plenty of farmland, production machines, and so on in his gaming cottage, allowing them to be self-sufficient. If they had a large harvest, Lu Zhou would even look for ways to sell some. However, the family still needed to visit the department store from time to time. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Even though the Lu family received research grants, welfare subsidies, and occasionally received food and drink from people looking out for Wei Qingzhu, if they were to live a grounded life, these things wouldn't be enough. After all, there are many researchers, and everyone applies for assistance. If your family doesn't even apply, over time, it would seem suspicious to everyone. The Lu family was always cautious in their dealings, so they would never do anything that could provide others with a handle against them. Today, Dad Lu has to go out for temporary work, so the shopping task falls to Mom Lu and Lu Zhou. The grocery store is located about 10 miles from their residence, and walking there is too difficult, so they must drive. Moreover, since they need to buy quite a few items, anyone with a car would drive there. If they didn't have a car, they could borrow from someone else. However, in the current underground city, car rental services are mostly non-existent. Public transport is still fairly convenient and free, but carrying too many items can be a bit inconvenient. Lu Zhou naturally agreed to go out with Mom Lu. The two of them took the bags they needed for shopping, stuffed everything into the car, and then set off to the grocery store. Along the way, Mom Lu was in a good mood, chatting about wanting to buy some dry goods to eat. Lu Zhou had a smile on his face, occasionally chatting with Mom Lu, creating a pleasant atmosphere in the car. When they arrived at the grocery store, they found that there were still quite a few people outside. As soon as they got out of the car, someone jogged over, looking eager, and asked, "Little brother, Aunt, do you need to exchange your entry quota?" This person was a scalper for the grocery store. Sometimes, people are in a hurry to go in and buy something, or they have a scheduling conflict with their reservation date. So to avoid wasting, they would find scalpers to either exchange or sell their entry quotas. The scalper, seeing Lu Zhou and Mom Lu, was keen to ask them. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and Mom Lu refused. "Sorry, we plan to go in ourselves." Hearing this, the scalper was still not deterred. "Are you interested in selling a spot to let someone in?" The current rule allows a reservation code to bring 3 people inside. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, just about to refuse, when he heard Mom Lu say, "Who wants to go in?" She had a sense of judgment. If the scalper was just buying and selling, she wouldn't let them in. But if the person truly needed help, she didn't mind lending a hand. Seeing Mom Lu's attitude, the scalper immediately knew the deal was done. He happily brought over a couple. The two looked a bit awkward and nervously said, "Hello, we heard that a batch of baby food has arrived today, but we couldn't get an entry code, so we have to trouble you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou understood immediately. The couple was just unlucky. Supplies of baby food come irregularly. For instance, if they arrive today, by tomorrow, they could be all gone. Mom Lu understood the situation and agreed right away. The couple discussed and decided that the child's mother would go in. The child's father would wait outside to help carry the items for his wife. The man first settled the scalper's fee and then wanted to give Mom Lu some money, but she refused. "You should keep it for raising your child. This small matter is nothing. I'll just consider it a good deed," Mom Lu said with a smile, and the couple immediately expressed their thanks. They actually didn't have much money, but for the sake of their child, they had no choice but to pay the scalper's fee and the cost to enter. Chapter 493. Seeing Clearly. Lu Zhou's mood was somewhat complicated. When he and his mother, Lu Mom, brought this light-hearted mom in, they found that the people inside the department store had surprisingly gathered at one spot. This wasn't Lu Zhou's first time shopping, and seeing the situation made his brow twitch. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Lu Mom was also puzzled. The light-hearted mom beside her rushed over in a hurry, and soon she got caught up in the crowd fighting for supplies. After Lu Zhou moved a bit closer with Lu Mom, he realized that the densely packed area was where baby food was being distributed. The crowd was tightly squeezed together, all reaching out their hands, trying to grab a few cans for their children. Nearby, on a yellow piece of paper with black letters, it read, "According to ID cards, each person is limited to receiving 2 bottles of infant nutrition supplements. Quantities are limited, first come, first served." Seeing this, both Lu Zhou and Lu Mom were stunned. Strange, didn't they say that all babies would be sent directly to the child care center? Wouldn't there be people there to feed the children? Confused, Lu Zhou turned to a nearby stock clerk to inquire. The stock clerk was taken aback after hearing his question. "What did you hear that from? There's no such thing. Which family doesn't have to feed their own child? After having a baby, you might get a bit more food allocated, but it's still not enough to cover the expenses of raising a newborn." Upon hearing the stock clerk's words, Lu Zhou and Lu Mom's expressions instantly turned cold. They didn't need to think much. They immediately realized that their understanding of the underground city and the outside world had significant discrepancies. Just like before, they were the civilians of the underground city, but now they had an instant clarity about many things. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, the stock clerk felt a bit more anxious. "You two can continue shopping. I have to get back to work." The stock clerk hurried away, and as Lu Zhou watched the person's hurried departure, he suddenly felt a bit weary. An inexplicable kind of weariness. After pondering for a long while, Lu Mom cautiously leaned over and said to Lu Zhou, "So now, only internal personnel can enter the childcare facilities. No one from the outside can get in." The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with silence. Lu Zhou tried to suppress the discomfort he felt and said, "Mom, let's go buy some things first." Lu Mom nodded, a bit absent-minded as they left that area. As they wandered through the seafood and dry goods section, they unexpectedly discovered some seaweed that had been frozen for quite a long time. The seaweed was covered in a thick layer of sea salt and looked relatively fresh. Lu Mom smiled and said, "Let's buy some seaweed. I'll make you seaweed soup when we get home." While speaking, Lu Mom checked the production date and found it was quite old. However, old products were better than fresh ones, especially since seafood had already been affected by nuclear pollution along the way. She would rather have products that were from a while ago than risk eating radioactive food. While Lu Mom was selecting the seaweed, Lu Zhou went to the dry goods area nearby and grabbed some dried vegetables. He picked up several types of dried vegetables he hadn't stocked up on, like gourds and shredded radishes. These things taste good whether stewed or stir-fried, and Lu Mom usually enjoyed eating vegetables. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Lu Zhou chose the largest capacity of dried vegetables before returning to Lu Mom's side. Both of them moved quickly, but they still found that their supplies were a bit insufficient. Lu Zhou went to buy some dried mushrooms, like dried shiitake mushrooms. This type of product has already been developed into greenhouse crops, which are high yield and reasonably priced. Many people who cannot afford fresh vegetables would consider coming to buy some mushrooms to eat. While walking and browsing, Lu Zhou also remembered to grab a few bottles of multivitamins. The two of them hurried to the checkout counter. While Lu Zhou was swiping his card to pay, he looked up and noticed a number of soldiers in military green uniforms approaching not far away. These people appeared very serious, and as they passed by, many people held their breath, not daring to make sound. The crowd was in a panic, and soon Lu Zhou grasped some information. Due to the high number of people in the infant area, a stampede had occurred, resulting in about 10 injuries. There were even 2 fatalities on the spot. The deaths were quite tragic. Hearing this news, Lu Zhou's mother's hand involuntarily trembled a few times, and she opened her eyes to look at the infant area. Lu Zhou understood what his mother was worried about. She was concerned about the young mother they had seen earlier. After the cashier finished calculating the bill, Lu Zhou paid and then apologized, saying, "Let's wait a moment for the person who came in with us." The cashier smiled and nodded, then turned to look at the incident in the infant area. This was the biggest news recently, and it was of a malicious nature. Lu Zhou had good eyesight and quickly spotted the woman who was gasping for breath while standing outside the infant area. Her expression revealed pain, and she looked somewhat disheveled, but soon she managed to smile. Lu Zhou watched as she quickly left the infant area and went to the food section to shop. After confirming that she was okay, Lu Zhou gently lifted his eyelids and pulled his mother, intending to head outside. "Mom, let's go. I saw that lady is safe now." Lu Zhou's mother still had her brows tightly furrowed, but relaxed a bit. "All right, let's go." The two of them quickly walked outside, but were stopped by a familiar person. This person looked anxious, his face red, and his tone was somewhat stammering. Lu Zhou looked closely and realized that this man was the woman's husband. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you. Is my wife okay? I saw soldiers going in and heard about the stampede in the infant area. Have you seen my wife?" Lu Zhou stepped forward a couple of steps, creating some distance between the man and his mother. "I saw your wife. She's fine and should be in the food section shopping now. She'll probably come out soon." Upon hearing this, the man finally sighed in relief. Suddenly, Lu Zhou felt a sense of emptiness. Is this what life is like after having kids? He didn't understand why Sister Yin Yin wanted to have a child. Feng Ji nodded in agreement in his mind. Pouting, she said, "Right? In such a dangerous situation, it's not the right time to have kids. Even if you want to have them, it should be after the environment is stable, right? I really don't understand you humans." Feng Ji spoke coldly as usual, but this time Lu Zhou didn't refute her. On the way home, Lu Zhou's mother also seemed to be in a rather ordinary mood. When they reached their doorstep, Lu Zhou's mother suddenly sighed deeply. "Son, I finally see it clearly. As long as we can live well, that is already great. As for having children, it really isn't necessary." Chapter 494, Unexpected Changes. Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised, as his mother, Lu Mom, had not thought this way before. In the past, Lu Zhou wouldn't discuss this topic with her. Although Lu Mom loved him very much, due to the sensitivity of the subject, Lu Zhou had never seriously talked to her about it. Lu Mom continued regardless of Lu Zhou's feelings. "I used to think things had stabilized a lot. Seeing that you're not young anymore, I wanted you to take the opportunity to find a suitable girl to date, and then eventually have a child. That would make me feel like my life was complete. But after what happened a few days ago, I suddenly realized that I shouldn't have such expectations for you. The current situation is only slightly better than before, and we're still far from a time of abundance. Moreover, those who have children seem to be living quite poorly. Life is tough, and they often have to work hard for their kids. I truly feel it's too exhausting. Xiao Zhou, whether or not you find a partner in the future, I will respect your choices. If you do find someone, our family will spare no effort to support her. Even if your father and I are no longer around, I will protect you both. If you don't find anyone, as long as you are healthy, happy, and content, I will feel satisfied." After finishing her long speech, Lu Mom paused for a few minutes. During these few minutes, Lu Zhou didn't know what to say. He was very grateful for his mother's understanding, and considering the current circumstances, he indeed did not plan to pursue a girlfriend. He had too many secrets and was afraid of involving any innocent person. He was also apprehensive about whether the other party would be reliable. Most importantly, he wasn't ready to enter a relationship or establish a family. Lu Zhou had actually noticed his mother's subtle hints a while ago, but he hadn't said anything. He just didn't know how to bring it up or find an appropriate opportunity. He hadn't expected that after what happened with Yin Yin and the recent event, his mother would be able to come to such realizations on her own. This saved him the trouble of having to explain everything to her. Lu Zhou felt a bit moved. He calmly drove the car and said, "Don't worry, Mom. Let's go with the flow. I'm not saying I won't look for the right person, just that it's not the right time. Once everything settles down, We should be able to look forward to a brighter future. Lu Zhou tried to express his true feelings, while Lu Mom secretly turned her face away, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation and longing. When they got home, Lu Zhou was surprised to find that his father, Lu Dad, had already returned. As soon as he saw them come in, he hurried over. I heard from a friend that there was a stampede incident over there. I tried calling both of you, but no one answered. I was worried sick. Lu Dad spoke with a hint of complaint, and Lu Zhou was a bit surprised. Dad, you called us? But Mom and I didn't hear the phone ring. Was it a signal issue? To clarify what exactly happened, Lu Zhou took out his phone and discovered that both his and his mother's phones were completely clear, not even a single call record. This meant that Lu Dad hadn't actually made the call. It looks like he didn't call. I don't have any record of it here. Lu Dad frowned. Really? There should at least be a text message. I also sent a message. As Lu Zhou checked his phone, he found that there were no messages either. Nothing at all. As he spoke, a sense of something being off quickly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. There's no doubt that the signal was interrupted midway. But if the message hadn't gone through at that moment, it should have been sent later when the signal was restored. So that means there's no signal at all now? Lu Zhou had just come from the department store, where he saw many people making calls, so it couldn't be that there was no signal there. The most likely scenario was that there was no signal in their area. However, that was hard to understand. As the area where they lived was a priority zone, it shouldn't be possible for them to lack what was available in other areas. The answer is obvious. Someone might have sabotaged the signal tower, and they might take the opportunity to do something. Lu Zhou's face immediately turned pale, and Lu Dad reacted quickly. After seeing his son's expression, he thought for a moment and sensed that something was off. Without saying a word, he first found a weapon and then handed one to Lu Mom. Because the current situation was particularly dire, Lu Zhou insisted that his mother not take off the bulletproof vest made from the game fabric he had created. Lu Mom understood her son's concerns and had made several sets of tight and loose clothing from the fabric to alternate between. The couple was now dressed in these outfits. Lu Zhou frowned and glanced at the time. It was 6:30. Outside, the sky was slightly dark, and many families had begun to light their lamps one after another. The Lu family was no exception. Lu Zhou quickly turned off the lights and quietly led his parents to Aunt Wei's house. Of course, he also called the Wang family, urging them to gather at Aunt Wei's house as soon as possible. They had to be careful on the way and avoid any light sources. Wanda was puzzled when he received Lu Zhou's strange request over the phone. Wasn't this request a bit odd? But then he thought, from before the apocalypse until now, how many times has Lu Zhou saved his family from danger? Moreover, Lu Zhou's tone had been serious, indicating that things might really be bad. Wanda quickly packed up a few things, took his whole family, and hurried to Wei Qingzhu's house while it was still light outside. He Yanyan didn't ask why, but her heart raced uncontrollably as they traveled. Wang Da's wife thought for a moment and also realized something was off. The whole family slowly made their way to the destination. As for the Zhang family, they had long been brought down by Lu Zhou himself. When the Zhang family arrived at Wei Qingzhu's house, they still couldn't figure out what was happening. Because they didn't dare to turn on the lights, the room felt deep and dark. They didn't even dare to light a candle, only relying on the dim light from outside. Lu Zhou moved slightly and took out an emergency lantern from his pocket. This thing had a small range of illumination and couldn't be seen from outside at all. With the help of this dim little light, everyone could see each other's anxious faces. Everyone was tense. The Zhang family stared at Lu Zhou, hoping he would say something, but he remained too quiet, leaving them unsure of how to start conversation. In fact, Lu Zhou was anxious. Everyone had arrived, except for the Wang family. He wondered if they were safe on the way. Thinking about the possibility of them encountering danger, Lu Zhou immediately stood up, intending to go downstairs to check. A member of the Zhang family stood up as well. I'll go with you. The others, also worried about the two of them, wanted to follow, but were scolded back into their seats by Lu Zhou. As the two reached the door, they suddenly heard a rustling sound. It was faint, and they couldn't tell what it was. Chapter 495, Mutated Beetles. The sound was reminiscent of the noise made when encountering a plastic bag. Lu Zhou held his breath and perked up his ears to listen carefully. When he heard some voices coming from outside, he finally relaxed a bit. It should be Wanda and the others. However, for safety's sake, Lu Zhou still peered through the peephole to look outside. When he glanced out into the dim light, he realized he might have been mistaken, because there was no one outside. Zhang Jiasoa could see clearly that Lu Zhou's face instantly drained of color. Extremely grim. Zhang Jiasoa also dared not speak casually, fearing it would make things worse. Lu Zhou calmed himself and looked again, only to find that the dim yellow light outside had gone out at some point. It was in a turned-off state. Something was very wrong. Currently, the underground city's energy was surging, and these streetlights would usually remain lit at night, turning off at the earliest by midnight. Now that things seemed abnormal, there was definitely something wrong. Recalling the strange sound earlier, Lu Zhou was uncertain whether Wanda and the others had encountered trouble. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go out alone. He had plenty of survival gear on him, and moving alone would actually be more effective than moving as a group. Jiasoa, you stay here. I'll be back soon. I'll emphasize it once more, do not leave this place. Lu Zhou frowned and firmly instructed him. Before Jiasoa could react, Lu Zhou quickly opened the door and stepped outside. Zhang Jiasoa, seeing the emptiness before him, finally registered what his friend had said. He felt anxious and worried, wanted to go out to help, but he couldn't open the door no matter what. Fearing that he might attract some strange entity, he didn't dare to do anything to the door. Lu Zhou, meanwhile, put on his protective gear, then donned his invisibility cloak and quickly ran towards the door. The shadows brought by night greatly enhanced his ability to traverse in the darkness. The reason he didn't leave the protective gear behind was that the exterior of the building had already been secretly modified with game materials by him. So for the time being, even if unexpected situations arose, the people inside would not experience any abnormalities. Since Lu Zhou had exposed himself to the outside, he needed this protective gear even more. His invisibility cloak proved to be very effective. This cloak flowed like water, and when he moved, there were no flaws at all. As soon as he stepped outside, Lu Zhou realized that there was indeed nothing out there. At this moment, he had reached the main entrance and planned to see what had happened to Wanda's family. Using shadow traversal, Lu Zhou swiftly glided past the main door without a sound. As he peered out from the shadows, he noticed not far away that Wanda's family was standing rigidly in place. After a brief moment of thought, he immediately grasped the key point. A mutation had occurred. He hurried towards their location, and as he got closer, he suddenly discovered that surrounding Wanda's family were some familiar faces. The beetles encountered in the underwater scenes back when they were in the submarine. These beetles seemed to have undergone some unknown mutation. At this moment, their backs were gradually changing from the previous gray-black color to a bluish-purple hue. Wanda's family was surrounded in the very center, unable to advance or retreat. Although Wanda held a gun, he clearly understood how difficult these beetles were to deal with. There were a lot of beetles, about 100 or more. Each one was as big as a wash basin and looked extremely terrifying. If someone were an entomophobe, they would likely faint right away. Wanda was sweating profusely, his eyes fixed intently on the beetles, trying to find an opportunity to shoot. The three others nearby also had their weapons ready in hand. Among them, Yin Yin had the highest shooting skills, but because she was concerned about the child in her womb, she had to be cautious. The situation was very critical. The beetles suddenly leaped from a stationary position into an attacking stance. When they jumped up, their massive size multiplied the fear they instilled. Wanda calmly opened fire. After the gunshot rang out, one of the beetles was immediately shot and its chest was torn apart. Blue-green liquid splattered everywhere. Nobody cared whether it was disgusting or not. After Wang Da's shot, several beetles jumped up as if they had gone mad, screaming and trying to tear apart the four people in front of them. Yin Yin frowned tightly and fired repeatedly, killing 3 beetles in quick succession. But unfortunately, Wang Mu, Wang Da's mother, made a mistake. She was too nervous and failed to kill the beetle that lunged at her, and it charged towards Yin Yin. Yin Yin's expression turned serious as she raised her gun and fired again. The bodies of the beetles squirmed grotesquely on the ground, with blue-green liquid everywhere. Wanda was extremely frightened and first checked to see if Yin Yin was okay, but she immediately stopped him, saying, "Don't worry, there's still many more bugs." Wang Mu was almost crushed by guilt. She quickly shook her head, telling herself that she had to make the next shot count. Wang Fu, Wang Da's father, focused on Wang Mu, worried that she might make another mistake. The gunfire continued for a full minute, and the four of them were panting heavily, standing still. Before they left home, Yin Yin sensed something was wrong and made the whole family put on protective suits. So, the corrosive liquid from the beetles was slightly less impactful. However, under such intense combat, all four knew that without external help, they would eventually die here. When Lu Zhou arrived, he saw a ground covered with beetle bodies. As he watched 10 or so beetles flying towards Wanda and the others, he immediately rushed over and activated a protective shield. Wanda felt a bit hopeless. There were just too many of these bugs. There was no way they could kill them all. Just when it seemed like they were done for, they noticed that all the charging beetles were blocked by an invisible barrier and then fell to the ground with a clatter. Lu Zhou was relieved that he had arrived in time. He quickly led the four of them far away from the beetles. After using his skill again, those beetles were left far behind. At this time, everyone had entered the interior of the large door. The door was made of a special material, sturdy and not easily damaged by anything. Wanda felt a flash in front of his eyes, and by the time he realized what had happened, the whole family was already inside the door. Lu Zhou quickly appeared in front of everyone, his face showing some urgency. "Wang Ge, are you all injured? Let's hurry upstairs and talk after we get there." Wang De quickly said that they hadn't sustained any serious injuries, and Lu Zhou led the dazed four upstairs. When they arrived at the house, the Zhang family hurriedly opened the door. As soon as they entered, a strange smell of blood wafted in. Chapter 496. The worst has come. Zhang Jiamei frowned. "Are you injured?" As she spoke, the door had already been closed. Lu Zhou quickly took out a medical kit, while Wang De took a moment to respond to everyone amidst the chaos. "We just got some superficial injuries. We were unlucky on our way here and accidentally bumped into a beetle." "A beetle? Brother Wang, are you talking about that beetle we saw on a live stream?" Zhang Jiamei asked uncertainly, thinking she might have misheard. Wang Da's expression was weary. "Yes, that's the one. I don't know why it came out, and there are quite a few of them. They have high corrosiveness. Thankfully, we were all wearing protective suits. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." Yin Yin, feeling tense from earlier, now had a painful, tingling sensation in her stomach. Unable to control herself, she called out in distress and was quickly helped by Lu Mom, Granny Shan, and Jiang Xiaolin, who gently placed her on the sofa. Granny Shan hurried to make her some medicine, while Lu Mom held her hand, softly comforting her. Seeing his wife in pain, Wang Da's eyes turned red. He quickly went over to comfort her as well. Everyone felt tense, especially since Yin Yin appeared weak. After glancing over several times, Zhang Jiamei finally couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Wei, do you know what's going on?" Wei Qingzhu, who usually had access to crucial information, was the focus of their hopes. However, at this moment, Wei Qingzhu shook his head. "I'm not sure about this. It must have been some kind of accident. But before we left this afternoon, we confirmed that the area where the beetles were held was completely locked down, and there were numerous protective measures in place. It shouldn't have been possible for this to happen." As Lu Zhou quietly discussed speculations with everyone, he activated the protective shield, covering the entire room, and then entered the game. Once in the game, he immediately directed his consciousness toward the researchers. As soon as he saw the chaotic scene inside, his heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Something must have gone wrong. As he drew his consciousness closer, he noticed that the scientists were frantically running toward the door with various solutions in hand. Among them, he even spotted Song Wei. How interesting. Under normal circumstances, at this point in time, Song Wei would definitely not be here. He was usually busy and rarely came here to inspect the work. Lu Zhou quietly observed Song Wei. Song Wei was in a very bad mood. Foreign forces were relentless and had coerced him into obtaining access to the deepest part of the underground city. The infiltrators had released all the beetles they had been studying. Additionally, this group had destroyed many things in the laboratories. Fortunately, the most critical laboratory was still secure. Otherwise, Song Wei couldn't imagine how this situation could end. The inspection mechanisms for entering that door were too strict, and no infiltrators could get in. This ensured that everything behind the door remained peaceful. However, the leakage of the beetles would definitely lead to severe consequences. These beetles were extremely powerful upon arrival, and more terrifyingly, they had the ability to resurrect. Furthermore, this group of intruders had mixed up various reagents that were supposed to be used for cultivating the beetles in the machines, leaving the country's scientists unsure whether the beetles had undergone any changes. As the situation escalated, all military forces had already taken action. 2 teams were busy capturing spies, while the remaining forces focused entirely on exterminating and capturing the mutated beetles. Before long, the first mutated beetle was caught and brought back behind the gate. Scientists analyzed and studied it, discovering that the new beetles had a much stronger corrosive ability. Their appearance had changed, they moved faster, and their attack power had significantly increased. This group of beetles had essentially become killing machines. Upon seeing any living creature, they would uncontrollably rush forward to kill. However, surprisingly, the revival time of the beetles remained unchanged. Scientists immediately reported this new finding to Song Wei, who then promptly sent the intelligence about the beetles to the military leaders. The military leaders subsequently relayed the information down the chain. Song Wei's expression was grim. The opposing side had made thorough preparations, and it was unclear where they had obtained a device capable of blocking signals. Once this device was activated, almost all of their signal towers were rendered inoperable, including those designated for military use. Later reports indicated that there were no signal failures in the civilian residential areas, leading Song Wei to realize that the enemy's signal jamming capability was strong, but not as widespread as he had feared. Of course, if a signal jamming device were both powerful and had a wide range, its production would require high technical standards. It was unclear if the enemy had devoted all their effort to developing this device. Otherwise, how could they have launched such a sudden attack? Song Wei mentally reviewed the potential suspect countries and ultimately zeroed in on Xiaoying and Zhou country. The Xiaoying people were notoriously brutal and inhumane. They likely harbored deep hatred toward Huagua after having lured many scientists, and perhaps out of frustration at their lack of resources, they resorted to such a drastic measure. As for Zhou country, they were more likely to act out of fear that Huagua might take their position as the top nation, thus resorting to dirty tactics to hinder Huagua's development. Both countries were not known for caring about the lives of ordinary people, so their capacity to commit such inhumane acts was well within Song Wei's imagination. His expression darkened, and he was determined to uncover the true culprit. However, at this moment, the most important task was to restore communication signals, followed by immediately increasing security across the city to inform the public about the situation. Delaying would only lead to more casualties. The repair teams had already begun their work, and Song Wei received word that it would take at least 6 hours to repair the damaged towers and other equipment. The enemy was well prepared, and their first strike was deadly. Song Wei felt anxious. How many unnecessary injuries would occur in those 6 hours? Because of the lack of signals, drones, and other forms of communication were rendered useless. Ultimately, Song Wei dispatched fuel helicopters to relay messages to the residential areas. The faster, the better. All helicopters, take off. With his command, nearly all available helicopters took off in different directions to inform the public of the bad news. Of course, considering the public's ability to accept such information, the military only stated that there might be beetles appearing, and they also provided information about the beetles' attack methods, appearance, and proper ways to defend against them. As for the rest, they withheld the details. Once the helicopters flew out, Song Wei immediately ordered all researchers to expedite their studies on the new type of beetle, determined to find the most convenient and effective way to lure and exterminate them. After reading this, Lu Zhou finally understood what had happened. All the beetles had escaped, and they had mutated again. This was truly terrible. Just when Lu Zhou thought things couldn't get worse, the long silent gossip forums suddenly went online. Chapter 497, The Upper Echelons. When Lu Zhou first saw the melon-eating feature, he instinctively felt that something was off. This was because every time the melon-eating feature went online, it usually indicated that some bad events were about to unfold. Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and soon he saw the melon-eating system slowly broadcasting a line of text. It is said that the mutated beetles all have a miniature beetle pattern on their bodies. On the one with the highest attack power, there is a corresponding groove. Some people believe that something should be placed in that groove on its back. The melon-eating feature was relatively straightforward. At least after Lu Zhou read it, he immediately understood what it meant. Did this mean he was supposed to place the beetle sculpture he had obtained from Gao Shan onto the back of this beetle? But this matter sounded strange no matter how he thought about it. Would it really work? Moreover, where exactly would he find this largest mutated beetle? After a brief hesitation in his mind, Lu Zhou quickly shook his head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts. In fact, there was already a suitable candidate available. Song Wei. Lu Zhou didn't hesitate long and contacted Song Wei through the flying saucer. Before long, Song Wei mobilized all his people to search for this strange beetle. Of course, Lu Zhou temporarily did not give the sculpture to him, mainly out of fear of unexpected situations. What if he found the beetle before Song Wei and the sculpture wasn't nearby? That would definitely make him furious. Song Wei looked at the mysterious alien's reminder, his body trembling slightly. For some reason, he felt that the truth of this world was gradually coming to light. Things he had been unaware of before now seemed to be jumping out to tell him. You are mistaken. Song Wei sat there in a daze, carefully contemplating for more than half an hour. During that time, he thought of many things, such as the strange phenomena of Blue Star and whether the high-ranking individuals were aware that such a result would eventually occur. Do they know about these matters? As the highest responsible person in the underground city, Song Wei should theoretically have had the opportunity to learn some things, but he realized that those people were a higher level of existence than him. They were merely tools chosen by the higher-ups to govern the underground city. Thinking about this made Song Wei's cold brows devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, after sending the message, Lu Zhou relaxed a bit for a few minutes. When his consciousness returned from the game room, the first thing he saw was the dim yellow light. He was back in reality. Due to Wang Da's family being injured, Lu's mom and Jiang Xiaolin were currently doing some basic disinfection for several people. Wang Da's complexion was still quite poor. He could not forget the shock brought to him when a large mass of things rushed over just now. The Zhang family offered some comforting words, and Wang Da's expression improved significantly. At that moment, however, Lu Zhou detected something unusual with the protective shield. There seemed to be a beetle base camp located just 1,000 meters away from their house. The reason he said this was entirely because the blue dots formed by these beetles were stacking together in a terrifyingly dense manner. Lu Zhou's expression darkened, and his breathing grew heavier. Continuing to probe carefully with his consciousness, he discovered that these creatures were indeed a beetle base camp. This was truly wonderful. After a moment of surprise, Lu Zhou immediately sent the coordinates to Song Wei. After receiving the coordinates, Song Wei immediately sent someone to rush to the target location. When the two soldiers arrived, they carefully took out the specialized equipment responsible for detecting the beetle's high-density solution and controlled it to fly inside. Once the drone confirmed the extremely high-density feedback, everyone immediately went on high alert. The soldiers had already donned their protective suits before arriving. This batch of military protective suits was made of higher-grade materials, fully capable of preventing attacks from the high-concentration solution of these beetles. Song Wei had been waiting for his subordinates, to report back. Soon, a secretary pushed the door open and came in, leaning close to Song Wei's ear to report the team's new findings in detail. Sitting in his chair, Song Wei's eyes were dark. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "According to the plan, recover what can be recovered. If it can't be recovered, eliminate it immediately." His tone was very calm when he said this. The secretary quickly exited, and Song Wei remained silent. The mysterious aliens seemed to truly be aligned with Blue Star. From the very beginning, Song Wei never fully trusted them. Although they provided a lot of information and a reverse-engineered piece of equipment, the gate Song Wei consistently felt the need to be cautious of them, lest he be betrayed and find himself counting the money for someone else's gain. Song Wei wasn't as upright as he appeared on the surface. For example, this gate could be moved freely, yet he did not report this matter to his superiors but chose to conceal it. It wasn't out of selfish motives. Rather, he believed that keeping it close would better protect his residents. Why should something good be sent over to the capital? He wondered if that group of people was hiding anything else from him. Song Wei's feelings of resentment surged, but he quickly buried them again. He planned to personally go to the capital in a few days to see how that group would respond. Lu Zhou was completely unaware of Song Wei's emotional turmoil. He was merely doing his best to ensure that everyone could live a little better. He approached Song Wei because the latter was the highest-ranking individual he could currently contact, and he had a strong sense of morality with a solid moral compass. Lu Zhou didn't care what kind of pursuits the higher-ups would have for this information. He only wanted ordinary citizens to survive a little longer. From the moment Lu Zhou sent the information to Song Wei to when the latter dispatched personnel, it was only a brief 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, Lu Zhou quietly observed the pile of beetles, fearing that something incomprehensible might erupt from the other side. Those 10 minutes felt very long. Zhang Jiahao furrowed his brow, beginning to think about what might or might not happen. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou took advantage of the chaos to pinch his uncle's arm. Soon, he drew a circle. This was a secret signal he shared with Wei Qingzhu. This indicated that he had made a new discovery and had already informed the military. Wei Qingzhu was still contemplating the beetle situation, but in the darkness, he sensed Lu Zhou's touch. The latter used hand signals to convey that everything was still under control. Suddenly, Wei Qingzhu's tense heart relaxed. At this moment, Yinyan's stomach finally stopped hurting, but she looked utterly numb and pale. Wangda tightly embraced his wife, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. Yinyan's body had been so good before she got pregnant, but now, after becoming pregnant, she had become so weak. Chapter 498, Hiding Place. Recalling the mysterious message sent by the stranger, Wanda bit his lip tightly and decided that once things settled down, he would take Yinyan to Professor Shan to terminate the pregnancy. He couldn't imagine how weak Yinyan would be after losing the child. In the past, his wife was brave, strong, and beautiful, but now, Wanda glanced at his wife, who lay on the sofa with a pale face, and his resolve became even more steadfast. It was necessary to terminate the pregnancy. He didn't realize that in just a few minutes of contemplation, Wanda had already made up his mind. Yinyan was in pain and had no strength to speak, so she could only lie quietly and rest. Lu Zhou lifted his wrist to check the time. 7 minutes had already passed. It seemed the military had not yet arrived. Just as he was considering whether to urge them, he heard some faint sounds. These sounds resembled the rustling of footsteps, but upon closer inspection, they seemed to vanish. Lu Zhou remained still as he peered through the protective shield, beginning to observe the situation outside. When he looked, he immediately recognized the true nature of what was happening. 3 or 4 large beetles were quietly scuttling along the sides of the road with their many hairy legs. They moved silently, climbing onto nearby buildings. These beetles moved quickly, wandering aimlessly, and soon disappeared from Lu Zhou's line of sight. Out of his view, the beetles were waving their legs, releasing corrosive liquid to destroy any obstacles in their path. Fortunately, the family quarters here were made of special materials, so they wouldn't be easily corroded. However, unfortunately, a window in one of the houses had a small break. Almost immediately, one of the beetles discovered the flaw and quickly squeezed through. The others followed suit like a pack of wolves sensing fresh meat. In almost an instant, terrified screams erupted from inside the house. Soon after, the sound of gunfire followed. Inside the room, 3 beetles had already been killed, but 2 remained. A couple inside was relatively calm, back to back as they continued to draw their firearms, preparing to deal with the last 2. Once they confirmed that all had been cleaned up, they remembered the characteristic that these beetles could revive. They immediately became cautious, lifting the beetle corpses and throwing them out. 5 beetles had consumed quite a bit of their energy. After disposing of the bugs, the couple quickly found some space shuttle repair tape, tore it open, and sealed the broken window. Once everything was done, they leaned against each other, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the exertion. As they calmed down, they were both astonished. They were just ordinary researchers, typically engaging in daily training, and now they had managed to eliminate 5 extremely dangerous beetles. After realizing this, they had initially been extremely tense and fearful, but now they felt a surge of hope in overcoming the beetles. Just then, they heard the crying and shouting of a child coming from downstairs. The 2 were startled and quickly understood that something had happened to the children on the first floor. After a brief discussion, they gritted their teeth, pushed open the door, and resolutely went downstairs. When they reached the first floor and saw 3 beetles in front of a child, they picked up their guns and vigilantly proceeded to shoot. After a flurry of activity and firing, an older child crawled out from the side. His eyes were filled with tears as he trembled, pleading for them to take him somewhere safe. "My parents don't come home. They're both busy with work." The 2 immediately understood that the other's parents must be working there. Those who can work in that mysterious place are all exceptionally talented scientists. Without hesitation, they took the 2 children upstairs to their home. Similar events are happening continuously. Some remain calm and manage to survive by using firearms to kill the beetles. Others were overly frightened, or perhaps just unlucky, encountering too many beetles and perishing. In any case, since the incident began, there have been occasional gunshots. After each gunshot, either cries can be heard or silence returns. Lu Zhou looked at the watch on his wrist. 10 minutes had passed. He felt a bit anxious. The numerous beetles nearby were starting to show signs of wanting to leave. If the military didn't arrive in time, he would have to consider how to slow down the beetles' movement. However, just as Lu Zhou was feeling extremely anxious, a familiar sound came from outside. Zhang Jiahao heard it first, and his eyes lit up with joy. The troops are coming in their vehicles. They make a distinctive sound when they move, and I've always recognized them by this. Zhang Jiahao moved closer to the window, slightly pulling back the curtain to see the military's movements. However, as soon as he opened the curtain, he saw a fat beetle lying motionless right in the middle of the window. Zhang Jiahao's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. There was no other option. He had to open the entire window to be safe. Helpless, Zhang Jiahao could only awkwardly avoid the beetle and look out through the gap beneath it. The others watched Zhang Jiahao's actions and immediately grew concerned for him. Being so close, if a beetle got in, he would be the first to be in danger. Zhang's father naturally considered this first. He quickly moved forward, silently walking over, grabbing Zhang Jiahao, and retreating swiftly. Once they were at a safe distance, Zhang's father tried to convey a deadly glare at his son, as if to say, "How could you be so clueless?" That made Zhang Jiahao shudder several times. Lu Zhou was completely focused on observing the situation outside through the protective barrier. After the military completed their search and received orders from Commander Song, they naturally planned to force their way through. Soon, the squad leader assigned corresponding tasks to each team, and in less than a minute, the team had already infiltrated their destination. The destination was a partially constructed building. This building was originally intended to be a department store. After all, the demand for department stores was quite high. However, the project was only halfway done and was temporarily halted due to the beetle incident. Information received from mysterious aliens had been verified by the team members. This half-finished building was filled to the brim with beetles. For this mission, they had already upgraded their equipment significantly. Soon, reports began to come in from the teams that went inside. Report, Squad Leader, the number of beetles is very high. We request support. The squad leader immediately waved his hand, sending several teams to continue engaging on the battlefield. Chapter 499, Beetles. As soon as the soldiers entered the cave, they immediately discovered that the area was filled with countless beetles. These insects were stacked together, and as the soldiers entered, they began to flap their wings and fly out. They came rushing towards the soldiers at high speed, their fierce appearance suggesting they could kill anyone who stood in their way in an instant. The soldiers had already mentally prepared for this, but seeing so many insects still shocked them deeply. Fortunately, the team responsible for extermination acted quickly. They took out a tube from behind them and sprayed some sort of chemical solution. Upon encountering the solution, the beetles initially continued to charge forward. However, once they came into contact with the spray, they realized that it had a significant lethal effect on them. The moment the chemical touched the beetles, they emitted a screeching sound. It was unclear how they communicated, but almost instantly, all the insects knew to avoid the spray. Angry and humiliated, they turned and flew directly at the soldiers. However, near the team responsible for spraying the chemicals, there were also soldiers armed with flamethrowers. They were tasked with dealing with the approaching insects. In addition to the extermination team, there was another team responsible for capturing the beetles using specially designed cages. Of course, this team functioned as a cleanup crew. Since these insects had a form of immortality, the team would immediately clear the corpses after their comrades had killed them. Not long after, the bodies contained within the cages would be revived, transforming into new beetles for research purposes. Yet, upon seeing these countless corpses, a question arose in nearly everyone's mind. Is it really necessary to continue breeding these insects? The number was already sufficient. However, as everyone was busy capturing the beetles, they temporarily set aside this question. The soldiers coordinated perfectly. Waves of beetles seemed to come endlessly to their demise. Before long, their prepared capturing cages were already half full. However, the number of beetles inside far exceeded the capacity of the cages. Realizing the severity of the situation, the squad leader immediately reported this matter to Songwei. After the maintenance department worked tirelessly, they finally repaired the military communication network for the area. As for the civilian networks, they still needed improvement. When Songwei learned about this, his brow furrowed. It was strange. Before their operation, they had naturally estimated the number of insects. At that time, everyone had estimated a number that was significantly less than the capacity of the cages they had brought to the scene. Songwei thought that bringing along extra cages would be a precaution, but he never expected to encounter such a situation. However, the incident had occurred, and they could only quickly find a solution to the problem. Songwei immediately sent the group responsible for designing and manufacturing the capturing cages to the door behind them. Once these individuals were sent inside, they were unaware that time flowed slowly in the world behind the door. Upon entering, they began to work frantically to increase production speed. Busy to the point of exhaustion, all equipment was in use. These workers didn't even know why they were urgently called back to continue working. All they knew was that the things in their hands could be exchanged for money, allowing them to buy an extra steam bun or a pound of rice for their families. When these people came in, naturally, someone was responsible for handling their situation after they left. Once the workers finished their tasks, they would be temporarily anesthetized with gas, and when they woke up, they would be sent back home. The wages would be increased a bit. As compensation, Song Wei glanced a few times, ensuring that everything was proceeding according to plan, before turning his attention back to the area where the beetles were gathering. Why are there so many beetles here? And why are there far more beetles than expected? Song Wei furrowed his brow deeply, thinking carefully, and finally reached a conclusion. Could it be that this group of beetles has gained reproductive ability? Recalling what the mysterious aliens had said at that time, a terrifying thought suddenly struck Song Wei. Could it be that there's a presence similar to a queen ant among the beetles? If not, why would there be such a gathering? An increase in numbers, along with a large and special presence. Just thinking about it made Song Wei instinctively feel that the truth of the matter might be racing towards a point of no return. After reaching this hypothesis, he remained sitting in silence for a while, contemplating what to do next. Assuming this hypothesis is true and they really do have a queen-like entity, then no matter how many traps they produce, it would be meaningless because, judging by the current situation, the other party's reproductive speed should be very fast. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he felt. Song Wei always prided himself on being a calm and almost indifferent person, but when an extraordinary situation occurred, he realized that he could still feel anxious. Soon, he made up his mind and determined that, by any means necessary, he must delve deep into the building to see if there was a maternal entity present. Once he thought of this, Song Wei tightened his grip on the phone and immediately dialed. When the squad leader finished listening to Song Wei's orders, his expression immediately turned grim. He could foresee that if a creature similar to a queen ant really appeared, this beetle crisis might kill everyone. He knew just how dangerous these beetles were. The only reason they were able to achieve victory now was purely because the number of beetles was far less than theirs. But if the other side really had a queen beetle, they would be in danger. No, perhaps at that time, everyone would fall in a crisis. Thinking of this possibility, the squad leader could no longer contain himself and immediately dispatched a team to continue delving deeper into the building. This team was wearing the best protective gear and were the most skilled. Generally, only truly dangerous and high-difficulty tasks would require them. Once this team quickly entered the building and moved smoothly back and forth inside, the squad leader soon received news. Report, squad leader, currently we have discovered that the further in we go, the more beetles we encounter. No, we have also found that many beetles are carrying food, heading toward the innermost part. At this, the squad leader immediately felt goosebumps all over. In this situation, it can only be said with a high probability that this group of beetles indeed has a queen. All right, I understand. You all use machines to probe the way first and try not to provoke the other side. For the safety of his team members, the squad leader could not agree to let them recklessly advance. Chapter 500, Intense Unease. After the call was cut off, the captain of the team took out a small simulator, an imitation simulation monitor. This device could scan any object and then replicate its appearance. The team members first found a beetle and let the machine scan it thoroughly. Once the imitation effect was complete, the monitor immediately followed the beetle, quickly moving inside. The team members reported to the company commander, notifying him to keep an eye on the screen. After that, they found a safe spot and watched the situation on the screen. The footage was relatively stable. Thanks to the monitor's night vision system, they could clearly see everything in the darkness. The team members were tense as they continued to watch. The lights flickered and the camera shook slightly. Beside the imitation monitor, the number of beetles increased from 1 to 2 to 10 to 100, even to an uncountable mass. At this point, an intense feeling of fear surged within the humans. As they watched the overwhelming number of beetles, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. In the footage, these beetles carried chunks of indiscernible flesh in their mouths as they advanced. They moved in an orderly and silent manner, much like ants. For a moment, the only sound that could be heard from the screen was the rustling of the beetles' movements. This massive swarm of beetles advanced rapidly, all with a common goal. Inside the building, which should have been empty, was now covered in unidentified bloodstains due to the presence of this group of beetles. The team members could imagine how intense the stench of blood must be. They couldn't help but wonder how many people had been killed by these bugs. At that moment, Every team member felt a deep-seated hatred towards the beetles, wishing they could just bomb them all to pieces. In addition to the team members and the company commander, there was also Song Wei. He was the most concerned about this issue, and seeing that the mystery was about to be uncovered, he naturally kept a close watch to avoid any accidents. When Song Wei thought about things, he liked to go behind the door, as it helped his mind become more agile. In the footage, the beetles advanced in large swarms and eventually stopped moving. At that moment, everyone witnessed a shocking scene before their eyes. The once empty building was now filled with heaps of shredded meat, which was still dripping blood, pooling into small rivers that flowed continuously. In the center was an extraordinarily large bug, even bigger than the one everyone had seen underwater before. This bug's abdomen was immensely swollen. While the beetles had round bellies, this one was so large it looked as if it might burst. As the imitation monitor turned slightly, everyone quickly caught sight of the other side of this enormous bug. On its back, the bug was continuously birthing offspring, much like a queen ant. Surrounding it was a pile of flesh, and it was tearing into the meat like a machine, greedily chewing bite after bite, causing its belly to swell even larger while producing more and more bugs behind it. At this sight, everyone's faces turned extremely pale. They struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, fixated on the screen. Song Wei gripped his palm until it turned red and swollen, not even realizing it. Nearby, the team members also looked pale, as if they were about to explode. The captain carefully maneuvered the mimetic monitor behind the cockroach, trying to see if there were any markings on its back. Lu Zhou's words were, of course, conveyed to the company commander responsible for this operation. The team members were also aware of this matter. "My God, these bugs are really disgusting," one team member muttered quietly, but their focus remained highly concentrated. Everyone was intently watching the screen, hoping to see if this bug was the special one they were looking for. Unfortunately, the insect did not have that marking. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. Song Wei also took a look. His mood was hard to describe, but what was more important at the moment was to eliminate the cockroach in front of them. They could not leave this insect alive. Otherwise, humanity would be doomed at the hands of these bugs. The bomb has started launching. This cockroach must die. After receiving the command, the company commander informed his subordinates and prepared to activate the explosives. When they entered, they had placed several mimetic monitors. These mimetic monitors were equipped with a large amount of high-powered explosives. If they locked onto a target, they could blow it to smithereens in an instant. However, the target was such a tough and thick-skinned cockroach, and considering that these creatures could previously resurrect, everyone felt uncertain about the outcome. But at this point, they had to destroy it. Several team members exchanged glances and then began controlling the mimetic monitors to approach the cockroach, subsequently pressing the activation button. When they did, to understand the situation, another mimetic monitor was flying above, closely observing everything. As they pressed the button, the cockroach seemed to sense the danger. Its fearsome antennae waved incessantly, and soon after, many armored beetles surrounded it. However, these beetles arrived a moment too late. The high-powered explosives detonated first. Bang, bang, bang. The violent explosion resonated throughout the building. In almost an instant, 4 mimetic monitors exploded simultaneously. The immense energy contained in the explosives all detonated on the cockroach's body. The surrounding armored beetles, undeterred by the danger, hurriedly tried to crawl over to shield their queen from this fatal blow. However, by the time they reached, the cockroach's body had already been blown apart. Its massive, hideous form immediately shriveled and fell apart. In almost an instant, it seemed to lose all its vitality and rapidly withered. It was very much like a balloon that had been inflated to its limit and then was stomped on violently, resulting in an exploded mess. The cockroach screamed in agony, its blue-green blood nearly flooding the interior of the building. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. The other armored beetles seemed to become agitated all at once. The atmosphere turned chaotic. Song Wei stared intently at the screen. Did it succeed? Songwei's expression was also noticed by Lu Zhou. Upon entering the game world, he had discovered Songwei was fixated on the screen, watching the interior of the building. So, Lu Zhou began to watch as well. When he saw the cockroach blown to death, his unease did not ease. Instead, it intensified. Chapter 501. The mark appeared. According to logic, after seeing the motherworm being dealt with, Lu Zhou should have felt a sense of relief, thinking that a major threat was no longer present. However, on the contrary, after the motherworm was blown to pieces, Lu Zhou only felt a choking sensation lingering in his heart. It seemed as though some unspeakable crisis was rapidly approaching. Before entering the game room, he had no idea that such a huge motherworm was lurking inside the building. He was lucky. When he entered, he happened to see Song Wei looking at the screen, which led him to witness those spine-chilling scenes. After seeing the motherworm die, Song Wei's lips curled into a slight smile, as if his mood had relaxed a little. However, everyone remained cautious, waiting to see if the motherworm would also resurrect like other beetles. Previously, researchers had concluded that the beetles would resurrect after an hour and a half. At this moment, Song Wei, the company commander, and the rest were all staring at the screen, eager to see whether the motherworm would revive. An hour and a half passed. The motherworm still lay motionless on the ground, showing no signs of revival. They continued to wait for more than another hour. The motherworm still showed no signs of movement. Suddenly, everyone erupted in excitement. Was it successful? Everyone was thrilled. It turned out that the motherworm was not as hard to kill as they had imagined. After all, it had been blown to bits with just 4 bombs. Those who were aware of this matter were in a state of extreme elation. Song Wei also let out a slight sigh of relief, loosening his tightly clenched hands. Lu Zhou's brow furrowed even deeper. He was unsure of what conclusion would emerge and could only continue to observe the situation quietly. Just at the moment everyone relaxed, the motherworm moved slightly. Lu Zhou was the first to notice, and his brows knitted even tighter. He felt an urge to rush over and see what was happening. Others with sharp eyes also noticed the movement of the motherworm and exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, it looks like the bug isn't dead." After this comment, everyone immediately focused on the screen, watching in silence. Although the motherworm had been blown to pieces, it was desperately trying to touch its ruptured belly with its legs, seeming to be doing something. Someone voiced a question. "What is this bug doing?" Most people couldn't comprehend, but eventually, one person spoke up. "I feel like it's still trying to give birth." Everyone turned their heads to stare at the young soldier who had spoken. The boy's face turned red as he stammered. "When I was a kid, I caught bugs to play with, and when they reproduce, they make this motion. It looks exactly like what that bug is doing on the screen." After hearing the young soldier's explanation, everyone's expressions darkened. In the footage, the motherworm trembled and finally, with unsteady movements, gave birth to a beetle from its abdomen. This beetle had a strange appearance. It did not look much like a bug, but was closer to a human. It seemed that the motherworm had consumed too much human flesh, causing its body to be filled with human genes, resulting in a beetle that emerged having mutated genes, taking on a form very similar to that of a human. When this creature emerged, it was still very small, indistinguishable from a human infant. It opened its eyes, a pair of blue-green eyes, wicked and alluring. This monster did not cry out. It quietly lay in the belly of the beetle. Then, almost all of the beetles, still in a panic, suddenly seemed to receive some kind of command, one by one grabbing human flesh and rushing over, as if trying to feed this monster. Everyone was stunned, and then realized that this was likely the resurrection of the beetle. Looking at it, it resembled a human form, sending a chill through everyone to their bones. So strange. Who could accept that this thing looked like their own kind? This small monster lay on the ground, while these beetles served it diligently. The monster did not swell up as everyone had expected, starting to reproduce again. Instead, it continued to evolve rapidly. It shed its hideously large antennae, transforming them into inconspicuous small ones. The massive insect-like belly was gone, replaced by a flat abdomen resembling that of a human. When Lu Zhou looked at this scene, he felt an alarm ringing in his mind, blaring at an extremely high volume. This is not right. It's dangerous. Song Wei frowned tightly as he watched, then immediately ordered coldly for the bombardment to continue. Since the building was made of special materials, it did not collapse immediately under the first 4 shells explosions. After receiving the order, the commander immediately mobilized the most powerful artillery. He had witnessed those scenes and felt a shock in his heart, wanting desperately to kill this monster. For some reason, a voice in his mind told him that if this monster was not killed, humanity would surely perish. After the command was given, in almost an instant, more than a dozen shells whizzed through the sky, directly striking the newly emerged monster. When Lu Zhou observed this, he sensed something was amiss. Such a huge commotion would surely bring the building down. What would follow would be the destruction of the surveillance system. At that time, they might lose sight of the monster. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Zhou immediately used the shield function to lock onto the human-like monster's location. But after he completed this task, he discovered something. In a fleeting image, a familiar pattern that made his soul tremble appeared. Behind the just-emerged monster, there was a vividly depicted beetle pattern. Almost instantly, Lu Zhou reacted and contacted Song Wei. The monster that emerged from the beetle is the target we're looking for. It has an insect pattern on its back. After Song Wei received the message, his brows furrowed tightly, almost tying into a knot. If this really is the monster, would the bombardment just now kill it? But thinking further, the probability was low. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mentioned wanting to capture it. To ensure everything was foolproof, Song Wei specifically called up the previous footage to check. When he indeed saw the fleeting backmark, his brows could practically squash a mosquito. Immediately relay the message. Everyone must go all out to capture the monster that just emerged from the beetle. When Song Wei's order reached the commander's hands, he was watching the building that had just been blown apart. Although the building was made of special materials, it could not withstand such a barrage of shells. At this moment, the commander felt like his heart was beating like a drum. That monster, is it really still alive? Logically speaking, with such concentrated firepower, there shouldn't be any survivors. However, since Song had just given the order, it implied the other party was definitely not an ordinary character. Thinking along this line, everyone's faces turned grim. Chapter 502, Beautiful Woman. However, the squad leaders still encouraged the troops. Once the building in front of them stopped collapsing, they began to search for traces of the monsters inside. Lu Zhou couldn't sit still. He had to go to the scene. He held the sculpture in his hand and needed to be there at the right time so he wouldn't miss the opportunity. After a moment's thought, Lu Zhou figured that most of the firepower was focused on the building, so his family shouldn't be in too much danger. However, it would be great if the protective shield could be split in two. As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, Fengji leisurely responded, "Your idea can be realized, but the downside is that it will dilute the protective capability of a shield. Are you sure you want to do this?" Lu Zhou was instantly overjoyed. If it can really be done, then I can leave with peace of mind. The reduced capacity didn't matter. He still had opportunities to recharge. The two shields were still connected, and whichever one ran low on energy would notify him immediately. If he could recharge in time, then both sides would remain safe. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou felt much more at ease. Fengji didn't waste any time and quickly duplicated a protective shield. Lu Zhou carefully enveloped his family within it. After finally settling down, he and Yin, Lu Mom turned around and saw Lu Zhou with an expression that seemed to hold back words. Instantly, she felt reassured. "Are you thinking of going out?" Lu Zhou nodded hesitantly, not daring to face Lu Mom. Lu Mom was naturally unwilling, but Lu Zhou immediately said, "Mom, I have to go out. If I don't, the consequences will be too significant." He spoke quietly, so only Lu Mom could hear him. She felt a pang in her heart, but could only refrain from stopping him. Lu Zhou sighed, avoiding Lu Mom's gaze. He hurried to the door and whispered, "Don't worry, I will come back. Lu Mom's eyes turned red. Xiao Zhou, sometimes I really wish you were just an ordinary child. But I know that we can live so well now, and it's all thanks to you. You go. I will take good care of the family. With heavy steps, Lu Zhou pushed open the door and quietly left. After her son left, Lu Mom could no longer hold back her tears, which fell drop by drop on her hand. As soon as Lu Zhou stepped outside, he immediately used shadow travel and quickly arrived at the scene. To maintain secrecy, he had already used a disguise mask beforehand, completely changing his appearance. From head to toe, even the gender was transformed. Now, Lu Zhou appeared as a woman. He might show up today, so he needed to prepare a body that was completely opposite to his true identity. Once the disguise mask completed its work, Lu Zhou felt a bit helpless. There was no other way. The disguised body was just too beautiful. This face was simply more delicate than that of a popular star. Standing at only 165 centimeters, he looked quite slender. Although being too good-looking made Lu Zhou somewhat uncomfortable, overall, the disguise was quite successful. Who would have thought that beneath this beautiful girl's exterior hid a man nearly 190 centimeters tall? Lu Zhou quickly approached the heavily damaged building. When he arrived, he noticed soldiers in military uniforms were conducting a thorough search of the scene. The blast had caused significant damage, and many of the armored bugs had died. However, thanks to the revival mechanism, they quickly jumped back to life, engaging in a battle of wits and bravery with the team members. On the other side, the first batch of capture cages has already arrived. The squad leader glanced at the cages that were in place and immediately ordered all team members to begin the capture work. These beetles, which resembled worker ants, must be taken away, otherwise they would hinder their mission to capture the mutated beetles. Lu Zhou watched as the soldiers caught the beetles one by one, while the capture cages became completely filled with the insects. Cages full of wriggling bugs were piled on top of each other, and this scene made Lu Zhou feel physically uneasy. He shifted his gaze to the center of the ruins. Through the protective shield, he could sense the location of the mutated creature. Yes, it should be at this location. Lu Zhou fixed his gaze on the display, showing the insect's position on the shield, and he felt an unsettling anxiety as the green, representing the monster, began to grow larger. Lu Zhou remembered that Feng Zhi had mentioned that the dot represented the energy within a person's body. So, it seemed that the energy within this monster was surging. Lu Zhou instinctively felt that something was wrong. He quickly moved closer, wanting to dig up the ground where the monster was buried. He was wearing a stealth suit, so he went unnoticed. As he frantically dug down, however, he found that the monster's position was shifting. No, he couldn't do this alone. He needed to find someone to help him. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhou quickly devised a plan. He first sent a message to Song Wei. I have a highly skilled believer who is already at the destination and will come to assist you. She has a sculpture with her, which will be placed on the monster's back. Upon seeing this message, Song Wei couldn't help but furrow his brows in worry. How did the mysterious alien communicate with its human believers? Were they friend or foe? But given the urgent situation, Song Wei had no choice but to take a gamble. He thought it best to wait until the situation was under control before asking about the believer's true nature. If soft questioning didn't work, he would have to be more forceful. After thinking this through, Song Wei notified the squad leader to wait for the arrival of a woman. At first, the squad leader was a bit confused, unsure of what Song Wei meant. However, when Lu Zhou appeared before him, both the squad leader and the others nearby were astonished. This woman seemed to have appeared out of thin air, suddenly materializing right there. Moreover, she was very beautiful. Some of the younger soldiers couldn't help but blush when they saw Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's expression darkened considerably. He grit his teeth, and Feng Zhi, who was responsible for creating his disguise, chuckled in his mind. Don't be so excited. I think the face I crafted for you is beautiful. You know, I made it based on my own appearance, Feng Zhi said with pride, leaving Lu Zhou speechless. He clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly. Well, you shouldn't have made me such an outstanding face. After all, he didn't say the rest. After all, he was a man. How could he endure the strange gazes of other men looking at him? He couldn't express that thought, and Lu Zhou felt a bit depressed. The squad leader, being well-versed, quickly calmed down and walked over. Chapter 503. The Insect King's Self-Detonation. This is Zhu Ji. You know what to do. The company commander didn't say anything unnecessary. Both knew each other's backgrounds and purposes. Lu Zhou got straight to the point. I plan to go deeper to search for the monster and later install the sculpture on its back. I hope you can assist me. The company commander immediately understood this matter. Of course, I will follow your arrangements. What should we do first? Through the protective shield, Lu Zhou spotted the buried shell insect monster in a certain location. I know its position. I will point to it later, and you can use the machinery to excavate there. The company commander nodded immediately, indicating his agreement. The others also returned to their respective workstations. Soon, Lu Zhou found the hiding place of the monster and immediately gestured to the company commander. The soldiers responsible for operating the machinery quickly activated the excavation equipment. The machines emitted a loud, buzzing sound. Lu Zhou frowned as he watched the shell insect monster flee to another side. Eastward, following his command, the soldiers on the east side began their work. Westward. In this way, they pressed the shell insect monster back to the center after 4 consecutive commands. Lu Zhou had already positioned himself in the center. He clenched his hands tightly, staring at the monster within the protective shield. The green dot representing its vitality was darting around, eventually landing inside the trap they had set. To capture this monster, they had already laid down a net in the center. If the shell insect dared to fly out of the ground, it would surely be caught in the net. Lu Zhou watched the display on the protective shield, his heart tightening. It's coming. Upon hearing this, everyone became alert. In the center, after about 2 seconds, a slender figure finally flew out. As the shell insect evaded human pursuit, the ordinary shell insects had transferred all their energy and vitality to the newly born king. When that slender figure appeared, everyone felt a powerful pressure descend upon them. How to describe this feeling? It was like being forcibly pinned to the ground, with one's entire body heavy as if coated in glue. Lu Zhou's body stiffened. He couldn't even control his swaying frame. Yet his eyes never left the grotesque figure for a moment. This creature had completely taken on a human form. It was a tall male with a strikingly beautiful face that was hard to distinguish between masculine and feminine. Lu Zhou felt a moment of daze, then quickly wanted to see its back. The drone flew faster, capturing the back of the creature in less than 3 seconds. Indeed, there was an indentation on its back, large enough to hold the sculpture that Lu Zhou was carrying. Although he didn't know what would happen once it was placed there, it was apparent that this creature in its current form posed a significant threat. As Lu Zhou thought this, his eyes remained fixated on the shell humanoid before him. In the next moment, Lu Zhou used shadow shuttling, almost moving in an unbelievable speed, appearing behind the shellman in just a second. Everyone was caught off guard. Some of the military felt that Lu Zhou's maneuver looked familiar. Soon, they recalled that when their team attempted to break into the True God Church, they were similarly brought in by someone. At the time, they were all bewildered, not understanding what kind of fortuitous encounter had allowed them to enter. Now it seemed that the person who had brought them in was none other than the one before them. As soon as this possibility crossed their minds, all the soldiers who had benefited at the time quickly turned to look. The squad leader was also startled. Thinking it over, they realized that the mysterious alien incident was already bizarre enough. There were still many things unknown in this world, so there was no need to be overly surprised. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had already arrived behind the shellman. The shellman's back was flat, and a pair of translucent wings were trembling unconsciously. Lu Zhou felt a bit dazed, but he knew that what he should do was to immediately place the sculpture into the groove on the shellman's back. For some reason, as he looked at this beautiful scene, Lu Zhou felt a sense of resistance rising in his heart. Feng Ji suddenly appeared. "Quick, put it in. Be careful, he might run away." It will definitely be harder to deal with later. After hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately regained his focus. Then, as he reflected on his previous bewildering actions, he suddenly found it hard to understand what had gotten into him. Lu Zhou quickly adjusted his state and, at the fastest speed, pressed the shellbug sculpture into the groove. He was particularly surprised. He thought the shellman would struggle, but the being stood still, not moving at all. Moreover, as Lu Zhou recalled the feeling of pressing the sculpture into the groove, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps on his palms. It was sticky and moist, almost like human skin. When Lu Zhou pressed it in, he could still clearly hear the crunching sound from inside. So it must have been installed. Lu Zhou felt a bit dazed. He thought this would be difficult, for if the other party had already transformed into human form, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. But who would have thought that he just needed to shuttle over and press it down? Lu Zhou was skeptical, but Fengji suddenly spoke up. "Get away. I sense a very obvious explosive reaction. That thing is likely to self-destruct." Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and his sense of crisis surged. He anxiously asked, "Explode? Will it explode after placing that thing inside?" Fengji rarely sounded serious. "I don't know, but I only know that it's gathering power and planning to explode." Lu Zhou was shocked and glanced back at the oblivious soldiers around him. These people were even congratulating Lu Zhou for successfully pressing the sculpture in. They had no idea that the shellman was about to explode. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhou quickly grabbed the shellman and fled. When the squad leader realized what was happening, he became anxious. What did the other side mean? Were they planning to turn against them at the last moment? Just as he was about to chase after them, Lu Zhou's voice floated back. "Run! This thing is going to self-destruct. I'll throw it farther away." The squad leader didn't hesitate and immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Song Wei also knew about this. His actions mirrored those of the squad leader, prioritizing the lives of the soldiers. Moreover, he was also betting that the other party was truly on their side and was genuinely a partner. Chapter 504. Fortune Delivered to Your Door. Lu Zhou looked at the soldiers around him who were quickly retreating, and he couldn't help but relax slightly at the corners of his mouth. He moved swiftly through the shadows, while Fengji frowned and prompted him. "It's too dangerous. I've detected that the enemy will explode in 10 seconds. You better hurry and retreat. Otherwise, you'll definitely die here." Lu Zhou softly acknowledged with a sound and continued to run with the armored creature in tow. With only a few seconds left before the explosion, Lu Zhou threw the creature away with force, then sprinted away himself. He moved quickly, while the sound of the explosion came even faster. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Lu Zhou didn't even have time to look back. He immediately felt the sticky and scorching flames pressing against his back. In front of him, it seemed that the enemy's delicate and transparent wings flickered again. Lu Zhou felt a bit dazed, and his steps became unsteady. Fengji was anxious. "Run! What are you dazed for?" Seeing that Lu Zhou seemed weak all over, Fengji, in a panic, directly used a stamina-replenishing drink created by the game. After downing a bottle, Lu Zhou visibly became much more alert. Fengji scolded, "I really can't believe this. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and run. If you don't, you'll die, and I'll just have to bind someone else." Although Lu Zhou wasn't as dazed as before, his mind was still a chaotic mess. His feet didn't stop moving, but the scorching flames behind him felt like a lover, tightly pressed against him. The heat made Lu Zhou's face turn red. He could feel that his skin on the back was definitely burned. Due to the rapid explosion, Lu Zhou desperately used shadow shifting, barely managing to keep the explosion behind him. Once the storm of flames subsided, Lu Zhou stopped running and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Fengji checked his wounds and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, your back is practically burned to a pulp." At that moment, Lu Zhou's disguise was still intact, but his back was terrifyingly mangled and bloody. However, all that filled Lu Zhou's mind was the thought of going back. He wanted to return to the original spot to find something. This thought whispered to him like a demon, and after several rejections, Lu Zhou ultimately had to head back. Feng Ji, not understanding Lu Zhou's reasoning, scolded him the entire way. Are you crazy? You barely escaped with your life, and now you want to go back and die. Hey, calm down a bit. Damn it, forget it. If you don't listen, whatever. If you die, I won't die. Feng Ji chattered all the way, but Lu Zhou seemed to hear nothing, fixated on going back. When he arrived at the site of the explosion, he found that the area was completely charred black by the flames. The intense explosion had even loosened the ground above his head. This place was undoubtedly dangerous. But Lu Zhou immediately crouched down and began frantically digging into the ground for something. His frenzied appearance truly frightened Feng Ji. She was really worried. Hey, are you okay? I was just saying a few words. You wouldn't really come back, would you? After saying this, seeing that Lu Zhou ignored her, she turned her attention back to the front. Lu Zhou dug until his fingers were torn and bleeding, the blood mixing with the dirt, making it almost unbearable to look at. Feng Ji felt a bit heartbroken watching him. Lu Zhou stopped abruptly and then said in a daze, "So there really is something here." What appeared before his eyes was a crystal-clear gemstone. This transparent gem looked extremely pure. Lu Zhou carefully took the gem out of the ground. When it was first pulled out, it was about the size of a palm. At the moment Lu Zhou grasped the gem, something new appeared in his mind. Deep within his consciousness, this gem reflected itself. It shrank into the deepest and most inconspicuous corner of Lu Zhou's mind. Even the chattering wind didn't notice its entry. Yet, Lu Zhou could clearly feel its presence. Filled with confusion, Lu Zhou thought, "What exactly is this thing?" Looking down again, the gem was still in his hand. Just then, the long-awaited gossip function came online again. Mystical product left by the self-destruction of the mysterious insectoid king, resembling a crystal in transparency. It has the ability to produce corrosive liquid for the insectoid race. After seeing the information provided by the gossip function, Lu Zhou finally understood the gem's purpose. However, he couldn't find a corresponding explanation for the thing that had entered his mind. For some reason, Lu Zhou did not tell Feng Ji about this matter. After he obtained this crystal, Feng Ji seemed a bit envious. "I can sense that it contains a massive amount of energy. If you let me absorb it, I think I could quickly regain control over the spaceship," she said, looking quite eager. Seeing Feng Ji's urgency, Lu Zhou did not comply. "No way. I need to give this to Song Wei. Only he can make good use of it." Lu Zhou made up his mind. No one could persuade him otherwise. Feng Ji scoffed in frustration. "You're so stingy. If you let me absorb this, I'd be stronger and could help you guys on Blue Star too." Lu Zhou smiled slightly and chose not to explain further. Frustrated, Feng Ji huffed and walked away. Not long after Lu Zhou finished speaking with Feng Ji, a large group of soldiers arrived. The one leading them was the squad leader. He looked serious, seemingly wanting to assess the situation firsthand. The squad leader thought they wouldn't see anything, but when he saw the battered Lu Zhou, his brow furrowed. That explosion was quite significant. Fortunately, with the help of that mysterious woman, they probably wouldn't have survived otherwise. Looking again at Lu Zhou, the soldiers quickly noticed the bloody mess on his back. The squad leader immediately said, "Comrade, you're seriously injured. Let me call our medic to bandage you up." Lu Zhou's expression was sharp as he extended his hand to stop the squad leader from approaching. "Don't come closer. I can handle it myself. You all take this thing back first." While speaking, Lu Zhou handed the crystal-clear gem to the squad leader. The squad leader looked puzzled. "What is this?" "This is a product left behind after the explosion of the crustacean. It has the ability to create corrosive acid water. If you soak it, you can continuously produce a solution for the crustaceans." Upon hearing this, the squad leader inhaled sharply. "Is this for real?" The acidic solution from the crustaceans is an extremely hard-to-replicate deadly weapon. The researcher responsible for this project is none other than the renowned Professor Wei. There had been resistance before, but now with this gem, it should be much easier. Everyone suddenly felt some envy towards Wei Qingzhu. Tisk, as expected, Professor Wei's strength and luck are both top-notch. Chapter 505, Crisis Resolved. After Lu Zhou managed to finish his words with the other party, he immediately used his teleportation ability to leave the area. When a mysterious woman vanished in front of him, everyone was left in shock. It turned out that it wasn't just his imagination. This person really possessed such divine abilities. The company commander immediately reported everything that had just happened to Song Wei. Originally, Song Wei had planned to have the mysterious alien taken in for hospitality, hoping to gather some information from them. But unexpectedly, the other party hadn't given him that opportunity at all. Song Wei sighed, but upon seeing the crystal-clear, transparent gem in the company commander's hand, his mind started racing with many thoughts. This gem must be sent to Professor Wei immediately to see what he has to say about it. Song Wei said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work, but for now, take care of that gem. You all continue to clear the area for any shell bugs. We must leave no shell bug behind." As soon as Song Wei finished speaking, everyone looked around to see if there were still many shell bugs around. However, when they slowly raised their heads, they were instantly stunned. The surroundings were silent, and apart from themselves, there were no shell bugs to be found. The team members, feeling uneasy, immediately began to dig into the ground to check if there were any remaining shell bugs below the surface. Unfortunately, they found nothing. The shell bugs seemed to have vanished as if they had never existed. This was the first time the company commander had seen such a strange situation. He immediately notified the soldiers near the building to check for any remaining shell bugs. The investigation took some time, but before that, a soldier reported that all the shell bugs they had previously captured in cages had also completely disappeared. After they vanished, the cages were left with nothing but piles of gray ash. The soldier in charge of watching over the shell bugs immediately got in the vehicle to check one by one. Once he confirmed that all the shell bugs had turned to ash, without hesitation, he reported this information to the company commander. When the company commander received the news, he initially thought there was an update from the vicinity of the building, but upon answering the call, he received the report from the capture team. Report, Commander. All the shell bugs have vanished. The cages contain only a pile of ash. When the company commander received this news, his brow furrowed deeply. On the other side, the soldiers investigating the building also relayed their information. Report, Commander. There are no traces of any shell bugs. With both pieces of news coming in, the company commander began to doubt his own assumptions. He suspected that perhaps after the monster self-destructed, all the shell bugs had disappeared. No one knew why this happened, but the reality was what it was. The company commander immediately reported the information to Song Wei, and when Song Wei received the news, he instinctively clenched his hands and then sighed. "I understand. You all come back." He knew in his heart that this crisis of shell bugs had been resolved. It seemed that Blue Star was indeed favored by fate. Otherwise, why would the mysterious alien contact Huagua instead of other countries? Moreover, why was there a discovery of a connection to the creator's tunnel underwater? And what was the reason behind bringing the shell bugs, leading to the emergence of the king under the influence of some unknown force, followed by its self-destruction and the arrival of this brilliant gem? Everything seemed to remind Song Wei that perhaps all of this was not a coincidence. How could there be so many strange coincidences? However, undoubtedly, these coincidences would become Blue Star's most formidable weapon, allowing them to kill the creator. Thinking about the future plans, Song Wei's expression turned much colder.